hard. Like, Origin tickets are so scarce. It's hard to get them.
Yeah. I'll do my best.
Oh, there you go,
That's
Illy.
a promise.
You heard it here first.
Amazing. I can't wait.
Hold that date in your diary.
That brings us to the end of the show, but we'll be back same time, same place next week.
I won't be here. However, Illy certainly will be. So don't forget, you can find all of our episodes on the Radio Australia website or wherever you listen to your podcast. Well, there.
That's all I care.
Can You Be More Pacific? An ABC Sport production for ABC Radio Australia.
This program has been funded by the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade.
Welcome, my child. You seek wisdom and knowledge. To understand that which we in the world call life. I see you and the ABC Listen app across every big story on ABC News Daily, recognising wrongs of the past on Stuff the British Stole, and untangling the mysteries of the universe with Dr. Carl. I don't want your money. The ABC Listen app is as free as knowledge. Now go and download the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
ABC News, good evening. I'm Melissa Polomini. Liberal Senator David Van says he accepts the decision of his leader, Peter Dutton, to remove him from the party room. It comes after Independent Senator Lydia Thorpe yesterday used parliamentary privilege to accuse David Van of sexually harassing and assaulting her. Senator Van has denied the allegations. Peter Dutton made the decision to remove Senator Van from the party room after further allegations against the Senator were reported to him overnight and this morning. Senator Van says he wants the allegations investigated.
I do not wish this matter to stay in the Liberal Party that I fought so hard for, so I accept that I will no longer be sitting in the party room. There should be and must be an investigation.
Green Senator Larissa Waters has applauded her former colleague Lydia Thorpe for speaking out about her experiences at Parliament House. Senator Waters has issued a statement of support in Parliament.
I would like to stand in support of Senator Thorpe following her statement made in the Senate earlier today. I commend her for speaking out about these issues, and I commend and stand in awe of the strength and courage of all survivors of sexual harassment, abuse and assault.
The ABC's Director of News is defending the national broadcaster's decision to cut 120 jobs. Among the redundancies is the ABC's political editor, Andrew Probyn. Also under the changes announced today, the ABC's Sunday 7pm television news bulletin will become national. Justin Stevens says while states and territories will no longer have a dedicated bulletin on a Sunday, that won't result in further job cuts.
There will be no change to the number of reporters, and we're looking to keep the same number of staff in state newsrooms on weekends because we want to make sure we're covering all the biggest state stories for a national audience.
A Victorian Liberal MP is calling for a greater focus on rehabilitation programs and other alternatives to prison to tackle the state's surge in youth offending. The number of burglaries committed by 10 to 14-year-olds has increased by more than 86%, with teenagers aged 15 to 17 the most common age group responsible for committing aggravated home burglaries. Upper House MP Evan Mulholland has told ABC Radio Melbourne, "We need a new approach to managing crime."
Non-violent offenders, those that might have defaulted on fines, low-level drug possession or some white-collar crime should be punished in other ways that are alternatives to prison. And we're seeing jurisdictions around the world adopt this approach.
One of the companies enlisted to build unfinished Porter Davis homes says it won't cost customers any more than initially expected to complete their builds. The Victorian Managed Insurance Authority has appointed a panel of building companies, including Metricon, to build hundreds of homes to completion. Some customers have raised concerns that finding new builders will be expensive, with construction costs on the rise. But incoming Metricon CEO Brad Duggan says customers will only have to pay the price of their original contracts.
The most important thing is to get those customers in as fast as possible and, most importantly, get those customers in without paying any more than what they're currently contracted to pay.
A council in Melbourne's West has rejected a proposal for a new brewery in an iconic Footscray building. Moondog Brewery had planned to turn the former Franco Cozzo showroom into a bar and music venue. The Mayor of Maribyrnong, Sarah Carter, says the decision to reject the application was made by the council's planning office, not councillors. In sport, Brisbane Lions players Daniel Rich and Jack Gunston have taken the unusual step of ruling themselves out of team selection until their form improves. Rich has struggled with injury this season, while Gunston has failed to fire after moving from Hawthorn. Coach Chris Fagan says he respects the veterans' decision and won't put a time frame on their return.
There's obviously the option to go back and play in the reserves, but at their age, I think the best thing we can do for them to give them the best chance to get back to playing their best footy is to give them a training block. So for the next few weeks, that's what they'll be doing, just building their bodies up, building their fitness up.
To the weather, there's a gale warning for the west coast and a strong wind warning for Port Phillip and the central coast. For Victoria tomorrow, areas of patchy morning fog in the far northeast, cloudy with showers across the northeast ranges, mostly in the morning. For Melbourne, mostly sunny, a top of 17. It's currently 14. ABC News.
Hello, I'm Patrick Stack, and if you like great stories and you enjoy sport, then I reckon you need ABC Sport Daily in your life.
In the most stunning about-face I've seen in professional sport, really.
We're talking dozens and dozens of sand dune crossings if you're in the 100K.
Now an Aussie gets the chance to try and do that.
Australia can win this Ashes series for the first time in England since 2001.
I personally think he is coaching for his origin life.
It's a daily sports conversation and it's called ABC Sport Daily. Find us on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
AFL.
What a stage. This game is coming to life.
The 2023 AFL Premiership season.
The roar will tell you the story. Fans are on their feet.
This game is electric.
Holds his arms out wide and tells them to get excited. Oh, the home fans like that. What a game. It's got everything. On the run. It's happening again. It's a whole new game.
Cause here it comes, here it comes.
One bounce at 60, one bounce at 40, one bounce at 20, and he goes.
He plays on from 52 out. The package bangs it through.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
On the left boot, he's welcome to the big time moment.
Something big is coming, something big is coming.
Turn steady, go.
Something big is
The
coming.
2023 AFL Premiership season.
Durham to win it. Goal.
Fill your lungs, are you ready for it?
Gets onto it, and away it goes. Tapped it twice with his left hand, gathered in the right forward pocket. That is brilliant. Here they come.
That's class.
Oh, he's a star. What a game. Brilliant. He goes.
This kid is going places.
Hand pass to Sarong. Sarong pulls the trigger. Boom.
Rioli with some magic. The check side finish. He seizes the moment. Curls it around. What about that? Hand pass to Elliott. Back to Hill. Superb finish. 55 out. He's given this plenty. That's a magnificent strike of the football.
He dribbles it along the ground for an incredible goal.
Grimes goes long. High altitude fly from Showbolt.
Snap from 35. And boy, does he love it. Good for Humphrey. Here's Humphrey to put the Suns 8 points clear. To take the lead. It never looked like missing.
Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, Sport Digital, and now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the AFL button.
Something big is coming, I know.
The Thursday night blockbuster to kick off round 14 of the 2023 AFL season. From untenable after the showdown loss in round 3 to unstoppable
as Port Adelaide have chalked up a club record 10 wins on the trot as the hot side of the competition have joined Collingwood on top of the AFL ladder. The Power showcasing their incredible talented midfield and team depth, choosing not to recall club captain Tom Jonas at first opportunity, having not lost since the start of April. Tonight they face the reigning premiers who know a thing or two about coming hot at the right time of the season. The Cats are restocked with the return of Patrick Dangerfield alongside Mitch Duncan and Max Holmes, and at 6-6 and just outside the top 8, Geelong are looking to prove they are anything but a spent force. Hello and welcome to the Adelaide Oval for Grandstand AFL. I'm Matt Clinch. It's a beautiful 14 degrees and the town is abuzz as you make the pilgrimage across the bridge into the Adelaide Oval. There's lots of beanies and scarves and the expectation that tonight will shape who will feature in the top 4. Neil Cross to call the action alongside me. Welcome, Crossy.
Good to see you, Clinchy. Welcome back to Adelaide.
It's been a little while, but we remember how to do this together.
Yeah. Look, really interesting, this game. As we know, it's big build-up. Contrasting seasons. Port, 10 straight wins. Nothing seems to stop them. They're coming off their third 6-day break in a row, but their confidence is really high. Geelong, well, they're coming off a bye and a 12-day rest, and they've got stuttering form, but you just fancy that they're starting to build into the second half of the season.
These two sides have had great records over recent history. Geelong have been a bit of a bogey side, though, for Port Adelaide in the past. The Cats have won 14 of their last 18. But Port Adelaide did win in a qualifying final back in 2021. There are late changes for both sides. Quentin Narkle is going to make his debut for Port Adelaide after playing for Essendon in the VFL back in round 10, the 28th of May. 2 sample games, and he gets the opportunity with Junior Rioli out with the flu. And Zach Tui comes in from the emergency list, so clearly passing his fitness test, and he'll replace John Segler in the Geelong selected 22. Crows Premiership player Rod Jamison is here. Great to see you, Jamo.
Clinchy, welcome, and welcome back. When you resided here for a couple of years, wasn't it? Then you defected.
Just a lazy 5 years. You couldn't get rid of me. We were side by side.
We tried hard, but
you did.
Great to have you back, Crossy too.
And alongside Jamo, an inaugural member of the Port Adelaide Football Club. Great to have Josh Franco with you. Of course, he's been involved with various footy clubs, Sydney, the Gold Coast and the Adelaide Crows. Josh, welcome to you. Can't wait to work with you tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Clinchy. And once again, walking down to Adelaide Oval, it's actually a really pleasant evening. I think it's said it's about 14 degrees. I felt the grass on the way in here. There's no dew on the ground to speak of at this stage.
Matt Rowell style?
No, I definitely didn't do that. So Adelaide Oval, picture perfect at the moment, and what sets up to be a terrific contest between the Cats and Port Adelaide.
So we'll just sit inside the Geelong camp in a few moments' time. Jack Paquetta's down on the boundary, but interested in your reaction around the Port Adelaide narrative. They've been flying at the moment, having won 10 straight, the bye next week. I'm not sure there's too much more Ken Hinkley could do, could he, to try and convince everyone that they're on the right direction? How do you guys view Port Adelaide's form?
Well, it's interesting in the intro, the two words that really caught my attention were from untenable to unstoppable. And I reckon that sums up Port Adelaide. After round 3, they lost the showdown. I remember calling the game here. It was almost sack Ken Hinkley. It was done and dusted. There was no way he was going to come back. He was on the brink. He was in free fall. And he somehow managed to claw his way back, and he has been coaching superbly.
I think he's been amazing, and I've always admired what he does and has he's done from a distance and how he's built it. So testament to, the recruiters and what they've been able to build to where it is. Where it's at now, I've always felt that he's always had an internal challenge, and that's a vocal president too. And even as late as only the last couple of days, he said, yep, we're happy where things are. We'll see at the end of the season. But you go back to 2018, we'd won at round 15. We'd won 11 and lost 4. They won one more game for the rest of the year and didn't make the finals. Now, I just go, why would he even think to bring that up? I mean, it's a long time ago, and they've done a fair bit since then, but it just adds to the theatre and the commentary as to where it's currently at. So that's where I feel for Ken and the club with the pressure that's on them.
See, and I hope I can articulate this. Having a bit of a think about if I was in Ken Hinkley's shoes, he's now got currency. You look at, even though he did have anyway, but you've got West Coast Eagles that, does Adam Simpson survive there? You've got other clubs, and there's always going to be changes. You even look at Carlton, the narrative around Carlton. If I'm Ken Hinkley, I'm sitting back saying, you know what, I'm not going to sign here at Port Adelaide. I'll do it on my terms, and if I don't feel like you're invested in what I want in the future, then there may be opportunities to come up elsewhere. And if there was an opportunity to come up and he put his hand up, I could almost guarantee he'd get it.
But if it's not this year, he's not that far away. I mean, it doesn't suggest he'd make it again next year either, too, because it's not that easy, as Geelong are finding out. They, love and 3 after the first 3 rounds. So,
but I guess history's been littered of examples of clubs that have stuck with their coach when they've wondered whether they should jump. So Mark Thompson, You look at even Simon Goodwin and Damien Hardwick in recent history. So the question is if Port Adelaide were looking to bring in someone else or potentially Josh Carr, someone inside, would they be getting a better result than the connection in which Ken has with the current group of players? Or do you run the risk that you could potentially find yourself further away from ultimately where you want to get to?
I think you split your supporter base and membership too. Like Essendon, they did the same. Ben Rutten, they thought they'd go after a different coach, made that really public. And ultimately, they've got Brad Scott and it's working out quite okay for them too. But it just... And then you go back to Carlton. Carlton have had 6-7 coaches in 20 years. So that's one coach every 2.5 years. Like, that is insane. You need 3 to 5 years to actually find your feet. Ken's been here 10, been reasonably successful without getting to the major, as opposed to where we are with Chris Scott. In his, 12 years, he's made 11 finals. He's in his 13th now. And I still think they can make the finals this year.
And I think the other thing as well, in terms of, you talk about the narrative around Port Adelaide, and they've clearly... in recent history, they haven't played grand finals, but it's very difficult when you get to the pointy end of the season. You need a little bit of luck that goes your way. But if you look at someone like a Ken Hinkley and what he's done for this group, I reckon in a general sense, when you're looking at getting rid of a coach or you're looking at sacking a coach or moving a coach on, there's generally narrative that they've lost the playing group. You never, ever hear that out of Port Adelaide. You actually hear the opposite, that the playing group support him 100%, and the results, as we said, 10 in a row, are sort of supporting that.
And the list is probably as good, and he's acknowledged that, hasn't he, too? It's the best list he's had in his time at Port Adelaide.
So that's a little insight into the Port Adelaide narrative, as Jamo touched on. Geelong are trying to get their season clicking. They're 6-6, and they're outside the top 8. They're hoping that it might all click tonight. We can head inside the Geelong camp. Jack Paqueta is down on the boundary for us, and he's going to be joined by one of their assistant coaches, Sean Grigg.
Thanks, Clinchy. Sean Grigg, the Geelong assistant coach, has been kind enough to join us. And Sean, big news down here for the Cats. Ruckman, Jonathan Segler's out. Can you just explain what's happening there?
Yeah, Seg's pulled up sore from our last game, and we had the extended rest as well, so he just hasn't come up to be good enough tonight. So, we gave him every chance, but we planned to manage Zach Tui, but he's ready to go and he'll come into the team.
What was the decision-making behind originally deciding to omit Zach Tui?
Oh, he wasn't omitted. It's just a plan we've had, for a couple of years to manage our squad. We feel we've got a deep squad, and we intend to use it. So, there's nothing wrong with Zach. He's ready to play, and he sort of always knew it could be on the cards with John being sore. So we just gave Segs, all that time, and unfortunately he hasn't come up.
So with Segler being out, who's going to be the starting ruckman tonight?
We've got a couple of options. Mark Blitzarves has done the job before. De Koning's rucked. Gary Henry, Gary Rowan, Jack Henry have done the job as well. So, we'll have to go with a mixture.
And the big news at Port Adelaide is that Quinton Narkle comes in as a late replacement. What's it going to be like for the boys taking on their old teammate? Yeah,
obviously it's good news for Quinton, getting this chance at Port Adelaide, and he's been playing, really good footy in the VFL and, the SANFL. So, hopefully he has a good year, but not too good tonight. But, I'm glad to see him back on an AFL list.
And how important is it to get the skipper back tonight?
Yeah, really good to get Pat in. Obviously he was in good form before his injury, so he's more than ready to go. He maybe could have played against the Bulldogs, so into the bye. He's had plenty of time to get the training in. We welcome back with open arms.
And what's it mean to the club to get Mitch Duncan and Max Holmes back, really strengthen that midfield group?
Yeah, we have to have those guys back, and Jack Bowes will be the sub as well. So, always very good to get some good quality players back, and the leadership of Pat and Mitch, and the young run and power of Max is going to be important. So we're looking forward to those guys playing well.
Are you looking forward to watching these two midfields go head to head?
Yeah, our Port's midfield have been playing really well, and we're confident in our guys too. It's going to be where the game's won and lost, I think, around that midfield, and the conditions out here are perfect, and we're looking forward to the loud Port Adelaide crowd, and we're up for the challenge.
I asked Port Adelaide this as well, but both teams do like to score heavily. Do you expect this one to be a shootout tonight?
I'm not too sure. We'll see how it pans out. Yeah, obviously they're a threat offensively, so we hope to defend them really well and turn the ball over and kick a score ourselves. So, we'll wait and see, but the conditions are nice, so, it should be nice enough scoring.
You are coming off the bye. Did you enjoy a break?
Had a couple of days off, but as a coach, you're always looking to improve and looking in other games and all our stats. So our players are really refreshed, ready to go. Handled the bye extremely well the last few years, so hope to see a good match tonight.
I was just about to say that you've won the last 3 coming off the bye. Is there anything specifically you put in place to try to prepare them?
We've just got a well-rounded group, and our medical and fitness team prepare them really well. We've got full confidence in the program they put together, and the players are ultra professional to come back and get back into work. So we're looking forward to it.
Tonight's your first game in 12 days, while Port Adelaide's going to be playing 3 in 13 days. Do you see that as a big advantage?
We don't. Yeah, Port Adelaide are a quality team. They've been playing really well the last few weeks off 6-day breaks. They've got the bye next week. They're gearing themselves up for a big game tonight, no doubt. So, we don't feel like that's going to be a difference in the game.
Standing here at Adelaide Oval, Geelong has a pretty good record here compared to most visiting teams. Is it a ground you like to play at?
Yeah, we like travelling away together, spending time together, and the ground probably is the most similar to what we're used to at home, but although it's still a bit different. But yeah, we relish the challenge of playing teams at their home ground, and it's a fortress here for Port Adelaide, and the crowd are always up and about, so our players relish the chance to get away together and perform.
Well, Sean Grigg, thanks for joining us on Grandstand AFL.
Thanks, Jack. Cheers.
So, Clinchy, just repeating the big news down here. Jonathan Segler is a late out with an adductor injury. He'll be replaced by Zach Toohey, and Jack Bowes is the sub.
Thanks, Jack. Jack Paqueta down on the boundary. Matt Clinch and Neil Cross to call the action. Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco are with you on ABC Sport. So I guess that makes it a rather simple occasion. Mark Blitzhouse is going to do the majority of the rucking. Thought Reece Stanley, given he was an emergency, might come in. So the big interest for the Cats is their midfield with Patrick Dangerfield, Max Holmes, Mitch Duncan. They haven't played any VFL footy, so they backed themselves that they've done the work during the week in the lead up to the bye, that they feel like they're ready to hit the ground running in an AFL match. It's going to be fascinating to see how it goes.
And they haven't played a lot of footy, to your point. 6 games and 8 games this year, both coming off hammies. They're explosive players. Maybe Mitch Duncan is not as explosive as Patrick Dangerfield, but look, they know their bodies and the club know their players pretty well. But for me, that would be the only concern around bringing those guys back in and Reece Stanley. So I would think it'd be DeConning might do a little bit of ruck work. Hawkins will do the ruck going forward too, just to allow that chop out for Blitzhouse in the ruck. He's up against Lysett, and they'll probably use him for the majority of the time.
It's interesting too when you look at the break, the bye that Geelong have had from past experience, Jamo. Can that sometimes play against you? You sort of come to the game a little bit doughy and a little bit behind the 8 ball?
Well, I think prior to the last 2 or 3 years, Clinchy, you might know the stats better, that they lost like 10 or 11 in a row.
Yeah, it was a massive hoodoo for them.
Yeah, so they've actually turned it around in recent times. So Port Adelaide, you think, based on what they've done to date, 10 in a row, going for 11 with the bye in front, they'll throw everything at it to have a good go at it, go into the bye with their tails up.
Yep.
Tom Hawkins and Jeremy Cameron have both combined for 70 goals, so that's the key matchup, isn't it, from Port Adelaide's point of view? And yet the argument will be, Josh, that if the midfield can get on top, the ball won't be allowed to be delivered in the way in which the Cats would like to do, but maybe the one element might keep sort of Ken Hinkley up at night is thinking Tom Hawkins close to goal. If it's a one-on-one, I know how it's most likely going to end.
Absolutely. We just heard Sean Grigg, and we talked about the game's going to be won and lost in the midfield battle with the 2 star-studded midfielders that both sides have. So if you can limit that entry and that clean ball inside your forward 50 or your defensive 50, then it's going to go a long way to actually winning the game. But Hawkins and Cameron, you take care of those 2, but then you've got Gary Rowan, you've got Myers floating around there, you've got Stengel as well that can bob up and kick goals. So they're very, very dangerous ahead of the ball.
Brad Close as well. So I think the matchups are really... I think Trent McKenzie will get Hawkins, but again, I don't know body size whether he'll persevere. So you hope from Port Trent will have a good game. But Jeremy Cameron, Aliir, he'll come up and move around the ground, but that will allow Aliir to drop off the back too. So you'd have to go through Jeremy Cameron every time, you would think.
Does a Burton go to a Cameron potentially?
Yeah, I just don't think he's... Well, potentially, but he won't have the motor to go with him. That's the only thing too. So the matchups will be really intriguing. And then you've got the small brigade coming through. So I think he'll probably get a smaller one, which then adds to why I think Tom Jonas has probably missed out again tonight. I've seen him had a couple of matchup on smaller players here in the congested. I think we've called this too. Congested, no worries. But give him a bit of time and space, he gets blown away and the game's starting to catch up on him.
And he's such a unique matchup, Jeremy Cameron. You think he's in the top 5 players for marks inside 50. He's in the top 30 for kicks inside 50. So not only can he damage you when he gets inside 50, but probably a bit of that has been given the midfield mix that he's been getting up high the ground, trying to help his midfield out. I wonder if that'll change tonight with the return of some of their key contributors.
Potentially,
And not only scoring, he's score involvements. That's the key to... and he's so tall, and he is hard to go with. He does... And just the left footers, they've got this uniqueness around. So, we know he's a star player.
And I think also, too, if you look at Port Adelaide up the other end of the ground, traditionally, Geelong have been a side that those high forwards, they'll let them go so that the defenders can sag off to air assist. So having a look at some of the stats as well, the Geelong are 15th for defending marks inside 50. So Port Adelaide, they can't be seduced by that and just bomb the ball long, because that will potentially play into the hands of Geelong. They've still got to look and lower their eyes to hit those little lead-up kicks to make those defenders accountable. Then they can take advantage of their 1v1s ahead of the footy.
The only problem with that is they go to Charlie Dixon, 60% of the time.
That's true.
So, again, and their theory, if he doesn't take it, which he tends to take 3 or 4 per game, it just brings it to ground, and then the smaller brigade.
Yep.
So who do you think? Would it be Trent McKenzie who gets first crack at Tom Hawkins?
I think he does. I think Trent McKenzie will play deeper, prefers to play deeper.
Yep.
And whether it's a Lear or a Burton higher up the ground on a Cameron, absolutely, yeah.
And would the goal be to have the third man up? Would Ryan Burton spend more time in the defensive 50 than the front 50, you think?
Well, that's why I think potentially if Burton goes to a Cameron to allow a Lear to be that third man across that can help out in the air with a Hawkins v McKenzie matchup. But yeah, obviously we'll see how that unfolds once the game starts. But it's going to be intriguing how it looks ahead of the ball for Geelong and Port Adelaide.
And I think he's probably going to go to Gary Rowan, but even then, Ryan Burton, like Gary Rowan, is enormously explosive too.
Yeah.
Like he might not have the pace, so I think he's got to play maybe in front of him as opposed to behind him a little bit too. So if they're going to go to Gary, he likes to lead. The kick's got to be good to go over the top. That's how I would consider playing him as a defender at the moment, if that was the matchups that we're talking about.
I think the other thing as well, when you look at a Hawkins, and if you're talking forward 50 stoppages inside Geelong's forward 50, I reckon it's almost 100% he takes it out of the ruck.
Yeah.
And so, again, it's a massive job for Lycett to go down and actually try to wrestle this bloke and minimise his impact in the ruck contest ahead of the ball as well inside their forward 50. So that looms as another threat to Port Adelaide inside their D50.
It's interesting with Charlie Dixon potentially giving him a hand when Scott Lycett has a rest. He was up against Tim English last week and felt like that was almost Scott Lycett's best game of the season, even though he didn't get a lot of possessions himself. His intent and his ability to work and get the ball to the outside, it felt like maybe that gives him the nod in Ken Hinkley's eyes as to whether he's still the first ruck.
Well, interestingly enough, the last game that I called here was against Melbourne, and prior to that it was Teakle doing the ruck work. And I remember it was the Essendon game we called here as well, where Teakle v Draper, it just didn't quite work out. They came up against Gorman and Grundy from Melbourne, so they jettisoned big Scott Lycett into the ruck contest for Port Adelaide, and he's been contributing superbly over the last 3 or 4 weeks since he came back into the side.
I think prior to that, I think they were talking that he had a bad back.
Yeah.
He was trying to manage and get through. So he was doing what he was supposed to, but he just wasn't doing it to the level he has. And now they feel he's freshened up and, he's playing accordingly.
Yeah.
Is there ever a risk, Josh, when you're bringing in multiple players, be it senior players with Dangerfield, Holmes and Mitch Duncan, that you can wrestle with the fabric in the midfield, the chemistry that you've been trying to build, or when you have superstar players and they're right to go, you just bring them straight back in because you know your team's going to be better?
I think you just bring the superstars back in absolutely every day of the week. And it's interesting, obviously they haven't had any VFL games leading into this. You wouldn't imagine that a Dangerfield or a Duncan's going to be running around in the VFL trying to get some fitness and some form. So, no, those types of players you just bring straight back in. Yeah. Absolutely.
And you're going to have to bring him at some point, aren't you? So this game's as good as ever to bring him in.
Well, the other thing as well, from a Dangerfield perspective, he can go forward as well.
Yeah.
And get a mismatch ahead of the ball as well. So he's very flexible in the way he plays.
Just looking at the matchups in terms of the games and the lineup, they've actually named him in the back pocket, which is clearly not going to happen. But their record here at Adelaide Oval, they've been here 17 times, they've won 9, lost 8. So it's actually a venue that's not too bad to them. Now, that's both against Port Adelaide and Adelaide. 39 are head-to-head here. Geelong have won 26 and Port Adelaide have won 12. So they're very much ahead to the ledger, and they do play good football here.
Well, where do you see Geelong at the moment as well? They've been coughing and spluttering their way through the season. I think we said they're 6-6 currently. Form's been scratchy at best, started poorly, found a bit of a patch, and their most recent form's been pretty ordinary. Are they just building, or would there be some level of angst in the Geelong camp around how they're going?
I played with a ladder predictor today.
You've gone early, round 14, you're into it.
But just for that particular point, they're 6-6, and everyone's going, nah, they're no good, or they're not going to make it, but they've just got such quality. They've got great youth, and they play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at home, others at the MCG. They're only got to travel interstate once after this. So I feel that they're going to end up close to 13 or 14 wins, if not 14, and then sneak into the 8, which will see them at 7th spot at the moment. That's where I feel they will finish. So I think they're just building. They've been through this so many times before, again, with Chris Scott in his 13th season, but he's been there 12 previous and he's been in finals in 11. They know what to do and how to handle it.
And he spoke a couple of weeks ago that he's going to back his side in when it becomes an equation where they have to win every week, because they did so last year. They won 16 on the trot. He knows that when they get hot, there's no point limping into finals and not having that momentum. You might as well try and charge up the ladder and get towards top 4. Now the question is, can they do that? Can they start tonight where they start to show the Geelong pressure that we saw so regularly last year?
Well, the other thing to that as well, Clinchy, is you look at Port Adelaide, and I've had a lot of discussions with Port Adelaide supporters over the last couple of weeks. Do they need to have a loss? Can you... they say every game you win, you're closer to a loss. Yes. Do they need one? And is it... I know that's a stupid comment to say, but I mean, obviously it's a big game for Port Adelaide, big game for Geelong. Do they need a loss? Does that help, do you think, season? I mean, you want to keep winning, I get it, but...
I think clearly you've got to bank your games, and you get to a point in the season where you've banked your games to get you into the finals, then maybe can you manage your players at that particular point as opposed to a loss? But ultimately, the further you go out, a loss is imminent, isn't it? Because this is what we're talking about with Port Adelaide now, and they're at the level of we're going for 11 straight wins, their biggest margin, so...
That's the challenge with Collingwood, isn't it? When you get on a hot run, you want to try and keep it going, but it only counts when you get to the business end of the season once you're close to September, and then it all becomes a knockout. So we'll see if Port Adelaide looking to try and make it a club record 11th consecutive victory as they take on Geelong tonight. The Cats just outside the top 8. There's 6 wins and 6 losses. There is late changes to both sides, with Quentin Narkle coming in for Junior Rioli. He's into the 22 as well, and Zach Tui comes in for John Segler. Riley Bonner and Jack Bowes are the 2 subs for the respective sides, as Port Adelaide are making their way out onto the Adelaide Oval, and a few moments ago the Cats made their way out. It's round 14 of the AFL, Port Adelaide and the Cats.
The brilliant minds from the Nation Building Authority are back.
Our fridge has got an address book. It's got the lot. Has it got cold milk? Not yet.
And there's a lot to unpack.
Who's been asking?
We have.
What?
Us.
Who?
Me.
Why?
I'm lost again.
With Rob Sitch, Kitty Flanagan, Celia Paquola and the whole office.
This is in the cone of silence.
Under your hat. It's already on the radio.
All new Utopia.
What have these clowns been doing? Building for the future.
8 p.m. Wednesday night on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL. This is ABC Sports coverage of the 2023 AFL season.
AFL.
On radio, on digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app. Look for the AFL button.
Thursday night footy from the City of Churches. There's less games with the bye, but a bumper to start round 14 as Port Adelaide on a roll. 10 consecutive victories under Ken Hinkley, looking to move to outright top on the AFL ladder as Collingwood have the bye, while the Cats, the reigning premiers, are trying to get their season clicking. At 6 wins and 6 losses, they're just outside the 8 and a chance to take a step inside as round 14 of the AFL gets underway tonight. A big warm welcome to our listeners through Western Australia and the Northern Territory. Matt Clinch with you for ABC Sport. There is late changes for both sides, with Quentin Narkle coming in for Port Adelaide. His first game for the Power, having lined up, of course, for Geelong for 41 games across 7 seasons. Back at the end of May, he was playing for Essendon in the VFL. He's played 2 sample games, and Ken Hinkley said during the week he'd done almost enough to force his way into selection, except he had to learn the system. But then the flu got Junior Rioli and he's into the 22, and Zach Tui comes in for John Segler. We know the Cats are notorious for making a late change. Neil Cross to call all the action alongside me. Jack Paquetta is down on the boundary. Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco are with you to bring you all the news and analysis for tonight as Port Adelaide try to prove they're a premiership contender and the Cats try to get their season clicking. We can head straight inside the Port Adelaide camp down to Jack Paquetta. He's joined by their midfield assistant coach, Luke Kelly.
Thanks, Clinchy. Perfect conditions down here. As we know, Quentin Narkle is coming into Port Adelaide to make his club debut, with Junior Rioli a late out with the flu. Port Adelaide midfield development coach Luke Kelly. Any concerns over Junior Rioli?
I just woke up a little bit off this morning, so we're in a position to take no risks, and we're lucky enough to have Quentin ready to go and join us.
How special is it that he gets to make his club debut against one of his former sides?
Yeah, you're seeing it pretty often at the moment, I think, with these mid-season draftees, that they're pretty ready to go. So he's hit the ground running. He's put in 2 great performances for our sample side, so he made the decision pretty easy.
What kind of role will he have tonight, and how do you think he'll use him?
Yeah, well, he played a little bit of midfield for us at the sample level, but obviously we're trying to go a little bit like for like with Junior going out. So he'll spend predominantly forward, but no doubt you might see him inside at some stage.
Now, as the midfield development coach, you've had the front row seat to the Zach Butters show this year. What have you made of his emergence?
I think what you're seeing is 4 years of really hard work starting to pay off for him. You know, everyone will see the results, but he put in an outstanding pre-season just gone and the one last year. And he's a ruthless competitor that just wants to win, and we're seeing the great results of it right now.
And how have you enjoyed working with Jason Horne-Francis in his first year at the club?
Yeah, Jason was great. You know, he came in, he listened, he learned, and then once he was comfortable, we started to see the real footy IQ. He's a really smart footballer. He thinks about his football a lot, and so he engages with our midfield group like Travis or Ollie Wood. So I think you're just seeing a football that's comfortable with his surroundings and the people around him, and he's got some pretty good support acts around him, to be honest.
Do you have to pinch yourself at times, just looking at that midfield group as a whole?
A little bit, especially with, obviously, you've got Travis Boak and Ollie Wines as well, like two exceptional midfielders in their own right. Now you bring in this young talent. It's a pretty special place to be at the moment. But I think the most exciting thing is we think there's just so much to come from these. We haven't even started to scratch the surface of what this midfield group can do.
How important has it been for the club that Scott Lycett has found some form again and has come back in and played some pretty good footy?
Yeah, I think we were always confident that he was going to get back at some stage. It was just a matter of how long, and thankfully he's been able to hit the ground running as soon as he came back in. You know, Scott's got a lot of experience. His ability to work in with this midfield and lead this midfield is really important, and I think we're starting to see him get back to where he was maybe pre-injury of last year, so exciting for us.
And previously we've seen Willem Drew occasionally do a run-with role. Is that on the cards tonight?
I think you always walk in 50-50 whether Drewy's going to go to someone, but I think tonight we're really excited. This is a bit of a check mark to test where we've come from over the last 10 weeks against the reigning champ. You know, you've got to test yourself against the champ at some stage, and I think we want to do that with a bit of freedom tonight, so we should see a pretty good battle inside.
And the Cats are stronger tonight, welcoming back their skipper and Mitch Duncan and Maxie Holmes. What are you going to make of that head-to-head battle in the midfield?
Yeah, as I said, we're looking forward to actually testing ourselves against what we still believe is the best team in this competition. You know, we get to play them again later in the year, so we got a bit of learning out of tonight. But clearly they're starting their run into the back half of the season, looking to put some strong form together, and we're just looking to see what our last 10 weeks has come to. Both these teams are high-scoring teams. Do you think we'll see a shootout tonight? High-scoring, I think, to the chagrin of both coaches. I don't think they're both. I don't think that's what we plan in doing, but when you got that quality of calibre of player out there on the field, you've only got to be slightly off defensively, and either team can make you pay. So hopefully for the crowd and for the TV at home, it's a good viewing. You're coming off back-to-back 6-day breaks, it seems. Have you been able to get much actual training in during the week, or is it more just recovery and then preparing straight away? For the most part, it's recovery and education. We do have a little short, sharp hit out, which, you know, to the credit of our high-performance team led by Stuart Graham, they do an outstanding job on these 6-day breaks. You know, I think one of the best records in the comp in these sort of conditions and situations, and really it sort of doesn't even come into our factor when we roll up tonight. We expect to be at 100% and ready to roll. Are you hanging for a break? Ask me about 10:30 or 11:30 tonight, and then I'll probably be saying yes to that point. But right now, I'm looking forward to the next 3 hours, to be honest. All right, Luke Kelly, good luck tonight. Awesome, thank you. Cheers.
Jack Paquetta there chatting with Luke Kelly from Port Adelaide, very much laying the foundation as how Port Adelaide view this challenge of Geelong, the reigning premiers of 2022 tonight from the Adelaide Oval as round 14 of the AFL continues. Matt Clinch alongside Neil Cross, Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco. I guess it's perfectly said around how dominant Zach Butters has been over the last, well, really 10 weeks. He's elevated his game to a completely new level. He's 10 votes clear of Nick Dacos in the AFL Coaches Association votes, which is always a good indicator as to how the opposition view his influence in the game. But their midfielders continue to develop, and that will be the interesting part tonight. Is can they prove too quick for the Cats?
Look, I think they can. I think that's where the game's going to be won for Port Adelaide. And I know we mentioned it a few times throughout the calls in the first half of this footy season that I think Port Adelaide actually have the best balanced midfield in the competition, most influential midfield in the competition, with Rosie and Butters that can get on that loose ball. You've got a bit of grunt, bit of strength with Francis, who's still got leg speed, and then you you've got the mix of Wines and Drew that give that big body presence. So I just really like the balance of the midfield of Port Adelaide. And you talk about Butters, he has been unbelievable in terms of his form and the influence on the game. He is unstoppable at the moment.
And there's little discussion around Ollie Wines and Travis Boak, and albeit Travis has been injured too, but Willem Drew has been a tremendous player. Dan Houston sometimes in the middle of the ground. So, but you talk about those three players that everyone is talking about and the quality they are having an outstanding season, connection, cohesion together. For me, I think Tom Atkins is probably the player in the middle that'll go with either Rosie or go with Butters, and I love the way he plays. So, and then I think if you're going to see Patrick Dangerfield go into the middle, I think Willem Drew is probably going to go with him too. So there is a run with role to try and negate one of the better players, if not two.
It wasn't a bad preview last week when Tom Liberatore and Zach Butters went head to head. There was words said, neither took a backward step, and Zach's ability to be able to break out a stoppage and really his ability to be an impact player.
Well, I think the most beneficial part of his game is his ability to pressure the opposition.
Yeah.
I know he makes very good decisions with ball in hand, but his ability to get on that loose ball or if the opposition just to close and pressure the opposition to force turnovers. And again, that's why I really like Port Adelaide's midfield, because they have the ability post clearance to pressure, and I think they're ranked 1 in the competition for that stat.
Yeah. So post, he can actually break away, but he can also close down, which is outstanding.
Yeah.
And Jason Horton-Francis, his ability to win the football, stay over it, and then deliver inside 50, and he has got better as the season's gone on with his foot.
Okay, as the Port fans stand up, here's a pop quiz for you. Ken Hinkley, game number 237 in charge tonight, never coached a draw.
Oh.
The record for the most number of games coached without a draw.
Is
Come on,
Ken
boys.
Hinkley?
Is not Ken Hinkley. There is one coach above him who's coached 250 games without a draw in his career as a coach. Can you name him?
Who is he, a current coach?
No.
I was thinking Sheets, but he had a draw.
Yeah, Sheets would have had draws.
Oh, he's a bit in the middle here. Zach Butters in amongst it.
We might have to take that on notice.
Yeah, All right, are we quarter time, half quarter? What do you got?
Time, if you like.
All right, Crossy.
Everybody can look it up by then.
And congratulations to Mark O'Connor too. Clinchy, 100 games for the Irishman.
Absolutely. Becomes the 6th Irishman to reach the 100-game milestone. It's a Thursday night blockbuster from the City of Churches. Port Adelaide looking to make it 11 on the trot up against the reigning premiers. Here's Neil Cross.
And straight away from the centre, bursting through was Rosie. Batman and Robin, because it's off to Butters. Little chip pass, found Burn Jones, who gave it off to Rosie, astray with his long kick for goal. Minor score, just the one behind. Electric start for Port Adelaide. They lead by a point.
Just a couple of those matchups. Hawkins has been picked up by Aaliyah, and Bergman's actually gone to Cameron. So we'll keep an eye on those two matchups throughout the course of the night.
And Butters went to Dangerfield too.
Zach Tui brings Geelong back into play with a torpedo straight down the middle in the direction of Blitzhouse and Hawkins. It's socket forward by Isaac Smith. Aaliyah races after it in his defensive half now. Tackle brushed off Hawkins, kicked into Cameron. Close knocks it on for the Cats. Isaac Smith out in front of Jeremy Cameron. Tries to tap it onto the advantage of Blitzhouse in the left forward pocket. Bounces into McKenzie. They've got this all the way to the left forward pocket, Cathedral end. Myers tries to knock it to Atkins. He's tackled. They all turn to the umpire and he'll ball it up. Left forward pocket for the Cats, who are heading to the Cathedral end in this opening term.
How good was that? Zach Tui just straight down the middle, 60-metre bomb.
Hawkins tried to push his way through, couldn't. Ball comes to ground. Butters put his head down, maybe taken high. Umpire call play on close. Flipped it out to O'Connor. Then back to Cameron, who sent it to the top of the square. Came off hands. Rowan with the snap. And the Cats are on the board. And they've taken the lead. 1 straight 6. Port Adelaide just the one behind. A minute and a half of frenetic football. It's been great to watch already.
Absolutely it has. And we talked about those two matchups with Aaliyah and Bergman picking up Hawkins and Cameron. McKenzie's actually gone to Rowan, who was the goal kicker. And just watching that play unfold, the kick inside 50 from Cameron, McKenzie just slipped over. He mustn't have the screw-ins on, and that cost him the first goal for Geelong.
Just how good would Geelong then to be able to go from one end to the other and just keep the footy alive? They're actually throwing the handball up and over. And in the middle of the ground, Ollie Wines is just protecting. I think Atkins is going to Connor Rosie there, but just the clean work by both Rosie and Butters in the middle of the ground of that first bounce.
They say styles make fights. Port Adelaide got the first clearance, couldn't come up with a goal. Cats got it down the other end. They were able to. Through Gary Rowan. Geelong leading by 5 points with the opening goal of the match. Blitzav's in the ruck up against Lysette. Lysette wins down the tap. Out in front of Ollie Wines, who kicks out onto our broadcast wing. Travis Boak wins it against O'Connor, but he's tackled and brought down. Great effort, and he's going to win a free kick for holding the ball. Tom Atkins laid the tackle and pinned the arm.
Tough. Really tough player.
Looks into the middle of the ground for O'Connor. The Irishman releases Zach Guthrie. Inside 50, intended for Hawkins. It lands short, and Close takes the mark. Directly in front, 45 metres out from goal.
And Luke Kelly said it's going to be a test. They're up against one of the best teams, and Port Adelaide are going to play with a bit of freedom. Now, that's the challenge for Port Adelaide, isn't it, too? You want to go hard, you want to play with that freedom, but you've got a quality opposition that used the football really well, and now they're having their second shot on goal.
12 goals, 5 for the season as Brad Close is on the run from 45. It won't have the journey. Lysette's there. Flying is Rowan. Jeremy Cameron stayed down. Taps it for Stengel's advantage. Trying to screw it and he's right. He can't clear. And Connor Rosie does. Out to space at left half back.
Bouncing towards the boundary line. What's the reaction? The umpire's going to rule insufficient intent. Free kick. Stewart will take it for Geelong. So he's at right half forward out on that eastern side.
Connor Rosie had no other intent, Crossy.
Looks and waits. Now he called the play on. Goes into that scoreboard pocket from behind. Rowan flies. Ball off hands. Bergman takes it. Tackled over the line. 20 around from the goal face. We'll get a throw in.
And I think already Gary Rowan's going to be a concern. Trent McKenzie then dropped well back. He went to the contest. He's allowed him to go. Trent McKenzie dropped back 30 metres behind in the square on his own.
Thrown in under the old scoreboard. Hawkins takes front position. Lysette wins down the tap. Straight to Houston, who's clearing. Kick to the middle of the ground. Clears Blitzavs and McEntee. Marshall tries to soccer it forward. Up against Jack Henry. Zach Guthrie gathers. Tackled. Lost it. Holmes into the middle of the ground. It's a good kick. As he spots up O'Connor. Gives the hand pass to the runner, Max Holmes. Gets to 55 to the goal mouth. Stengel! Almost taking the mark. As a soccer tree by Close. Geelong with the opening 2 goals of the match. They're 2 straight 12 to Port Adelaide, 1 behind. 5 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport.
I know we've only played sort of 3 minutes of game time in this opening quarter, but already Geelong looking white hot, Chamo.
Yeah, really.
Their pressure around the footy, denying Port Adelaide time and space, affecting tackles and looking really dangerous ahead of the footy.
I think it's just going to be a composure. Port Adelaide need to understand the situation. Again, it is so early in the game, but they've already got 2 because you want to play a certain way.
Yep.
Disposal efficiency, Port Adelaide, they've only had the 7, but 57%. Geelong have had 18 at 72. So when they've got it, they're using it well. And we might have a concern for Tom Atkins, who's come to the boundary line.
Get down to Jack Paqueta in a moment.
He'd be a big loss.
So Geelong by 11 points. Lysa with a tap away into space. Butters picks it up. Goes forward into the pocket. Dixon the target. Ball knocked away. On the ground, Pal Pepper. Under pressure from Guthrie. Took it to the boundary line. We'll get a throw in. It's about 40 from the goal face in the left forward pocket.
Great connection there from Lysett and Butters in that centre bounce. Just the outside hit. Butters forced his player under and into the contest and just got the ball on the outside for the entry for Port Adelaide.
Inside 50s, 4-2, the Cats way. Port Adelaide have an inside 50. Dixon doing the ruck against De Koning. Burn-Jones put his body in there. Paul Francis trying to charge through. Tackled, it spills to Burn-Jones. He's locked up by Mark O'Connor. 40 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal, the Riverbank end stand. De Koning doing the ruck against Dixon. Spills the way of Horn Francis. Lost it. O'Connor for the Cats. Hand pass to De Koning. Works it out to Bowes. He drives it up the outer wing in the direction of Dangerfield. He can't take the mark. And it stays in play as Port Adelaide around the boundary line. Winds with the half pass to Rosie. Gives the half pass to Butters. Sidesteps Blitzavs. Gets to 45. Goes for goal. Lights up the Adelaide Oval. Just what Port Adelaide needed from one of their main men. Zach Butters fires out like a cannon. And Port Adelaide have their opening goal. They're 1-1-7 to the Cats 2 straight 12. Jack Paqueta on the boundary.
Good news, no concern for Tom Atkins on Geelong bench. He's about to come on. He just got a bloody nose after that big tackle on Travis Boak before.
Just the speed in which Port Adelaide were able to break away from, I guess, the congested area, the handball over the top. They got it on Rosie to be able to settle down, and then on to Butters, and just his awareness, wasn't it, too, to get around. Also speed. Already in the game at this point, I reckon they probably used each other maybe 3 occasions between the two of them.
Well, I was just about to say the two things that stood out in that passage were composure from Butters and just able to draw the opponent, set up the free, and the ability for Butters just to take the game on and finish with a great goal.
Back in the middle. And blitz halves will get it away. Quick hand pass off the ground, found Atkins. Forward he went to Holmes. Inside forward, 50 intercept marked by Aaliyah at centre-half back. Flares it wide to the eastern side of the ground. Butters gets his man under the ball and then runs away with a bounce. Hand pass forward was good to Burn Jones. Slipped, got the hand pass out to Powell Pepper towards the boundary and forced over in the tackle by Hughes. Cats were in a little bit of concerning territory then until that little slip from Burn Jones allowed them to recover composure. Ball just outside attacking 50 for Port Adelaide.
Zach Butters already the 4 disposals.
Yeah, got
and
one
his mate
down.
Rosie 4 as well.
By Gary Rowan, great chase from behind.
Geelong by 5 points. Slice that one down the tap, but it's Holmes who kicks around his body for Geelong. Up to the wing. Onto it, Bergman. Gets the hand pass to Houston. Links up by hand to Willem Drew. Sends a high ball inside 50 in the direction of Marshall and Dixon. Dixon got hands to it. Couldn't hang on to the mark. It's gathered for the Cats. Bruin works it out towards Cheswick Cameron, but it's too wide. And it goes out of play. Having given the hand pass to Mitch Duncan, a boundary throw in 60 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal.
Something that amazes me with the modern footballer, Jammer, is their ability to use their hands in congestion. They do so much work on it, and just the ability to shift the ball by hand and set up forward attacks is unbelievable.
Ruckman nullify each other. Comes to Houston, high inside forward 50. Ball off hands, out the back. Finlayson tries to pick it up, just eluded him. Now he makes a tackle. Tui picks it up for Geelong. Clears the 50. 3-on-1 involving Port Adelaide's 3. Knocked forward by Houston. Rosie picks it up. Hand passes off for Sin. Goes for goal. Narrow off the left foot for the minor score. So 1-2-8 on the board for Port Adelaide. Geelong 2 straight 12 and they're quick to play on from full back.
And it's up towards half forward for Port Adelaide to pinch it back. Marshall sells it one way, then the other. Inside 50, Charlie nicks it up with one arm. Can't take the mark. It spills along the way of Duncan. He's locked up by Rosie. And the umpire will ball it up 45 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal. The Cats 2 straight 12, Port Adelaide 1-2-8. An electric start here at the Adelaide Oval. Dixon slaps it down to Willem Drew. Hand pass to Butters. Unleashes Narkle. On to Bowie's flying shot misses to the right. That would have been the perfect start. Into the 22 for Junior Rioli. He misses to the right-hand side and Geelong's leaders cut to 3.
Just another example of their ability to use those hands when under immense pressure from the opposition, Port Adelaide.
I can't believe Rosie and Butters are just in everything.
Everything.
Tui played on from full back. Hand pass to Duncan, who gave it off to Smith, and then Smith went down the line off the pack. Hands again from Geelong, impressive. Guthrie with the ball inside half forward, wasn't a great kick, and Bergman just snuck in ahead of his opponent Cameron and knocked it over the boundary line near the 50, left half forward for Geelong.
What I will say as well from Port Adelaide's perspective, I actually really like the Bergman-Cameron matchup. Bergman's a big lad, good overhead.
See whether he's got the speed in the tank to go with him. That was actually quite funny, man.
No one went up in the ruck, so it was easy for Williams, who got the hand pass away for Port Adelaide. Sends a spiralling kick in the middle of the ground. How will it bounce? Burn Jones couldn't get onto it. Mitch Duncan can. Simulate the tackle. Crowd want a free kick. It spills to Tui. Sends it towards half forward. Dangerfield worked underneath, but McKenzie gave away the free kick. Hands in the back in the eyes of the umpire. And Danger will have it out to the right. He'll kick from just outside 50.
Dangerfield just came on. He ran to that boundary throw-in, and what was funny, you caught it, Clinching. No one actually went for it. Danger's looking into the middle, and it's almost landed on his head. He's got the distance in here. It's just whether, I guess, he wants to test it. No, he thought about going short.
Having missed 4 games with a hamstring injury, the Geelong captain from outside 50 sets fly. It's across the face. Close underneath it. In front, Ollie Henry couldn't take the mark. Butters with a hand pass to both for Port Adelaide. To Rosie, who's never far away. He's clearing kick only as far as Jack Henry, who takes the mark for the Cats.
looked at the corridor, decided it wasn't on, so he went down the line to O'Connor, or at least diagonally out towards the boundary to O'Connor. Takes the mark, steadies. Now he plays on. Sends it about 20 from goal. Big pack forms. Dangerfield had hands on the ball, and off the tackle is taken by Smith, or rather Cameron, with a snap over the shoulder, only just wide. Geelong 2-1-13. Port Adelaide 1-3-9. Crossed over 12 minutes in this opening quarter.
That was an incredible kick as he's gone short. Aliir takes them up, but he's literally taken that like a soccer-style kick directly over his head.
Gave it back to Houston, out towards Bogue, who got high contact from DeConing. He'll take the free kick in front of the two benches. Geelong leading by 4 points. Travis Bogue has the footy in his hands. He's got Dixon at half forward, Marshall deeper than that. He puts it more central towards Powell Pepper. Stewart flies for Geelong. Can't take the mark. Got it down to Atkins. Kicks into the middle of the ground. Worked out of it Jeremy Cameron. Where Williams gathers for Port Adelaide. Good support to McKenzie. Feeds it away to Finlayson. Long kick inside 50. Dixon the target. Got first bite to it. Sliding in Zach Guthrie. And then O'Connor's mowed down by Marshall. There's not a second to hesitate. The umpire will ball it up 40 metres out from Port Adelaide's goal.
Defenders from both sides under the pump, aren't they?
Yeah.
Quick ball movement, one-on-one contest.
Zach Guthrie came with his man then to go with Dixon.
Ruckman nullify each other. Geelong come away eventually towards close. Taken in a nice tackle. Went to ground. Picked up by Wines. Head pass forward. Ball comes to the ground again. Away from Butters. Slow to get up from that clash. Two Butters. Keep an eye on that. Atkins clears the area for Geelong. And then a good mark taken in the middle of the pack by Williams. So at right half forward, Port Adelaide will go deep again. Butters still down.
A chance to go inside 50 for the 10th time as he sends it in the direction of Dixon. DeConing in front, spills the way up Burne-Jones, snaps it around his body. Marshall wrestles on the goal line and hits the right post. As Marshall and Kolajasny collided, it almost threatened to bounce through, but into the right goal post. Geelong leading by 3 points.
A red-hot start.
And the umpire ruled here. Well, he's brought back Stewart. He said he maybe went too early. Anyway, he's played on now. Gives it onto the Koning, who goes wide and long out on that eastern side. Good mark. Point of the square at left half forward, taken by Houston. So Houston will send Port Adelaide back inside 50 and deep. Keeps it low and piercing and looking for Marshall. And Marshall stretched up and took a good mark in front of the eyes in the left forward pocket.
Just grown with stature, didn't he? He had a great year last year, Todd Marshall. But there's real intent now, the way he actually gets up at the football, as opposed to maybe thinking he's going to sit behind a Charlie Dixon, you know, a second or a third key defender. Really presents himself. And earlier when they went inside 50, he had the chance to handball to Travis Bogue. The senior player thought, no, I'll evade, and dropped it back inside 50.
Todd Marshall with 18 goals, 8 on the season. 6th in the best in Ferris last season. Hooked the kick slightly, minor score. 1 goal, 5 on the board for Port Adelaide. Plays Geelong 2 goals, 1. Jack Paqueta on the boundary.
Port Adelaide's Zach Butters has finally made his way to the bench. He's on his haunches, getting a couple of deep breaths in. Doesn't look like there's too much concern over him, but I'll keep you posted.
Thanks, Jack. Duncan into Smith, gave it back to Mitch Duncan. He works it into the middle of the ground, and it's marked by Tanner Bruin. Feeds it back to Isaac Smith. Third touch in the possession, up towards Dangerfield, who marks it left half forward. A congested forward 50, so he comes inboard to Buse. He has it just attacking side of the AFL logo. Feeds the hand pass to Gary Rowan. He looks inside 50, puts it in the direction of a lunging Mark Blitzabs. Can't take the mark. O'Connor tries to charge his way through. Burne-Jones lays the tackle. And the umpire will ball it up 35 metres out from the Geelong goal. Now at the Cathedral end of the Adelaide Oval. Cats by 2 points. Quickly tossed to the air. Hawkins doing the ruck work. Spills down the way of Wines at Port Adelaide. Hand pass out in front of Williams. Dangerfield laid the tackle. Ball spills clear. Tui with a little toe poke away from his defensive goal. He dodges and weaves away from Sin. Kicks inside 50. Hawkins and Rowan. Flies to the back. Where Close is trying to get onto it. Feeds the hand pass to O'Connor. To Hawkins. To Stengel. He tries to draw the opponent, Houston, who gets a touch onto it. as he hesitated whether to give the half pass over the top to Rowan. It's through for a minor score. Geelong lead by 3 points at the 17-minute mark of the opening term on Grandstand AFL.
I think he wanted to give the handball Stingle too. It was just good defensive work. They closed him down and he tried to get it over the top.
Cats of old trying to be too unselfish. Meanwhile, Port Adelaide's got it out to centre wing. On this broadcast side, Narkle approaching front on. Ollie Henry got him high, free kick. Henry looks towards the middle, dangerous kick, comes off.
Just so clean, Crossy.
Duncan with the ball. Just inside the centre square, decides to slow things up by going across to Collar Jasny, and then they go out to the eastern side. De Koning has it now with the mark. Plays on straight away into the scoreboard pocket. Aaliyah going back, got a hand on it. Burton picked it up, hand passed it away. McKenzie was taken towards the line, and if he was a rugby league player, you'd say try. He drived over then. He was quite happy in the scoreboard pocket to throw in.
And it doesn't look like Port Adelaide happy with the Bergman-Cameron matchup. McKenzie's now gone to him.
Cats have it inside their attacking 50, thrown in. Hawkinson, the rucker against Lyset. Spills down to the front. Sin couldn't take it. Burton could. Hand pass to Wines under enormous pressure. Williams just got boot to ball as he was being tackled. Tui races onto it. Sidesteps Powell Pepper. Hand pass to Blitzabs. Out in front of Cameron, who tries to run the boundary line. Knocked it past Bergman. And Sin trying to keep it alive. He probably should have stepped over. It stays in. Atkins with a long kick towards the goal mouth. McKenzie said he spoils it away from Rowan. Straight to Wines, front and centre. Up towards half-back. Dixon cannons in. Surely made high contact with Stewart. And the Cats will get another opportunity to go inside 50. Tom Stewart to take the free kick at right half forward, with Geelong leading by 3 points.
And Port Adelaide just lacking a little bit of composure, exiting their D50 through Wines. Just hacked it on the boot, kick to an outnumber, draw the free kick. Geelong's footy.
Stewart goes short to Guthrie, and then straight back to Stewart on the run from 55 metres, sends it to the top of the goal. So again, Rowan had the lead, had the chance, took the mark. Lycett looks at his teammates and says, where were you?
I think they're looking at Williams on that occasion, just allowed that separation. And one thing with Gary Rowan, if you give him time and you give him space, he will launch at the footy, so you've got to get body on him. Williams failed to do so on that occasion and paid the price.
Trent McKenzie, Ryan Burton, or whoever it is, they just have to go with him. He will commit to the contest.
Yeah.
So Rowan, 10 goals, 4 on the season. In he comes, 20 out, no mistake. Cats have another one. And move along to 3-2-20, Port Adelaide, 1-5-11. We've crossed over 19, nearly 20 minutes into this opening quarter on Grandstand AFL. Neil Cross, Matt Clinch with you, Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco, your experts.
And I guess that's why Geelong are so dangerous ahead of the ball, Jamo, when you've got Hawkins, Cameron, if they're not influencing, then you've got a Rowan and a Stengel and guys like that can hit the scoreboard.
Yeah, break close too, bring it to ground. Isaac Smith, they just run and they can kick from they have the ability to cover a big distance with their kick. And as we're seeing tonight, the accuracy at 74% disposal efficiency, they are finding their target.
2 goals for Gary Rowan, having missed a period with a calf injury, his first game back. And Geelong open up a 9-point advantage after Port Adelaide had 4 of the last 6 scores, but they'd all been behinds. Back in the middle, Blitzavs and Lyset, spills down the way of Tanner Bruin. Couldn't take the footy. Rosie could. Hand pass chopped off by Blitzavs. Dangerfield can't gather. Blitzavs goes again. Back to Bruin, who lost his footing. He's tackled by Burton. Umpire waves play on, but there was high contact. And Tanner Bruin will take it at centre-half forward for Geelong. He veers out onto the right, looks into the pocket. Gary Rowan's on the lead. He's got it once more. Flying on top of Aaliyah. He's unstoppable at the moment. And a chance to go back and kick his third.
And just looking at some of the statistics, guys, a couple of areas I think Ken Hinkley would have a few issues with. Port Adelaide's 6 free kicks against to Geelong's 1. That's been a trend throughout the course of the season. And at the moment as well, the tackle count, 11-5 in favour of the Cats. Port Adelaide can't apply enough pressure to the ball carrier.
He's always threatened to do this in big games. Gary Rowan out to the right, 35 metres out for his third in the opening quarter. He's got it. And Geelong skip out to a 15-point advantage. 4-2-26 to Port Adelaide, 1-5-11. 21 minutes gone, opening term on ABC Sport. You're with Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
And that centre bounce there, Port Adelaide had first possession of it too. They were away, they fumbled, Geelong cleaned up. They had 3 players ahead of the football, albeit they fumbled. And to your point, Josh, they got a free at centre-half forward there, but Port Adelaide were left for dead after that fumble.
Look, I reckon they're really well spotted there, Jamo, and that was the thing. We spoke about their hands are so good at shifting the angles, but if it doesn't come off and you get caught offside, as Port Adelaide were on that occasion, Geelong just had full face of goal, didn't they?
Consecutive goals for Geelong, and handy 15-point advantage as we close in on quarter time. The bounce, and Lycett had the tap down, and again it's straight to Butters. He's able to break away inside 50. His kick carried a bit too far over Powell Pepper. Stewart went to ground. De Koning flicked out a hand pass to O'Connor. He was brought down. Umpire called play on, and the ball's over the boundary line just outside. Port's attacking 50 on the eastern side of the Adelaide Oval.
Brian Myers and Jack Bowers are the only 2 Geelong players that haven't had a touch. The influential ones that need to for Port Adelaide, Dixon, Powell Pepper and Lycett, have not had a touch.
Thrown back in, free kick in the right battle, this time going Geelong's way against Scott Lycett, who had arms around the body of Mark Blitzhouse. Geelong lead by 15 points. Gary Rowan with 3 goals, 3 of Geelong's first 4. As Blitzhouse sends it as long as he can around the wing. It's over the head of Ollie Henry. Stengel got hands to it. He can't hang on to the mark in front of Burton, and a boundary throw-in. Fallen for one of the Cardinal sins of not opening the window, Jammer.
Oh, I know. I just realised it. Get it open.
Place is rocking. Get the atmosphere inside. Thrown back in. Lycett in front position. Wins down the tap. The way of Wines, who tries to squeeze a kick forward, but it's Myers for the Cats who's onto it. Hand pass to Holmes, and they're out again. Stengel at 55 into the pocket. Down low for Cameron. Can't take them up. McKenzie with a spoil. Hawkins tried to knock it on. Couldn't get it past Bergman though, who sends a long clearing kick up towards halfback. And Ollie Henry was waiting for that kick. Takes the intercepting mark for the Cats.
Another kick exiting D50 for Port Adelaide, lacking composure. They're under the pump at the moment, the back 6 for the Power.
Ollie Henry inboard to Bruin. So Bruin now plays on. Inside 50 goes scoreboard pocket. Cameron pulls it down with one hand. Not the mark though. Goes to ground and eventually close to the boundary line and over. So that's about 30 around from the goal face at the Cathedral end of the Adelaide Oval.
30 more disposals to Geelong. 20 more kicks than Port Adelaide Geelong. So again, covering the ground, putting into areas of concern, and the defence under pressure.
Both Ruckman and in this case Hawkins pushing against Lycett. Neither got a touch. Myers picked it up. Got a kick that went about 1.5 metres, and now they've forced the ball up. It remains inside 50 for the Cats late in the opening quarter with a 15-point lead.
13-9. Also the tackles Geelong's way as they ram up the pressure. Horn Francis tried to surge his way forward. He was taken high and will get the shot on goal. We'll get the shot from defensive 50, I should say, as he was just able to slip underneath the tackle from a lunging Max Holmes. And Jason Horn-Francis in the left back pocket looks straight down the middle. Ollie Wines dropped the mark, sliding in. Farrell has to try and charge forward. He can't do so as he's locked up by Holmes. And the umpire will ball it up on the eastern side, western side of the Adelaide Oval, with Geelong leading by 15 points.
Well, to be fair on that one too, Clinchy, as well, it was not the umpire in charge, it was the one behind in a different angle that actually picked up the high tackle.
Horn-Francis slung around onto the ground. The umpire says that was okay from Blitzarves. Have seen that adjudicated as dangerous. Off the ruck contest. Ball comes to ground again. In there is Dangerfield trying to push his way through it. The umpire says no prior opportunity in that case. So the superstar former Crow hands the ball over. It's in the air again. Dangerfield gets it, just puts the ball 20-30 metres inside forward 50. But McKenzie with the relieving mark for Port Adelaide. They don't stop. They immediately look for that short pass and exit straight through centre half back to Williams.
Williams sends it as far as he can in the direction of Charlie Dixon. To Konings there, it spills to the back. Ollie Henry got there first. McKenzie tries to lay the tackle. Hand pass to Holmes, back to Ollie Henry. Hand pass to O'Connor. Tied up against the boundary line. Bruin looks to send it up the wing. Close was able to throw a boot at it, made it work. He gets past Farrell. Hand pass to Myers, who turned it straight over to McKenzie at Port Adelaide. And they're on further afield. Up to Charlie Dixon, who marks it left half forward. He's got McIntyre and Horne-Francis short, but he takes too long in deciding where to go. He now looks into the pocket. Horne-Francis the target, but Stewart was able to get there. And offhands it goes out of play in the left forward pocket for Port Adelaide. Geelong by 15 points.
Great call, Clinchy. It was just way too slow. That turnover, Brian Myers, just that forward handball, just hoping that there was someone there, which is the way Geelong have played up until that particular point. But Charlie Dixon just missed the body.
Doing the ruck work here against De Koning. It spills the way of Max Holmes. Clear of the two ruckmen into the middle of the ground. Rowan flies. Can't come down with a footy. Burton gathers. Goes for home from long range. It might get there. Questions as to whether there was a shove on the goal line as Jack Henry tried to get a hand to it. The umpire says all clear. And Port Adelaide will take it anyway. It'll come at this stage. Ryan Burton back into the side and with a long-range goal from outside 50. The Cats 4-2-26 to Port Adelaide 2-5-17. Didn't the Power need that ahead of quarter time?
Well, they definitely did, Clinchy, and I was just about to say, and that against the grain, Port Adelaide, I thought, up until that point that they kicked that goal and finished with the goal, that they looked a little bit out of sorts. They've been lacking composure. They've been making fundamental errors, and against the grain, Burton was able to finish with a major.
Well, Gary Rowan, his immediate opponent, was up for it, so he should. He's kicked 3 goals in this first quarter, taken 2, one absolute screamer, and almost took another, put it down at his immediate opponent with great skill, which is why, and part of the reason that he's actually in the side, because he does use the football so well out of defence.
I think Rowan might keep flying tonight. Out of the middle, Wines battling on the ground. Can't get her away from Blitzarves. And it was Holmes who came over the back of Houston. So Houston will get the free kick for Port Adelaide from the back. Head passes off. The run of Farrell. He's not quite on his left foot, but he gets there. And he drives it long. 20 from goal. Ball over the back to Koenig. Picks it up. Couldn't release the hand pass. Dixon! Snap it goal. And just missed. He hooked it too far off the left foot from the top of the goal square. Port Adelaide have wasted some opportunities. 2-6-18 trailing. The Cats 4-2-26.
Tom Stewart brings Geelong back into play. Spots Blitzhouse all on his own at halfback. Chips it over the top. And Myers marks just inside the field of play. Has a player running past in Isaac Smith. Gets the hand pass away. They've gone from defence to attack so quickly. Hand pass to Tom Atkins, who can take a bounce, get to the top of the 50. Long kick looking for Tui. Sets himself against Marshall. Unable to get a kick onto it was Sin. It spills the way of Tui. Hand pass to Hawkins. You know how that ends. Swings onto the right and puts it through. And makes Port Adelaide pay with a goal just ahead of quarter time. Tom Hawkins is on the board to join Gary Rowan, who's kicked 3, and Brad Close. The Cats are 5-2-32 to Port Adelaide 2-6-18 at the 30-minute mark of the opening term.
I'm not sure the Port Adelaide coaching staff would be all that happy. Point kick, slow play. Had to find a play, but as you call, Clinchy, the transition from Geelong was unbelievable. Almost went coast to coast, unopposed by any Port Adelaide. Too many Geelong players free, creating that scoring opportunity for Hawkins.
I called the Adelaide West Coast game, and respectfully, West Coast struggling. So Adelaide were able to move the ball with enormous speed. But I think the Melbourne-Collingwood game last week, and even this game here, I think that, it'd be fair to say, the game is actually getting quicker. From one end to the other, you just do not have the time to settle down, man up, and take a breath.
In the middle, Tanner Bruin comes away. Gets first possession, kicks down to half forward. Stengel almost took the mark. Ball comes to the front. Holmes was there. His kick smothered for Geelong. Wines picked it up. Rosie fumbled the hand pass. Ball on the ground again. Slipping in there. And the umpire says, let's ball it up. Holmes with the tackle over the top. And the last man up will be Wines to surrender the ball.
And I saw you look at me angrily then, Clinchy, when I mentioned Collingwood.
Not at all. It was a great game of footy. As Rosie tries to get the clearance to Butters, but Holmes slid in. His kick was partially tackled as he tried to get away. And Houston's hand pass is picked off. Myers inside 50, does this so well. Close couldn't hang on down low. Hand pass to Stengel, knocks it onto Rowan. To Jezza Cameron on the left. Got it. Off balance. Lunging to his left, but he's able to skew it straight over the goal umpire's hat. And the Cats finish with 2 quick goals ahead of quarter time to blow it back out to a 20-point lead. After Ryan Burton closed it to 9 points, 2 quick goals has the Cats 6-2-38 to Port Adelaide 2-6-18 and all of a sudden getting full toll for their dominance.
And just having a look at the stoppages between the arcs, so basically the mid-ball up to mid-boundary throw-ins, Geelong is sending 2 forwards up to the stoppage, which is looking, if you're looking from... if you're here at the ground having a look, they've got 4 forwards ahead of the footy. So they're able to isolate Hawkins, they're able to isolate Cameron. They get speed on the ball. Those forwards that were at the stoppage are able to reset aggressively, and Port Adelaide are caught scrambling, as they were on that occasion.
Not long to go to quarter time. Everybody can take a breath. It's been absolutely quick out there. And again, just out of the middle, Blitz halves had the better of it. Wines got in the way, or rather Houston did, gave it the Wines. And at quarter time, the Cats have been dominant, at least on the scoreboard. Geelong 6-2-38, Port Adelaide 2-6-18. Run through those goal kickers. Clinchy just mentioned for Geelong, Rowan with 3, Close, Hawkins and Cameron. And for Port Adelaide, Butters and Burton. So Port Adelaide at quarter time by 20 points. This is Grandstand AFL.
Gruen is back for a brand new season, analysing advertising utilising AI, CGI, GPT on your ABC.
What the?
Engaging enhanced Will Anderson technology.
Unsubscribe.
It's the future. Real intelligence, artificially enhanced.
It's already here.
No actors, AI or actual were harmed during the making of this promo.
It makes me feel so inhuman.
Gruen, back Wednesday, June 21 on ABC TV and streaming on ABC iView.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Cameron, who sent it to the top of the square, came off hands, Rowan with the snap. And the Cats are on the board, and they've taken the lead.
Gives the hand pass to the runner, Max Holmes. Gets to 55 to the goal mouth. Stengel! Almost taking the mark. And the soccer tree by Close. Geelong with the opening 2 goals of the match. Winds with the half pass to Rosie. Gives the half pass to Butters. Sidesteps Blitzhouse. Gets to 45. Goes for goal. Lights up the Adelaide Oval. Just what Port Adelaide needed from one of their main men. Zach Butters fires out like a cannon. Looks into the pocket. Gary Rowan's on the lead. He's got it once more. Flying on top of Aaliyah. He's unstoppable at the moment. And a chance to go back and kick his third. He's always threatened to do this in big games. Gary Rowan out to the right, 35 metres out for his third in the opening quarter. He's got it. And Geelong skip out to a 15-point advantage. Clear of the 2 ruckmen into the middle of the ground. Rowan flies. Can't come down with the footy. Burton gathers. Goes for home from long range. It might get there. Knocks it onto Rowan. To Jesse Cameron on the left. Got it. Off balance. Lunging to his left, but he's able to steer it straight over the goal line by his hat. And the Cats finish with 2 quick goals ahead of quarter time.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
And now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
A finals-like atmosphere to start round 14 of the AFL. Gary Rowan with 3 goals in the opening term, and Geelong are red hot. 6-2-38 to Port Adelaide 2-6-18. Even though they're outside the 8, the Cats are playing like a side who are very much on the march. Matt Clinch alongside Neil Cross calling the action. Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco are your experts.
Well, I think when you've seen Richmond at their absolute best and keeping the football alive, I think that's probably the only way to describe the way Geelong are playing tonight. We talk about them coming off a bye. It has been a concern in years gone by, but that has made no difference. If anything, it has freshened them up, and they are really flying. They are clinical with their disposal. And what they're able to do, Josh, is Port Adelaide are getting their hand on the football first through Lysett. He's winning the ruck. First possession is all Port Adelaide, but yet they're fumbling. But the clearances and the way that they're moving it out of the centre and around the stoppages, it's all Geelong.
Absolutely, Jamo. And the thing I wrote in that quarter-time break was the Cats are back. They've just got this feeling about the game that their pressure's back, and supported by statistically 20-15 tackles, so +5 in tackles. They're +5 in contested possessions, 33-28. Their clearance count, as you said, even though they're losing the hit-outs, they're winning the clearances 14-10, and inside 50s they're +4 as well. So at the moment, Geelong look irrepressible. Their attack and their pressure and their intensity around the stoppage and the scramble and around the footy, and their ability to apply pressure to Port Adelaide is actually resulting in Port Adelaide lacking composure with the footy. We've seen it a couple of times through Wines and Bergman with their exits from D50. They're under the pump. They're panicking, kicking it forward, and it's playing right into Geelong's hands.
And the uncontested too, they are smashing Port Adelaide. It's 62-30, so an indication of controlling it. Marks at 20-10, so they're using the football, and they, particularly the congested area, the handball outside, and Port Adelaide are coming in 1 or 2. They're letting it out the back or out the side, and then away they go. But that was super impressive.
And one thing I'm actually looking at, and I've noticed at Port Adelaide, and this can be a result of winning 10 games in a row, I reckon their mids are just rolling the dice a little bit too much when the ball's still in dispute. I think you called it in one of the plays when Geelong kicked the goal. I reckon some of the mids, particularly Rosie and Butters, are running ahead of the footy when before they've actually gained total possession of the footy. And if they're turning it over because Geelong's pressure is good, which is happening, then they get caught offside, and that's where Geelong are taking advantage of them around the stoppage and the scramble.
And Holmes coming into the team, he's had 10 disposals in that quarter. Tanner Bruins had 10. Mark O'Connor in his 100th game, he's had 8. Zach Tui, who was going to be rested, who has come in to the team, he's also had 8 too, and Atkins with 7. And the tackling of Geelong has been super impressive, as you've highlighted, 19-14. And it's the usual suspects on the other side too, from a Port Adelaide perspective. You know, Dan Houston continues to win the football, but it's all Butters and it's all Connor Rosie that are winning a lot of the football.
7-3. The tackles inside Geelong's forward 50, so they were bringing the heat in which we know they can. Jack Paquetta's down on the boundary. Jack.
Geelong's Tom Atkins has been in the rooms that entire break, getting his forehead patched up. He had quite a sizable gash as he ran off during that break. And just looking at the conditions down here, it is absolutely perfect, not a breath of wind, but it is getting quite dewy out there, and we've seen lots of players slipping and sliding in that first quarter.
Thanks, Jack.
The new Joel Selwood, hey? Someone's gone out. Just getting patched up. Week after week, you just saw him get a patch up.
You wonder why Joel Selwood didn't start with a head. Just, save all the trouble.
Preventative measures.
Carl Dietrich look-alike.
Yeah.
But I think the other thing from Geelong's perspective as well, when you're talking about that midfield battle, if you can't get pressure on the ball carriers in the midfield, their forward line is looking super dangerous. We mentioned Rowan's looking dangerous. Give him a jump at the footy, he'll mark it. And again, you've got Hawkins, you've got Stengel, you've got Cameron that look really dangerous ahead of the footy.
Port Adelaide, the hit-outs 14-8, but Geelong, the clearances 14-10 as we get the second quarter underway. Blitzhouse tries to follow up after his ruck work. Horne-Francis is in there. He was held when not in possession. And Port Adelaide will get the opening clearance of the second quarter. Geelong leading by 20 points. Gary Rowan with 3 goals in that opening term. And the Cats with 2 quick ones ahead of quarter time. Horne-Francis injected in the midfield to start this second quarter. He'll kick laterally. Out to Ryan Burton, who takes the mark. He looks to move it towards half forward. It's in the direction of Finlayson, who's wrestling with Jack Henry. Sliding in, Paddy Dangerfield takes the mark. The Geelong captain under the old scoreboard. 45 metres out from his defensive goal.
Dangerfield takes his time, eventually now plays on, and that is a shocking bag of flour kick. And he's found Horne-Francis.
How's that?
Oh, and so was that. It was terrible. Guthrie intercepts. Ball comes off his hands as he was tackled. Port Adelaide in charge again. The hand pass went across to Houston. High inside 50. De Koning was there, had 2 touches. Umpire called play on. Kolajasny received the hand pass. Then Guthrie. Then to Kolajasny again from Tui. And he clears the area. Kolajasny up was Dangerfield. 1, 2 grabs. And then he stays down. It was a big collision with Houston somewhere in there, and Dangerfield's a bit proppy.
He's caught one, I think, but just the brute strength of Dangerfield under the football held his ground. I think he's got like a knee maybe in the ribs. No?
Right side problem.
Driver or hip?
He's finally called the play on. Off one step he goes. It wasn't his best kick. Turns it over. Horne-Francis read it best. Chest mark right on centre wing on the eastern side.
Cats by 20 points. He's a liability at the moment, so if they can get it to his direct opponent. As Horne-Francis looks to come inboard. Spots Aaliyah, who marks on the AFL logo. On the western side of the Adelaide Oval. There's nothing but players in front of him, so he kicks it laterally and McKenzie takes the mark. Just trying to stretch the Geelong defence and find an avenue forward. Rosie runs into space. That's not 15, so it's ignored. McKenzie veers out to his left. Sends it as long as a direct as he can towards Finlayson and Dixon. Jack Henry gets a hand to it. O'Connor quickly with a hand pass away. A dribbling kick from Danger. Narkles onto it on 50. Hand pass to Houston, too slow. Stengel runs him down. Got to be careful now with those tackles that you don't drive your opponent into the turf, but Tyson Stengel locks him up and wins the free kick at centre-half back.
Stengel close, Tui. There's speed from behind, isn't it?
Stengel called to play on, uncertain. Then he goes slightly back and still inside defensive 50 and very short. And he found Stewart. And the experienced Stewart then from left half-back to right half-back found Duncan, and his kick outside defensive 50 wasn't great. It was off the hands of Burne-Jones. And fortunately for the Cats, over the boundary line. So a throw in left half forward for Port Adelaide, attacking that cathedral end of the Adelaide Oval in the second term and trailing by 20 points.
Toss back into play. Lysette takes front position against Blitzhouse, wins down another tap. Ollie Henry races after it. Holmes as well. Henry gathers, squeezes a kick up the wing. A bouncing ball in which Lysette should get there first. Hand pass to Houston. Feeds it inboard. Works it away to Williams, who bangs the left boot long towards 50. Dixon comes charging out. DeConey and Guthrie sport each other, and Narkles kick inside 50. It rolls out of play in the left forward pocket. He'll be given the benefit of the doubt. And a throw in the left forward pocket for Port Adelaide.
And even that kick there from Stengel, it's just that perceived pressure, isn't it? Hasn't played a lot of AFL football recently, obviously, but just lacking a little bit of composure.
Just a fair step up, you'd say, from the SANFL and the VFL. For a finals-like atmosphere. As it's thrown back in, Dixon and Rosie both lay the tackle on Mark O'Connor, playing in game 100 tonight, the sixth Irishman to do so. Gave Rosie a bit of a fend-off as well, which the crowd weren't all that impressed by. DeConey slaps it down for the Cats. Holmes is taken high as he tries to cut past Jason Horne-Francis. Max Holmes to take the free kick for Geelong in the right back pocket. Geelong by 20 points.
He wanted so much to switch that ball. Instead, he's forced to come down this broadcast side again. Kicks long, we couldn't get it, nor could Dangerfield. Dangerfield on the ground. Hand pass back.
Good close.
And tackled solidly was Ollie Henry. They all crowd in. Narkle making the tackle. Jack Paquetta down there on the boundary.
Good news for Geelong. Tom Atkins is back in the game with a swollen cheekbone, though.
Lysette tries to take another ruck. He kicked it forward, but straight to Mark O'Connor of Geelong. Comes into the middle of the ground for Smith. Hand pass to Zach Guthrie. Run down by Marshall. Got a boot to it just as the tackle was laid. Kolodziejski's kick is smothered, though, by Houston. Port on the turnover. Powell Pepper onto it. Draws an opponent. Hand pass around Jack Henry to Houston. He can link it forward to right half forward. Marshall inside 50. Rosie takes the mark. On a 45-degree angle, 40 metres out from goal.
Todd Marshall take a bow. That was outstanding chase down, wasn't it? Even though he didn't get rewarded with the holding the ball decision, just a great tackle.
Yeah. And then another disposal too.
Yeah.
Or the smother, Dan Houston. Just Geelong a couple of occasions hanging onto the footy too long.
Connor Rosie looking to try and score Port Adelaide's first goal since the 28-minute mark of the opening term. An important kick. It's not his best off the outside of the boot. It slams into the right behind post, out on the full. Very uncharacteristic. No change to the score. Geelong still by 20 points through 5 minutes of the second term.
Duncan brings the ball back in, stays out on the eastern side, finds Guthrie in a bit of space.
That's really poor defence from Port Adelaide there, Crossy. That's a 40-metre kick and couldn't close it down.
Just too high for Rosie and in front of Houston. So the ball inboard now slightly, and Duncan is the recipient just near the point of the centre square. And left half back doesn't know exactly what to do. Goes to centre half back, kick across the ground and finds O'Connor. Hand passes off. Running for him was Guthrie. Guthrie goes long, keeps it on this broadcast side, finds, as it turns out, a bouncing ball, finds Boak, and then he gave it to Narkle, and then Dixon. Powell Pepper threads his way through a couple, finds in the corridor Drew. Drew gives him a return hand pass and was at his feet and was behind him anyway. Powell Pepper fights on, pushes off one, inside 50 now at the kick. Well read by O'Connor. Broke away from Finlayson, took the intercept mark, and the Cats are away out on the eastern side.
About 7 inside 50s Port Adelaide for no show of it. Narkle tries to win the ball in the middle of the ground. Able to combine with Ollie Wines. He gathers the mid-season recruit and goes short to Finlayson. He's at centre for the edge of the centre square. He threads the needle and finds Tom Marshall pushing forward. He had Boak and Powell Pepper. In the end, Marshall was the best of the options, directly in front, 45 out from goal.
Narkle was outstanding on that occasion. He took possession of the footy in the centre of the ground. He looked up. There were 3 Geelong players all on their own inside Port Adelaide's forward 50. Just lowered his eyes. If he had it blazed away, it would have been a turnover. And again, as a result of that composure, just lowering your eyes and finding the spare, Port Adelaide get a shot on goal.
Couple of goals last week against the Western Bulldogs. 7-3 in his last 2 for Todd Marshall. Can he look to close the gap for Port Adelaide from 45 metres out? It's beautiful off the boot. And Port Adelaide are on the board to start the second quarter. Cuts the gap back to 14 points Geelong's way. 6-2-38 the Cats to Port Adelaide 3-6-24.
And Clinchy, just looking at some of the stats, are just a turnaround in fortunes for Port Adelaide. The inside 50s currently are 8-zip. Geelong yet to go inside their forward 50. 7 minutes played in this second quarter. And the tackle count, an area where Port Adelaide were just a little bit off, currently 6-2, +4 in their favour.
Well, they've been able to negate that run out of defence, albeit they've actually had a lot of the football in their forward half, which that indicates too. But Geelong haven't been able to get it really past the centre of the ground or even, their half-forward line with that run and rebound that they did in the first quarter.
And I think that's when Port Adelaide's at their best, when the game's played in their front half, as are most sides. But if they play the game which they pride themselves on their front half, that's when they can get it on their terms.
Taken 8 minutes, but finally the first score of this second quarter. In the middle, ball goes to Drew for Port Adelaide. Off to Lysett, the ruckman. Thought about a hand pass, tumbled the kick towards half forward. Powell Pepper under pressure from Guthrie, couldn't get it. Tui took it, gave it to Dangerfield, stood in a tackle. Off to Guthrie by hand, wide on the wing. He's got Blitzarves. Takes the mark immediately. He goes off to Grind Myers, who went short. Bergman came late, knocked it away from Cameron. Follows up, tumbling over the ball. Accidentally soccers it towards centre wing. Tui's on the bottom, trying to get the ball out. Gets to his feet, and the ball's still being held to him by Powell Pepper. The umpire says, let's have it. Ball up.
Bergman was so good on that occasion, but to be fair, Grind Myers' kick was poor. Yep. It just had to sit and wait for the football to come, and the speed got to the contest.
From the throw up, Sin was able to break clear for Port Adelaide. Hand pass to Wines, kicks towards half forward to Koning and Stewart both fly. Zach Guthrie at ground level. Hand pass to Smith, cut past Marshall. Pressure from McEntee, got it back to Guthrie. Sends it out towards half back, and Jack Henry back with the fly. Was able to take a clever mark in front of Travis Boat. Cats leading by 14 points. 10 minutes gone, second quarter. Port Adelaide with the only goal so far as he sends up towards Ollie Henry. Flying from behind McKenzie, spoils it down. Tanner Bruin couldn't take it first time. Shovels a hand pass back to Jack Henry. It stays in play. McKenzie tried to leave it for Boak. In the end, it was Bruin who slid in for the Cats. Kicks up towards Cameron. Aaliyah flies over the top. Gary Rowan hit it with speed. Dodging and weaving. Great kick to close at right half forward. He marks 60 out from home. Hand pass over the top to Isaac Smith. Hand pass into the pocket for Tom Hawkins. He can center it or go himself. Beautiful vision. He spots Zach Tui all on his own. And the Irishman in the left forward pocket will kick from 30 metres out.
Well called, Clinchy. Although it was outstanding. Gary Rowan just pinned the ears back, didn't he? But didn't blaze away. Just spotted up close. And I guess what Geelong are renowned for is just that unselfishness and inside 50. Hawkins just looked inside, found a free, shot on goal. Great bit of play for the Cats.
So there's that Guthrie down here that maybe kicked the footy in under pressure, wasn't it, too? And then just down the line. But Port Adelaide actually forced Geelong to do that, but they were able to manoeuvre, as you call it.
Wasn't originally part of the 22. Zach Tui came in for John Segler. And a chance to strike here in the second term for the Tats. Tui comes in and hangs it out to the left. A minor score. Geelong lead by 15 points. Their first inside 50, and they were able to score for it. From it. Port Adelaide have been inside 50 on 8 occasions and just the one goal. Counts by 15 points.
Yeah, efficiency required, isn't it, too? But great defensive work, Geelong.
Williams plays on, goes long and high, and it comes off hands to Duncan. Then he hand passed forward to a man with his back to play. And Jack Henry had to surrender the ball after being tackled straight away. So, neutral ball. Umpire throws it in the air, and there was holding in there. The Cats will get the free kick. It'll go to Holmes.
He's playing some sort of game.
So he's got the hand pass option inside. He decides against that as Smith runs around. So instead he goes to Stewart, and it was a bounced ball. And then Stewart was actually met and tackled by Powell Pepper, who can now take the ball away. Play on. Port Adelaide with players forward. Marshall picks it up. Hand pass on 50 to Wines. Across the goal face, looking for McEntee. Oh, great defensive work from Hughes. Somehow got across and took it away from McEntee. He was all set for the mark.
Sent it out to Tui, who had his arms chopped. The Port Adelaide fans won't love that.
Sam Powell-Pepper, outstanding. Hasn't had a lot of the football, but just anticipated where the handball was going to go and picked off Stewart.
Tui veers out to the right. Geelong by 15 points. Long down the wing in the direction of Cameron. It clears he and Lyset. Houston in the back for Port Adelaide. Buster Bergman, not a moment to hesitate as he's tackled. Ball spills the way of Myers and he gets a free kick. In the back, Geelong's way. Brian Myers inside 50. Hawkins on the lead. He marks on his chest. 10 metres in from the boundary in the left forward pocket. And that's what Brian Myers has done so well this season. The number 2 for goal assist. Put it right on the chest of Tom Hawkins.
The umpires might need to be escorted off at half time. The Port Adelaide supporters not happy at all with a couple of those decisions.
And I think it was just the brute strength too of Hawkins on Aliir. Maybe just with the kick before it hit. Used his body, pushed him to side. Aliir went to ground.
1 goal already for Tom Hawkins. Out to the left. Geelong's just second inside 50 this quarter. And Hawkins has got it. Steering it straight through the middle from deep in the left forward pocket. Geelong back out by 21 points despite Port Adelaide's dominance early in this second quarter. The Cats 7-3-45. Port Adelaide 3-6-24. Through 14 minutes in the second term on ABC Sport.
Well, whether it's luck or whether it's just over-enthusiasm by Port Adelaide too, but at the moment, free kicks 12-5 in favour of Geelong.
It's been an issue for Port Adelaide, particularly in the early part of the season, hasn't it, Jamo? Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a little, obviously the intent to close and make physical contact and impact is there, but they just need a little bit more composure and a little bit more smarts about how they do it.
Yep.
21 the margin. So the Cats have withstood at least some momentum shift in favour of Port Adelaide to start this second term. Ball back in the middle. Dangerfield bursts out of there. Sends it down to half forward with a long kick. Burton covers it as it bounces up and he takes it towards the boundary line. And over before Stengel can get to it. And just inside attacking 50 for Geelong. Heading towards that River Torrens into the Adelaide Oval.
Otters and Rosie had 8 in the first quarter. At the moment, they've only had 1 each in the second.
Still night in Adelaide.
2.
Good conditions for football.
Maybe 3.
Butters now in ball with the hand pass to Sin. Then to Horn Francis. Wanted to go back to Butters. Crashed into Ollie Henry. He got him. And now Henry makes the tackle on Horn Francis. Taken to ground. And he's caught for holding the ball. Tried to get through.
That was hot, wasn't it?
So it'll be Jack Henry to take the free kick. Sends the Cats forward.
Towards Hawkins and Aliir in from the side. McKenzie spoils it down. Butters back inside defensive 50. Williams under pressure. Bergman tried to win it for Port Adelaide. Spills off Stengel. Hot footy to be won. Rosie was taken high. He'll get the free kick and Port Adelaide fans are relieved. There's a bit off the ball with Hawkins in. McKenzie's in there as well. Williams as well. Eventually they'll be separated. And Connor Rosie will take the free kick. Switches it out to Aliir, who marks in the right back pocket. Riverbank stand in. Geelong leading by 21 points. Aliir looks down the middle. Risky kick. It found the intended target in Farrell eventually. In fact, it's Ryan Burton who marks out right half back. Burton wants a switch play back out to Williams at left half back. He's got 5 metres on Tom Hawkins and can advance it up the wing towards Travis Boak. Closing is Paddy Dangerfield, so seems to be moving okay after that knock early in the quarter. Boak marks inside 50, Marshall the target. Wrestles with Zach Guthrie and takes the mark. Todd Marshall too tall, too strong. He's hard against the boundary in the left forward pocket for Port Adelaide.
We're just having a look at that play from Port Adelaide's D50 exit. You talk about risk v reward. Aliir's kick, that sort of 40 metre, had a bit of hang time up the corridor, able to take the mark. But then Geelong were able to hold them up and not allow that corridor access, so they had to go around them. Terrific one-on-one contest from Boak v Dangerfield, and another great contested mark for Todd Marshall inside forward 50.
The 24-year-old young forward for the Power, deep in the left forward pocket. Looking for his second of the quarter. He comes in. It's drifting across to the right-hand side. And across the face and through for a minor score. Geelong lead by 20 points at the 17-minute mark of the second term on Grandstand AFL on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Duncan brings the ball in. Goes all but straight down the ground to Tui. Finds him on defensive 50. And then Tui says, let's just go long again. The contest between Aaliyah and Rowan. Ball comes to ground. Farrell got a kick purposefully. Couldn't find his man in Rosie. And as a result, Geelong go forward again. Ball on the ground. Smith picks it up. Takes his time back with a hand pass to Guthrie. Inside forward 50. Measured kick. Henry went up. And Farrell smashed the ball over the boundary line away from Ollie Henry. Ball to be thrown in 25 around from the goal face in the right forward pocket for the Cats.
Toss back into play. Gary Rowan's doing the ruck work. He taps it down to the front, then follows up his work. It spills off he and Farrell, and out of play in the right forward pocket. Jack Paqueta on the boundary.
Geelong will be without Tanner Bruin for the rest of this quarter. He's jogged the entire way around, all the way over to Geelong's rooms on the far side of the bench for them to assess his sore right shoulder.
Thanks, Jack. Jack Bowes is the medical sub for the Cats. Riley Bonner for Port Adelaide. As Powell Pepper tries to gather it right half back. Hand pass to Connor Rosie. Gives it to Burton and back to Rosie. Left half back for the Power. Sends it up towards Dixon. 1-on-1 and now 2-on-1. As Kolajassi backs into the pack. Clever from Jack Henry. He knocked it along the boundary line to Cameron. Hand pass inboard. Burton was in front of close. Laid the tackle. Ball spilled clear. Then Lysette lays the tackle on Mark O'Connor. And the umpire will ball it up on our broadcast screen, the western side of the Adelaide Oval. Geelong leading by 20 points.
With a tackle by Scott Lysett. He has been known and been suspended in the past for just sling tackling.
Ball comes off Lysett's hand to Drew, feeds it inboard. He got away with it. Farrell picked it up, gave it to Houston. Into the corridor he went. Burne-Jones, centre of the ground, went to go outside with a hand pass, came back onto his right foot, and Henry picks it off.
Poor kick. Jack Henry's been tremendous, hasn't he?
And half-back just drops it in short for Holmes, right on the point of the square at half-back. Back end of the logo to Smith, and then he went wide. Burne-Jones read it, got it ahead of Duncan, knocked it forward, knocked it back, as it turns out, forward for Geelong, and eventually the ball over the boundary line at right half forward for the Cats on this broadcast side. It's a 20-point lead for the Cats.
Sorry, Cross. We know how good Jason Horne-Francis is going to be. He's played 30 games, but has played 81. But Jack Henry's played 110. Now, that's another season of turns of maturity and experience, and it makes a big difference.
And he's missed a fair patch of footy as well. Willem Drew breaks away for Port Adelaide. Hand pass to Houston, up towards Dixon. The fend off onto Koning. Now trying to gather the ball at ground level. He couldn't do so. And so Koning wins the battle. Sends it through the middle of the ground. Bounce eludes Myers, who tries to race back onto it. But Farrell got there first for Port Adelaide. Bounces off an opponent. Hand pass to Lysette. He just got rid of it in time as close loom. His hack has a kick. Is dropped by Marshall. He was underneath it and couldn't claim it. Zach Guthrie's hand pass straight to Burne-Jones. Hand pass to Marshall. Inside 50. It's over the head of Dixon. Finlayson can't get there. And Jack Henry's going to be there again. He rushes it through for a minor score. Geelong by 19 points, and on a couple of occasions Port Adelaide seems certain to score.
Just dropped marks, haven't they?
Yeah.
Marshall and Dixon.
Too easy one.
Yeah.
Jack Henry, tremendous defensive work this quarter.
Yeah.
Into time on now in the second term. Cats led by 20 points at half-time. It's 19 now. At quarter time, I should say. It's 19 now. Duncan comes wide with his kick. Looking for Cameron. Horne-Francis from behind forces the ball over the boundary line.
8 goals in the first quarter and 1 apiece for the second.
Just somewhat of a lull from the crowd. We've just had such constant action in this match thus far. Off the ruck contest, Horne-Francis took it. Blitz halves got him straight away. Good work by the big ruckman, come wingman, come midfielder for the Cats.
And still a chance for Geelong as Ollie Henry gathers, kicks a spiralling ball in the middle of the ground. It would have been a turnover. It won't be. It'll come back to Geelong. In fact, it might be downfield.
Jason Horne-Francis
And the two umpires are on different pages here. One wants it to be returned to Max Holmes at centre-half back. One's paid the free kick downfield to Isaac Smith. Who's going to get right away? It will go all the way back to right half back. And no advantage is paid. So Port Adelaide would have taken the intercepting mark through Travis Boak. But the free kick given away.
Free kick count 13-6, Geelong's way.
With a notice from the local crowd. As Blitzavs sends it towards half forward. Rowan takes the mark. He's right on 50. They back away on the mark. He pokes it inside 50, looking for Jeremy Cameron. Can't take the mark. Stengel the crummer. Hand pass to Myers. Links it over the top, looking for Cameron. He volleys it to the top of the goal square. And Zach Guthrie, having pushed forward, can't take it. Both for Port Adelaide. Kicks for Narkle down low and sliding, and he takes the mark. A little bit wobbly, but he marks 35 metres out from his defensive goal.
Saved the day.
The only option he had was Narkle because the Cats had men out on that eastern side of the ground. So the kick outside defensive 50 eventually finds its way to Houston. Sends it near the interchange gates. He was looking for, and eventually, you reckon the crowd's not aware of the free kicks. Lysett gets a free kick. Holmes interfered with his arms as he tried to take the mark. So just near the interchange gates, Scott Lysett takes the ball, sends it long towards half forward. Ball comes straight off hands. Butters wide for Narkle. Off the left foot, inside forward, 50. Finlayson. I don't think it was meant for him.
I was just about to ask you that, Crossy.
Yeah, but the Lux of Fortune and Finlayson's taken it, 45-degree angle, 40 metres out.
Zach Butters was in the spot, wasn't he, too? Geelong spoiled, just straight down, handball back, and Quinton Narkle, I think he was just happy to put it into a dangerous area.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, if he didn't hit Finlayson, there was about 4 or 5 Geelong players ready to sweep on that, weren't there?
So, in game number 98, Jeremy Finlayson. In he comes, crosses the 50 and sends it long and hooks it. And in the end, does it make its way through? No, it hasn't. On the line, it's kept in by the Cats. Narkle will kick the goal. A crucial mistake by the Cats defenders right on the line. The ball came down. Pal Pepper slipped the hand pass to Narkle. And in his first game for Port Adelaide, he has his first goal, and what a valuable one it is. Port Adelaide move along to 4-8-32. Geelong 7-3-45, 24 down in the second term.
Interesting, listen to Luke Kelly, the assistant midfield coach for Port Adelaide pre-game, and he did talk about Narkle's form in the SNFL. I've seen those 2 games that he's played for the Port Adelaide Magpies. He's been outstanding and clearly the best player on the ground in each of those 2 occasions. And I mean, it's taken him a little bit of time to pick up the pace of the game. Just the one disposal in that first quarter. He's been hugely influential in this second quarter. 8 disposals, leading possession winner for Port Adelaide in the second term.
Well, I think we all agree Sam De Koning is going to be a star in the making, but get it over the line. He was on the line.
Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco with you on ABC Sport. Lysett slaps it forward out in the path of Rosie, who dodges and weaves away from danger, sends it high and long inside 50. Finlayson takes the mark. Little nudge on Jack Henry, and he marks only 15 metres out in the right forward pocket. What a centre clearance for Port Adelaide.
And again, it was that Lysett outside hit, wasn't it? It was the longer hit forward, and the speed of the Port Adelaide midfielders through, I think it was Rosie, was just able to scoop on that loose footy and send it forward for Port Adelaide, giving good one-on-one contest ahead of the ball. Finlayson just used his body superbly and took in what turned out to be an uncontested mark.
Steps out, snaps on his left, just his 4th disposal, but he now has a goal. And Port Adelaide have 2 quick on the trot to close the margin to 7 points Geelong's way. The Cats 7-3-45 to Port Adelaide 5-8-38. After 8 goals were scored in the opening quarter, just the 4 goals scored so far in this second, in which Port Adelaide have kicked 3 goals to 1.
Well, it's probably worth it. Geez, Port Adelaide, they're now getting something for all the hard work that they've put in this second quarter. They've negated Geelong. They've got the hands on their footy first. They've used it better. 13-7 inside 50s. Their hit-outs 10-4, and just to the advantage, and they've been cleaner in this second quarter, persevered, and albeit in the later part of this second quarter, they've now got 3 goals on the score.
Absolutely, well said, Jam. And I reckon it's important for Port Adelaide's psyche going into the half-time break that the margin at the moment is only 7 points. 7 points, is it? Yep, 7 points. So important for their psyche that they did kick a couple of majors, because they have had some dominance.
Inside a minute to half-time, and Geelong losing Blitzarves, the ruckman, sent from the field. Blood rule. He had a bit of an argument with the central umpire who continued to say, no, go off.
It's just great to see it from up here. So DeConning's gone into the ruck. Atkins has come on. Looks like Zach Guthrie's gone back to full back, or Stewart has, sorry. So they just had to manoeuvre their back line and set up now 6-6-6.
This is where Port Adelaide can take advantage of having DeConning versus Lycett in the ruck contest.
See what happens not long before the siren for half-time. Lycett with a tap down towards Butters. Dangerfield got it. Lycett had it briefly. Maybe was being held. Umpire will come in. No. Connor broke away. Gave it to Dangerfield. Just a little kick out towards centre wing. Sin leading close, who pushed him away. Ball still on the ground though. Sin gets it from the head pass from Wines. Has to release it. Gave it to Rowan. Little, a small kick. Finally, it's taken away by Pal Pepper. The hand pass got it off to Burton and then to Rosie. New time wasn't on his side. Took off, sent it long inside forward 50. Ball comes to ground, Duncan. And he's got support out the back and the Cats will see it off. What an exciting first half of football. And at half-time in this important clash for both sides, it's Geelong 7-3-45, Port Adelaide 5-8-38. Just through those goal scorers for Geelong, 3 to Rowan, 2 to Hawkins, and singles for Close and Cameron, and all singles for Port Adelaide. Butters, Burton, Marshall, Narkle and Finlayson.
So after Geelong kicked 6 of the first 8 goals of the match, Port Adelaide in that second quarter with 3 goals to 1 to close the margin back to 7 points at half-time. It must be said, it feels like a final between two sides who will definitely be there if the Cats can win enough games come the pointy end of the season. Port Adelaide having won their last 10 consecutive games. The thoughts of Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco with you on ABC Sport.
Well, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but the predictor, as we touched on pre-game, Clinchy, I think Geelong are going to get into the 8, but I think Port will finish in the top 2 or 3 too. And like they're playing and they're performing like that, going for their 11th win, and that second quarter it was all Port Adelaide. They really took it to one of the better teams in the competition. They negated the run, they won the football, and they actually probably would have liked to maybe got another 1 or 2 goals in terms of there's a couple of easy misses, and they were lucky to, I guess, clean up through the mistakes of Geelong. But again, the pressure that's been applied in this first half has been insane.
It has been insane. Just a couple of notes that I've written down here. I thought Port Adelaide in that first quarter looked a little bit at sea. They weren't really in the contest. I thought they were rolling the dice as a midfield group. Before they'd actually won possession of the footy, Geelong were able to capitalise on that. In that first quarter, they looked unbelievable ahead of the ball. Rowan kicked 3. Cameron looked dangerous. Hawkins looked dangerous. Stengel looked dangerous. But the first 10 minutes of that second quarter, it was almost a reversal of fortunes. Port Adelaide dominated the quarter. I think it was 8-1 or 8-zip at one stage in that second quarter in terms of their inside 50s. They couldn't quite capitalise. Rosie hit the behind post with a set shot that he would normally kick. Marshall missed a sitter in front of goal as well. So towards the back end of that quarter, it was looking a little bit grim for Port Adelaide because they weren't able to capitalise on the dominance they had. But I guess to their credit, we talked about the psyche going into half-time for Port Adelaide to kick those couple of late ones. The margin's only 7 points at half-time, so they're right in this contest.
What about Sam Pepper? Did not have a touch in the first quarter, had 7 in that second quarter. That tackle on Stewart in the middle when he anticipated. 6 contested, 5 ground ball gets, 1 inside 52 tackles. Like, he really stepped up.
He did.
And made an impact, which I think is part of the influence why Port Adelaide performed so well.
And you touched on Quentin Narkle, came in for Junior Rioli, wasn't on an AFL list 2 weeks ago, 3.5. All of a sudden, he's the second leading possession getter on the ground in that quarter with 8 disposals. 2 score involvements, 2 inside 50s and a goal, only behind Zach Guthrie.
Well, it's interesting. You look at Narkle 3 weeks ago, if you had said you'd be playing in front of 35,000 people at Adelaide Oval on a Thursday night against your old mob, I reckon he would have laughed at you. Look, and full credit to him. He's been outstanding, particularly in that second quarter.
Well, we saw Ryan Marrick too last week at West Coast, and he hasn't played AFL, but yet 2 weeks prior to that, he was playing at Box Hill.
But slightly different circumstances playing for the West Coast Eagles as opposed to playing for Adelaide. A bit at the moment, but I take your point.
Yeah, clearly though, just the ability to have the experience to come back in, and I think we know that Ken Hickley, with this side up and about as good as they are, to go, hey, this is why we got him, and he's come into the team and he's performed really well.
Well, besides anything else, for both of those players, it's 3 different teams in space of a month. Try fitting in. Which foot do you kick?
Well, Ryan Burton too, quiet in the first quarter, stepped up in that, used the football, ran and put it inside 50 on one occasion, but really smart with it. So we had Rosie and Zach Butters, who were hugely influential in the first, didn't have as much, but others around the ground started to pick up and carry the workload, but their intent was far greater. In that quarter, the back, Zach Guthrie, tremendous with 9. Patrick Dangerfield, what for me, when he was chasing Connor Rosie out of the middle, he would normally put his head down and just grow, but I think coming back Clinchy off the back of a hammy, he and the hip, that he took in that quarter, I think he's just hurting a little bit too. But
it'll be interesting to see them after half time, because Tanner Bruin, as Jack told us, came off the ground and headed down to the rooms. Patrick Dangerfield with that knock in the second quarter, and Tom Atkins looked a bit worse, where I think he just had the one disposal in that second quarter. So depending on which coaching box you're in, Josh, who would you be more content, the way and the pressure Geelong started with, or Port Adelaide feeling like in that second quarter they rode the best Geelong could throw, they just couldn't counterpunch and put it on the board?
I reckon you pretty much nailed it there. I reckon Scott would be going at quarter time definitely pleased. And I actually, as I said at quarter time break, that I said the Cats are back in terms of their pressure and the brand that we know and they're recognised for. But to Port Adelaide's credit, they've been able to do it for the last 10 games and get the 10 wins in a row, and their form, as I said, I thought early in that first quarter, up until quarter time break, they were a little bit lost. They weren't really in the contest, but to their credit, they stepped it up. Whatever Ken said at quarter time, they were able to react and get control of the game. Admittedly, they would have liked to hit the scoreboard and potentially been level, if not in front, but I'm sure the coaching staff at the Power would be quite content how they're tracking at the moment.
And as good as they were getting it inside 50, looking at the second quarter, Tom Stewart's had one touch in that second quarter too, influential in his role across the halfback. So they've manoeuvred it and worked around him the way they've gone through. Sam de Koning's had the 2. So they're actually, as winning the football, getting it in there, maybe not getting as much as they should have, but they're actually moving away from the strength of the defence in Geelong to be able to get it into their forward 50 and have a shot on goal.
And I reckon it's a really important half for Port Adelaide. Again, putting my Port Adelaide hat on, it's a really important half for Port Adelaide coming up, because you get over the line against Geelong, who have had the 12 or whatever it is, 14-day break at home, admittedly in front of a parochial home crowd. But to do that, I just really reckon that cements what they've done over the last 10 weeks.
Well, the other thing is they go into a bye, Port Adelaide, so they're looking forward to a bye. The Cats have just come off a bye and they say, geez, this footy's hard stuff.
Neil Cross, Matt Clinch, Josh Franco, Rod Jamieson and Jack Paquetta down on the boundary. Half-time at the Adelaide Oval, the opening match of round 14 of the AFL, and it's the Cats who lead by 7 points. We'll pause for the moment and get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
ABC News with Glenn Lauder. The Treasurer Jim Chalmers says the latest unemployment figures are a remarkable achievement for the Australian economy. The unemployment rates dropped to 3.6% as 76,000 jobs were added to the economy last month. Some economists are warning the stronger than expected job figure paves the way for further interest rate rises as the Reserve Bank aims to bring down inflation. Jim Chalmers says the data is a great achievement.
More Australians are in work than ever before, the participation rate is higher than ever before, and a greater share of women are in work than ever before. The number of Australians with a job is now more than 14 million for the very first time.
Urban policy experts say the New South Wales government's new plan to increase affordable housing in the state will help ease pressure on the underfunded local government sector. Housing developments worth more than $75 million, which include a minimum of 15% affordable homes, will be able to bypass council approval. CEO of urban policy think tank Committee for Sydney, Eamon Waterford, says the plan is a good short-term solution.
We are really struggling with capacity within our local government sector. So sometimes planning takes a really, really long time in this city, much, much longer, 3 times, 6 times longer than it does in other states around Australia because of a lack of funding for local government. So this isn't the structural solution to that challenge, but it is one way to get stuff done quickly.
The Labor MP, Peter Khalil, says espionage and political interference are at unprecedented levels after the Russian government was blocked from building a new embassy. The federal government's rushed through laws with bipartisan support to terminate Russia's lease of land for the embassy in Canberra. A long-running legal dispute in the federal court ended in Russia's favour, letting them keep the land. Peter Khalil's the chair of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security. He says the government has acted on security concerns.
There are many adversaries that seek to diminish our democratic processes in our system of government, and that's right across the board. And it is really unparalleled, the levels that we're seeing at the moment.
One of the companies stepping in to complete homes left in limbo by the collapse of Porter Davis hopes to have affected customers in their new homes in the next 12 months. Metricon will help finish between 300 and 500 homes under an agreement overseen by the Victorian Government's domestic building insurer. Simons Homes has also been enlisted to help complete some builds. Incoming Metricon CEO Brad Duggan says customers who opt into the process won't have to pay more than their original contracts.
Our intention is to deliver the contracts and what those customers had already arranged with Porter Davis. Where we can't deliver what is in that contract, we'll offer an alternative.
The ABC's Director of News is defending the national broadcaster's decision to cut 120 jobs. Among the redundancies is the ABC's political editor Andrew Probyn. Also under the changes, the ABC's Sunday 7pm television news bulletin will become national. Justin Stevens says while states and territories will no longer have a dedicated bulletin on a Sunday, that won't result in further job cuts.
There will be no change to the number of reporters, and we're looking to keep the same number of staff in state newsrooms on weekends because we want to make sure we're covering all the biggest state stories for a national audience.
A long-awaited British parliamentary reports found former Prime Minister Boris Johnson misled the House of Commons about parties being held in Downing Street. For almost a year, a panel of MPs has been examining testimony from Mr Johnson about parties held at Number 10 during the COVID lockdown. Mr Johnson quit as an MP last week after receiving an advance copy of the report, which says he showed contempt to Parliament. NATO defence ministers are meeting in Brussels where they'll discuss creating a timetable for training Ukrainian pilots to fly American fighter planes. The program's due to begin within weeks, although it's unclear how many aircraft will be involved and which countries will provide them. NATO chief Jens Stoltenberg says the bloc's military supporting is helping fuel Ukraine's major counter-offensive.
The Ukrainians are making gains, and the support NATO allies have been giving to Ukraine now for many, many months actually makes a difference on the battlefield as we speak.
And in Rugby League, New South Wales player Latrell Mitchell's failed to recover from a calf injury and is out of State of Origin Game 2. He also missed the series opener in Adelaide. Stephen Crichton will return to the starting side and Matt Burton has been called back in as the Blues' 18th man. That's ABC News.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it! Bye-bye! See you later!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set, bingo!
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
The mid-season recruit goes short to Finlayson. He's at centre for the edge of the centre square. He threads the needle and finds Todd Marshall pushing forward. But Todd Marshall, can he look to close the gap for Port Adelaide from 45 metres out? It's beautiful off the boot. And Port Adelaide are on the board to start the second quarter. Brian Myers inside 50. Hawkins on the lead. He marks on his chest. 10 metres in from the boundary in the left forward pocket. And Hawkins has got it. Steering it straight through the middle from deep in the left forward pocket.
And in the end, doesn't make its way through. No, it hasn't. On the line, it's kept in by the Cats. Narkle will kick the ball. A crucial mistake by the Cats defenders right on the line. The ball came down. Pal Pepper slipped a hand past the Narkle. And in his first game for Port Adelaide, he has his first goal, and what a valuable one it is.
Out the path of Rosie, who dodges and weaves away from danger, sends it high and long inside 50. Finlayson takes the mark, steps out, snaps on his left, just his fourth disposal, but he now has a goal. And Port Adelaide have too quick on the trot to close the margin to 7 points Geelong's way.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
Thursday night footy from the City of Churches as round 14 of the AFL kicks off. It's the Cats leading by 7 points at half-time. 7-3-45 to Port Adelaide, 5-8-38. But the Power fighting back in that second quarter, booting 3-1 after the Cats kicked 6 of the first 8 goals of the match. Matt Clinch and Neil Cross calling the action. Rod Jamieson, Josh Franco and Jack Paquetta with you on ABC Sport. Of course, the AFL teams have lobbed for the rest of the weekend. And there's some big news that has come out. So Isaac Heaney and Lance Franklin are both injured for their clash against the Western Bulldogs. And there's a bit of news at Whitten Oval, not to mention the Blues, but there's always news taking place. So for Brisbane, the big news that came out today was that Chris Fagan announced that Daniel Rich and Jack Gunston had both come to him and said that they didn't feel like they were up to the level following their big loss to the Hawks last week. So they joined Darcy Gardner, Jack Pryor and Hugh McCluggage, who are out, with Lester, Fort, Lolman and Fletcher coming in for the Sydney Swans. Parker and Buller come in for Clark, Heaney and Franklin, who are out.
The Rich Gunston, I'm not sure if that's good leadership or just stupid.
So both are over the age of 30. Obviously, Dan Rich has been a part of the Brisbane Lions for a long time. Jack Gunston picked up from the Hawks with the hope that he could bring some cream to the top of what would be a premiership till. But I guess, Josh, have you seen that coach, where they've gone to the coach and they won't play VFL, so they'll do a training block to try and get themselves up to the level in which the AFL footy requires. But you compare that with a Quentin Narkle who's just come in off the back of playing VFL and Sample.
I think that's where we are these days, isn't it, too? Like, let the people in charge be the adjudicator as to whether you're good enough and we want you in because of the value you have. It's almost like, go with Ted Lasso, just be a fishbowl. If you do one thing bad and you do 10 things really well, just forget the bad thing, do the 10 things really well and keep doing it. Because I think the leadership by both of those players in the team would be far better suited to have them there rather than not have them there. But that's from a distance. So obviously they've shared with the coach and the coaching group has said, yep, do it.
And then they're not playing, so how do you then
playing at all.
find form to get back into the side?
Doing a coaching, just a training block.
Yeah. Oh, anyway.
I imagine a Jordan Agoe, a sort of mini pre-season to try and see if they can get to the level required to push for a finals campaign. But you're right, at 31 and 33. It's interesting that players would go to a senior coach off the back of clearly a disappointing performance.
And Daniel Rich started the season well, I think, didn't he? And then he got injured, and then he struggled since he's coming back.
So coverage from the Gabba tomorrow night with Quentin Hull, Michael Price, Jason Ackermanis and Jamie Stanton. Coverage from 7 o'clock Australian Eastern Standard Time. On Saturday, the Giants take on the Fremantle Dockers. Taylor and Kelly come back in for the Giants. And Jaguar O'Meara returns for the Fremantle Dockers. James Ace is out with concussion. Of course, Ryan Mansell, Richmond are challenging that three-match ban that'll take place tomorrow morning at the tribunal.
I reckon if he had have committed to the contest, I think he influenced that outcome, Ace, because he pulled out, he saw it. And if he had have committed and taken the body, I don't think he'd be in the position where he is today.
Richmond take on St Kilda from the MCG on Saturday night. It is the annual Spud game. Marlon Pickett out. Richmond making the decision that he wouldn't be available for selection with the charges taking place in Perth. Miller comes in for the Tigers, and the Saints have gone with the same 22 from the previous week.
Trent
Cotchin, game 300. The iconic Tigers captain, the three-time premiership player. I've got no doubt the celebrations will be large for him on Saturday. He probably doesn't enjoy the spotlight as much on him, but what a leader he's been, and no doubt he'll get the full recognition when his career comes to a close, whether that's the end of this season or potentially a little bit further down the path. And just the squads at this stage. So Carlton taking on the Gold Coast on Sunday. Newman, Pitnet, Binns, Cunningham and Fogarty named. Motlop and Silvani have been omitted. The Gold Coast Suns, Mac Andrew comes back in. Day, Ellis, Moyle and Sexton, with Farah and Yulin have been named out. North Melbourne get back in their co-captain in Jai Simpkin alongside Greenwood and Turner. And the Bulldogs have named O'Brien, Hannon, McNeil, Gardner, Crozier, McComb, with Josh Bruce being dropped, James O'Donnell being dropped and Artie Jones as well. So there's some of the teams for round 14 of the AFL. Bit of cricket taking place tomorrow night. ABC Listen App. I know you'll be all over at Jamo. The first of the test from Edgbaston. England have named their 11. Australia haven't. Pat Cummins has spoken this morning. So it's a decision between Hazelwood and Stark, it seems. Scott Boland, he's got to play, doesn't he, after that effort in the World Test Championships? And Pat Cummins has said today in his press conference, expect a different David Warner to the last Ashes.
Well,
as if there wasn't enough pressure on Davey already.
Well, what did he averaged 9, didn't he, or 14? Something ridiculous number.
It wasn't
He's
a great
so
series.
lucky to be in that side, like really. Although there's 5 tests, isn't there, too? So he's got to pull his weight in the first one.
Maybe he should go to the coach's I'm out.
Well, he clearly hasn't, because he's called his shot and I'm retiring. This is my last game when I'm going to play. Debatable. However,
They don't tend to do that in cricket, Josh.
No.
They hang around a year or two too long sometimes.
So Mitch Stark is probably the one that might miss out, they're suggesting, in terms of the way his form is. Boland in, Hazelwood in. But Hazelwood hasn't played so much cricket.
Hazelwood's
so that's
played
the
like
concern,
3
isn't
tests
it?
in the last 2 years. So that's the big question off the back of the IPL. But yeah, I can't see a scenario where you don't go with Mitchell Starc. And Moeen Ali is playing with Jack Leach out injured. They don't have a spinner ready to go, so they brought in someone out of retirement.
But that's almost like West Coast Eagles with their like
A little bit.
isn't it?
Yeah, calling Will Schofield, and we need you out of retirement to come
Surely
back and play in
that
the
has to
waffle.
be an off spinner.
So
floating around.
7:25 tomorrow night. That's Eastern. ABC Listen app. It'll be a good company as you potentially stay awake or fall asleep. You might wake up when the wicket falls, but Jim Maxwell's over there with the team. Jonathan Agnew. You won't miss a minute of the action, so download the ABC Listen app. And is Dizzy Gillespie part of the team? South Australian zone, and of course part of our grandstand summer of cricket here in Australia. Great to hear Dizzy's over there joining the BBC team. And State of Origin Game 2, New South Wales and Queensland next Wednesday. Which is big news coming out that Latrell Mitchell is out.
Yeah, well, it's good news for Queensland. We'll just finish it off. Thank you very much. Take another series.
And how good's with State of Origin? We were here 2 weeks ago, right at this very venue too.
Were you here?
No, I couldn't get here unfortunately, but what they had, I think it was nearly 40,000, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yep,
Great
about 45,000
for Game 1 of State of Origin. Second half about to get underway. Geelong by 7 points against Port Adelaide. Here's Neil Cross.
So let's see which side comes out firing. Out of the middle, Lycett took the ball away from the ruck contest and straight away sends Port Adelaide into attack. Ball comes off hands to ground. Pepper went up high, couldn't take it. Guthrie did, off the ground. Runs outside 50, sends it long for Geelong. Aaliyah did the work on Hawkins and took a nice mark. Intercepted. Right half back, right on the point of the square.
Great body work on Tom Hawkins, who's only had the 1 goal in the first quarter.
Aaliyah looking for Boat, can't take the mark. Atkins flies in front, it spills off Max Holmes. And Sam Palpepper, who thought he was taken high and across the boundary line for a throw-in. Japaketa on the boundary.
Geelong were very late out of the rooms there at halftime, but the good news, Tanner Bruin is back for them. He's got his right shoulder strapped, sitting on the bench, ready to come back on.
Thanks, Jack. Geelong leading by 7 points, thrown back in. Blitz out and Lycett. It's tapped to the front. Dangerfield races after it. Bounces into Boak and off hands it goes out of play.
Sort of a half a hesitation there from Dangerfield about how hard he was going to chase that.
Yeah,
it's a bit lackadaisical.
Yeah. Anyway.
Missed 4 games with a hamstring injury. The reports were that he could have played last week against the Western Bulldogs. They gave him the bye to try and make sure he was right to fire. Here's Dangerfield on cue. Gets a free kick for too high. And Horne-Francis threw the ball away. That's going to be 50.
That's silly.
For a second-year player, that's a bad mistake. Not knowing the rules and just threw the ball away. And Dangerfield will be taken from the wing to now right on 50, or perhaps just inside when the umpire finishes backtracking. It's going to be a good 50. He'll be 45 metres out as Scott Lycett stands on the mark.
4-goal fall for the year, Patrick Dangerfield. He's had 11 disposals to half-time. This will be his 12th, but Clinchy going at only 18% disposal efficiency. An indication of a quality player and how much the pressure has been. Hasn't been his greatest attribute.
Max Holmes is trying to run around the back. You won't be interested in that. And Geelong's captain looking to try and start the second half with a bang from right on 50. Starts it out right, bends it back. Has it got the journey? It does. Opening goal the way of the Cats. Inside 2.5 minutes here at the Adelaide Oval. And Jason Horne-Francis pays a big toll for an indiscretion, which put the Geelong captain within striking range.
Well, Coach Josh Franco, what do you do with Jason Horne-Francis?
Don't come to the bench.
Preempted what I was just about to say. I think the good old days, do you call them the good old days? The runner would have been straight out there, come off for a spell, get on the phone and cop an absolute spray.
Because that's almost like a 10-year-old just going, it didn't go my way, and you just sort of throw it away in disgust, wasn't it, too?
Yep.
And it gets the heaviest penalty.
Yeah, you're right. It's hard enough to come by goals as it is without giving them one on a silver platter. He'd know he's done the wrong thing. Yep. Does he need to come off and cop a bit of a cook from the coach? Possibly.
Would you say it?
Oh, I don't know. I'll plead the fifth there.
Ball in the middle, Atkins picks it up. Horne-Francis grabs him straight away.
I'd do a drive-by, I think, Crossy. When he's running down the wing in front of it, I'd step out and go.
Well, Ken's on the boundary, so there's nowhere to hide.
Horne-Francis takes the ball off the ruck contest now. He's taken to ground. He was looking for perhaps a high shot.
At worst, no. I reckon the runner should go out and say, you owe us one.
I was going to say, the other alternative is you win a hard ball and kick a goal.
Yeah.
Ball goes up again.
There he
Horn
goes.
Francis receives a hand pass out of the middle, goes long with his kick. Ball comes off hands straight down the front. Guthrie again read it well. Hand pass was scrappy though, wasn't good. Pal Pepper got it out of there. On the ground, Guthrie went after it again. There could have been a high tackle on Finlayson. That's what the crowd wanted. In the end, the umpires decide, well, let's ball it up inside attacking 50 for the Power.
Throw it up. Dixon doing the ruck work against the Koenig. Slaps the boundary side towards Pal Pepper. Ollie Wines tried to give it back to Pal Pepper. He dribbles it along the goal line and through. Marshalling, wrestling on the goal line, and Sam Pal Pepper from the tight angle answers straight back for Port Adelaide. Now they might go upstairs here and just work out whether it kissed the padding on the way through.
Sam Pepper's going to be knocked out. He's running on the boundary line behind the goals where the Port Adelaide cheer squad is, and one of the floggers copped him high. What did the umpire call it initially, a goal?
Initially it was a goal. So we are all waiting for the arc to swing into rotation, in which we're not getting it on the big screen, but we're having a look as to whether it hit the padding on the right goalpost. And of course the always interest here is the goal umpire's posts where the flags are held.
Well, the pieces of tape has happened here a few weeks ago. Just a piece of tape that happened to be there.
He couldn't be any closer, could he? Like in terms of him making the decision.
I think there's enough of a gap there to give the all clear. And Jake Collett-Jasny, who was the player wrestling with Marshall on the goal line, had to watch as it agonisingly bounced close to the post. But I think there's enough of a gap there, isn't there?
The arc would better not come back and say inconclusive.
Well, inconclusive is a goal.
Yep.
It's got to be definitive to overturn it. A few of the Port Adelaide fans are leaning over the fence, giving the goal umpire a word or two of how they saw it.
Some free advice.
Is this that Snicko on the goalpost here?
They do. All clear is given. Sam Pal Pepper with a dribbling goal from the left forward pocket. Closes it back to a 7-point margin Geelong's way, a goal apiece through the opening 6 minutes. It took a little while to get to our verdict. 8-3-51 the Cats to Port Adelaide 6-8-44. And Sam Pal Pepper, who didn't have a lot of the footy in the first half, gets involved early in the third.
Well, the goal review probably took away from how good a goal it was. It was an outstanding dribble from that stoppage, received the handball, and then I don't even know if he was going for the goals. He looked like he was trying to centre the ball, and it just somehow managed to dribble through.
Kept it alive.
He did.
Ollie Wines, low down, two defenders along the boundary line, just watching the replay, and then here comes the flogger right there. It almost clobbers him.
So your own catchphrase, Jamo. Here comes the flogger.
Cats retain their 7-point margin though. Out of the middle, Lysa trying to shrug off a couple. Ball falls to Horn. Francis can't shake off the attentions of Blitzarves. So the umpire comes in, quick to put it in the air again. Went down to Dangerfield. He was within the hands of a tackler, but tried to get a kick away. Now it's advantage Port Adelaide. There was a free kick in there somewhere. Houston put Wines under pressure, was good enough to break a tackle. Wide with the kick. Out towards the eastern boundary. Houston picks it up about a metre or two inside, goes backwards so they can go forward. Mark taken by McKenzie.
Thought they wasted it then. Tight, congested area. The umpires called play on. It's just gone short. Ollie Wines starting to get a bit more of the football.
Wines takes the mark from McKenzie, veers out to the right, wants to drive Port Adelaide long and deep. Dixon's the target against De Koning, arms outstretched in front, can't take the mark. Stewart tries to knock it out. Drew for Port Adelaide, hand pass to Farrell, hard against the boundary, centering kick. Finlayson got him. Jack Henry trying to race back, couldn't get a hand in there. And Jeremy Finlayson marks pretty much directly in front, 20 metres out from goal.
Well, all I can say about that connect inside forward 50 from Farrell was wow. That was an unbelievably weighted, beautifully weighted kick to find Finlayson. The Geelong defender did all he could, but just couldn't get a glove or a fingertip on it.
Finlayson starts his approach just inside the 50. Looking for his second goal of the match, and to pull Port Adelaide as close as they've been since the opening stages of the quarter. Finlayson with his second, and Geelong's lead is cut back to a point. 2-1, Port Adelaide's way through the opening 8 minutes of the third term. 8-3-51 to the Power 7-8-50.
Well, again, it's all Port Adelaide at the moment. The inside 50s this quarter are 3-1 and just starting to wrestle back momentum. We saw the brain fade from Horn Francis, which gifted Geelong a goal through Dangerfield. But other than that, it's been all Port Adelaide.
I think if you're Stuart Dew and you're a Port Adelaide supporter, if you can think how he used to deliver the football and how low and on the left foot, that's almost, Kane Farrell's played 60 games, but that is exactly why he's in that side. He defends well, he reads it well, and that was a really smart kick.
Yep. And Horn Francis just starting to impose himself on this game.
Thoughts of Josh Franco and Rod Jamieson, your experts on Grandstand AFL. Ball back in the middle. O'Connor picks it up, slip the hands past the Blitzards, but not before the umpire ruled holding the ball. Rosie hand passes it off to Houston, flanking him and goes high with his kick inside forward 50. Ball finds the grass somehow and a big pack. Hand pass comes out in the direction of Horn Francis, takes his time and just goes too short, said the umpire to Boat. Forced a hand pass to Houston and then a delicate kick inside 50, wide but effective. Marshall takes the mark, 5 metres in from the boundary in the right forward pocket.
I know we've only played a few minutes of this third quarter, but I think if you're Chris Scott sitting in the coach's box, the alarm bells will be starting to ring based on what we've witnessed and observed in the first part of this third quarter. Port Adelaide at the moment all over the Cats.
23-3 disposals.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah. And Port are going at 83%.
Marshall starts his run in from outside the boundary line and outside 50. Comes in from 35 and hits it beautifully. Marshall with his second. The Powers third of the third quarter, and they're back in front for the first time since the 1 minute mark of this game. 8:56 plays, 8:3:51, 10 minutes into the third term.
I think as much as Butters and Rosie got it in the first quarter, they were high looping kicks, weren't they, into their forward 50, which has allowed the Geelong defence to be able to get their fist to it. And now in this quarter particularly, they've actually been really smart with their kicking. That's just placed, it's really short and it's sharp, doing the angles, but they've hit their target when they've pretty much gone in 50 each time.
And it's all been set up by the intensity and pressure around the footy. Contested possessions this quarter 10-4, so they're +6 to power. Inside 50s 4-1 and the clearance is 5-1, so it's all the power at the moment.
Port Adelaide surge to life with 3 goals in 4 minutes and a chance for a clearance here. Finlayson run down by Tanner Bruin. It's socket forward, volleyed in the air by Willem Drew. Inside 50, Duncan missed it. It spills the way. Inside, Burn Jones steadies another one. 4 on the trot. 4 in 5 minutes. And Port Adelaide lead by 11 points. 9-8-62 to Geelong 8-3-51. And here's the challenge when you take on Port Adelaide.
And look, Clinchy, I reckon that's a really good point. And you look at Port Adelaide and how they've matured. And we spoke about pre-game. Ken Hinkley said it's the best list that he's ever assembled and the best list that he's currently got running around on the park tonight. But their ability to have cool heads under pressure. They weren't in the game in that first quarter, but they've just got this inner belief that they can fight their way back into the contest through persistence and work rate and effort. And they've been able to, and they've managed to do that. Now they look unstoppable. And now Geelong, and as we said, Chris Scott's got to react in the coach's box. What does he do? How does he mix up the side to try to change and swing momentum in the Cats' favour?
Pressure. Porter applying first possession has been Mark O'Connor, Patrick Dangerfield around the hitouts and clearances, and Port Adelaide continue to win. And there's another one to Geelong, but Port Adelaide take it away.
Good tackle by Drew, and then ball on the ground, socketed forward. Guthrie picks it up, gave it to Stewart, and then in turn he went to Jack Henry, who went down the line. It's on this broadcast side. Wines picks it up, gave it to Butters. Inside looked an awkward hand pass. Picked up by Rowan, carried over the line by Farrell in a tackle. 4-1 to start this third quarter in favour of Port Adelaide. And that's established an 11-point lead for the Power.
Tell you what, the collision between Powell Pepper and I think it was Guthrie, like a car accident.
So it's not hard to work it out. 7-1. The clearance is the way of Port Adelaide. 6-1 the inside 50s as Holmes tries to break away. Tackled by Wines. Hand passes straight to the boundary line. That'll be insufficient intent. And the Power will take it through Butters. Chips it inboard to Rosie. Those two are never far from each other. As Rosie has it, centre wing.
Like Cheech and Chong.
On the eastern side. Sends it up towards 50. It's inside. McAtee had a hold. He was holding on to De Koning, who was trying to race back. Well, in fact, it was Stewart trying to provide support to the aerial threat of Charlie Dixon. So Stewart with a long clearing kick out towards Tui, and rising over the top is Blitzatch. Can't take the mark. Kolajassi left it for Tui. He gathers for Geelong at half back. Try to get around Sim. Broke the tackle. Hard against the boundary. Hand pass forward towards Kolajassi and Zach Guthrie. Zach Guthrie gathers. Hacks a kick around the boundary line, but the wrong side of the line. And it's out of bounds on the full. Port Adelaide's pressure is overwhelming at the moment.
It's insane. And again, the football, they're having to sit and wait under at Geelong. Port Adelaide are getting at it and they're trying to handball forward, just get it down the line. Many mistakes, and they're just transferring the pressure to the next teammate.
It's gone so quickly. We're almost halfway through the third term. Williams with the free kick, sends it long, top of the 50, out there on the eastern side. Kolajassi with a hand pass out to Tui, and just briefly gets it away because the intercept mark taken by Farrell. Just ahead of centre wing for Port Adelaide, eastern side of the Adelaide Oval. Looks, doesn't decide to go inside, instead goes down the line and high. Inside forward 50, Dixon stands up in the middle of the pack and takes a strong grab.
That was a mark and a half. And he's fumbled quite a few throughout the course of the game already, hasn't he? We saw in that second quarter he dropped a couple of marks which hurt Port Adelaide on the turnover and on the rebound, but on that occasion just stood strong and took a great contested mark.
Kicked 4 goals straight last week from a 9-possession game and 4 marks against the Western Bulldogs. From 35 out, Dixon leans back, and he shouldn't have. Hooked it, minor score. So 2 goals the margin now in favour of Port Adelaide. Jack Burketta on the boundary.
Geelong sub Jack Bowles has started warming up down here. We know that Dangerfield, Tanner Bruin and Tom Atkins are all sore, so it'll be interesting to see what they do with their sub shortly.
Charlie Dixon normally takes 3 marks contested per game, so there's 1. Expect another 2 with the amount of football that Port Adelaide have had in the second and third quarter today.
Just 2 behinds for Charlie Dixon tonight. Zach Guthrie at half back, down the wing towards Jack. He flies, Jack Henry that is, lies it over the back. Geelong trying to surge forward through close. Farrell gathers for Port Adelaide. Hand pass to McKenzie out in front of Burne-Jones at centre half back. Gives the hand pass back to Farrell. Looks out on the wing. Dixon's all on his own. He should be able to gather the rolling ball. Buse corrals him. Hand pass to Powell Pepper at the left half forward. He cuts past Isaac Smith. Swings onto his right. Kicks the inside 50. Drew! Willem Drew, having pushed forward, takes the mark. They have the mismatch inside 50. And just able to move it with such speed.
And I reckon 2 examples there. Butters doesn't get a stat for it, but his close on the Geelong player, I'm not sure who it was that had the footy to cause the turnover, which McKenzie capitalised on. But then Powell Pepper, I had a look ahead of the ball when he got possession of it. Drew was all by himself. He didn't blaze away, had the composure to look up, spot Drew, and hit him with a great inside 50 connect.
Looking for the 5th goal for Port Adelaide in this third term. Willem Drew comes in from 35 metres out, and they continue the power surge. Port Adelaide by 18 points. It's hard to remember. Geelong kicked the opening goal in the third quarter, and then Port Adelaide have hit them between the eyes ever since. The Power by 18 points. And if I told you, Josh, it was 41 disposals for 5 goals, and the Cats have only touched the footy 20 times in this third term, and we're 17 minutes through.
And 6 scoring shots this quarter for 9 inside 50s. I'm not sure what that equates to. What's that? 66% conversion rate. That's pretty good as well. And again, just indicative of how dominant Port Adelaide have been. Geelong only going inside 50 once for the quarter and just can't get their hands on the footy. The pressure of Port Adelaide's causing turnovers, creating perceived pressure. Every disposal is under pressure and getting turned over. Port Adelaide rebounding with ease.
12-4 tackles Port Adelaide's way.
Yeah.
Certainly look like a side now that's won 10 straight. And on their way to the 11th. Out of the middle, Butters got it. Long ball, inside 50. Stewart went back, took it, tackle. So was Rosie. Now Powell Pepper tries to break tackles. Horn Francis put the head down and gets the reward of a free kick for a high tackle. Buse, the offender. Port Adelaide will have another shot at goal.
Getting the anticipation there too. Powell Pepper really strong and brutal, gets it out. Horn Francis knew the tackle was coming, didn't he?
He did.
They're well versed at it.
Yeah.
Is this his redemption?
Well,
yeah, it has to be. Yeah, he's got to finish this one.
Gave away a 50 that handed Patrick Dangerfield the opening goal of the second half. Of course, since then, Port Adelaide's managed to kick 5 goals. But nevertheless, our expert Josh Franco wants payback for Horn Francis for his mistake.
I was going to say short run-up.
Sent that very high and well to the left. It was touched and over the boundary line, so we get a throw in against the behind post. So not a bad result as such for Port Adelaide. They get another opportunity.
Unusual ball drop. He had the ball pointing upwards towards the sky, so it got right underneath it.
It's like you teach a 4-year-old to say, hold it like a rocket.
Thrown back in. Dixon can't get a tap to it. Spills the way of Tui. Off hands. Buse under pressure. Hand pass to Dangerfield. Zach Guthrie just got away from McIntyre after stepping around Marshall, but the intercepting mark taken by Bergman. At the left half forward for the Power. Another chance to go inside 50. For the 11th time to 1. Bergman veers out to the right. There's a lot going on in the goal square. Long towards Marshall. Had a fair piece of it to Koning as well. Umpire's going to pay the mark. I think both players had a lot of the footy there. Surely this is a ball up, and it's going to be Todd Marshall's shot on goal.
I reckon one umpire was going to ball it up, and the non-officiating one actually called it a mark.
Yeah.
When it's going your way, it's going your way.
I'll tell you one thing I've never realised as a player and sitting up in the commentary, how ruthless the Port Adelaide supporters are on the umpires.
I think we're a Port Adelaide player.
They've never changed, Josh.
No, they haven't.
They've always been the same.
Todd Marshall shooting for his third, deep in the left forward pocket. He steps out, snaps across his body, and it's another for Port Adelaide. 6 goals to 1 in a dominant third term, and Tom Atkins isn't liking it. He's right into Jason Horn-Francis. Zach Butters is there as well, and there's a bit being set off the ball. Tom Hawkins has come down from full forward. He's not happy with the umpiring. What can't be denied is Port Adelaide are running away with it. The Cats got out by 21 points in the second quarter. It's now Port Adelaide by 24, the biggest lead of the match. 11-9, 75 to the Cats, 8-3, 51. 21 minutes gone, third term.
I think probably from a Port Adelaide perspective, thinking about what you would say to the players at the halftime break was maintain the rage in terms of your intent and your ability to get hold of the footy and pressure the opposition. Capitalise when you're in front of goal, and I reckon they've done both this quarter superbly. They've kicked 6 goals, 1. In terms of maintaining the rage there, absolutely unbelievable at the moment. The tackle count 16-5, so keeping in mind that they've absolutely dominated possessions as well. So they're all over Geelong at the moment, and they're cashing in now on the scoreboard.
Tom Hawkins came into the middle of the ground. I think he was late to get back in his position. Blitzhaz was being warned. He's gone into the middle of the ground just to give his teammates some advice as to where to go from here.
Inside 50s, 11-1 in favour of Port for the quarter. Out of the centre, the Cats will go forward. They get their second inside 50, and Bergman slides in to take the defensive mark for Port Adelaide.
Every disposal is pressured, isn't it? Every disposal for Geelong is pressured.
Bergman's kick outside 50 wasn't great. Turned it over. Virtually kicked straight to Ollie Henry. So 60 from goal. Henry just sends it in short. Isaac Smith, the wingman, marks it. Still 60 from goal. They just need to arrest the momentum. Geelong, here comes Smith, kicks long. Top of the square he goes for. Hawkins lost a Lear, but there was a fist in there from McKenzie, which saved Port Adelaide. Sent it over the boundary line. Thrown in the right forward pocket. Geelong going to the cathedral end and saying a few prayers at this stage.
Well, you talk about arresting momentum. The way you do that is get possession and then try to maintain possession, but they can't get their hands on the footy.
Their defenders would be happy for a rest.
Yeah.
Thrown back in, clears Hawkins and Lysette. Close, can't take possession of the footy. Rosie and Ollie Wines eventually lay the tackle once Close had gathered the footy. A throw in the right forward pocket for Geelong. Port Adelaide lead by 24 points. Hawkins trying to manoeuvre the ruck battle against Lysette. It spills the way of Wines. Alir's kick was smothered. Great work from Holmes. Atkins can't get a hand pass away. Lysette with a hand pass away to Connor Rosie. Drives it long down the wing. Cats are set. Marshall knocked it away from Kolajasny. Stewart races after it. McEntee after him. Tom Stewart needs all his agile to get away. McEntee lays the tackle, spills off Kolajasny, back to Stewart, hand pass to Ollie Henry, he doesn't clear it on the wing, another chance for Port Adelaide, Sin inside 50, Finlayson one-on-one with Zach Guthrie. Zach Guthrie had a hold of the jumper. Finlayson will get the free kick directly in front, 45 metres out from goal.
Well, I reckon Chris Scott and the Geelong coaching staff are looking for the bus that's just hit them. And it's 22 Port Adelaide players that are playing with ferocity around the contest, closing with speed and impacting physically. And again, from a Geelong perspective, they're really feeling the heat. They're dishing off the handball when they're under perceived pressure and actual pressure, turning the footy over. And as we said, Port Adelaide just capitalising on every mistake Geelong are making.
Jack Paqueta on the boundary, got a blood rule coming your way.
Yeah, so Tom Atkins is just running from the ground now, but Geelong has pulled the trigger on their sub with Tanner Bruin subbed out of the game. Jack Bowes preparing to come on. May have made the sub about a minute too early if they can't patch Atkins up again.
Is that Bonner that's just also come on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll get down to Jack and work out who's been subbed out. Jeremy Finlayson looking for his third from right on 50. Steers it straight through the middle. It's 7 unanswered goals for Port Adelaide. They've got the power and the passion at the moment, and they lead by 30 points, giving the reigning premiers everything they've got. 12-9-81 to the Cats, 8-3-51. 24 minutes gone. Third term on ABC Sport. You're with Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
It's a serious belting here. Port Adelaide over Geelong, not only offensively but defensively. 22 tackles to 5 in this quarter alone. Metres gained 1,000. Geelong 458 too. So, yeah, 12 inside 50 to 3, 10 hit-outs. And if we have a look at just the stoppage work at the moment, Lycett 8 hit-outs. Blitz has 3 hits to advantage. Lycett leading the way. The clearance work, Houston with 2, Butters with 2, Lycett 2, Drew 2. And then you go Ollie Henry with the 1, so getting an absolute belting.
It's not only Atkins where they have to stop the bleeding. They have to stop the bleeding on the scoreboard, Geelong. Out of the middle, it's got to Bonner. Off his non-preferred right foot on centre wing, sends it inside forward 50. Marshall slides in. I thought he took the mark. The umpire called play on. And as he scrambled to his feet, he kicked it out on the full.
Once again, I reckon the non-officiating umpire was going to pay the mark there.
But the one in the middle there, it was on the boundary, wasn't he, too?
Yeah.
So he was on the right side to pick it up.
Yeah.
It was a bit of a snow cone the way he took it. The ball was in his grasp but hit the ground. Meanwhile, Power fans have done the right thing. They've thrown the ball back over the head of the Geelong player to take the free kick in Guthrie. We'll get down to Jack Paqueta in a moment with details on that. Bonner coming in as the substitute for Port Adelaide. As Guthrie kicks long down this broadcast side of the ground. Williams takes it off the pack for Port Adelaide, has to release it. Opportunity for Geelong to go forward through Dangerfield.
The kick towards Hawkins, who's wrestling with Aaliyah. Aaliyah back onto it left. Bergman had to get around Hawkins. Knocks it out. McKenzie's hand pass looking for Aaliyah. Open the door for Myers. Knocks it back to Hawkins. 55 out from goal. Hand pass to Holmes to Duncan inside 50. He spots up Ollie Henry, who marks slightly right of centre. He's 40 metres out from goal, and it would feel like they barely had it down this end in the third quarter.
Only 4 times. But that's... Well, it wasn't all their way either, too. They had to just make it work, contested on a number of occasions, but able to keep the footage alive as they did in that first quarter.
And big kick in the context of this game.
Looking to rest the momentum for Port Adelaide. Ollie Henry sets fly. It's a great kick. Steers it straight through the middle and stops the run for Port Adelaide. 7 consecutive goals, which started at the 6-minute mark of the third quarter. And Geelong finally answer at the 27-minute mark of the third term. Port Adelaide 12-9-81 to Geelong 9-3-57 at the 27-minute mark of the third term. That's 7 goals to 2 so far in this quarter. And Ollie Henry with his first. Jack Paqueta on the boundary.
Confirming Port Adelaide have subbed out Josh Sin with Riley Bonner coming into the game, so a winger for a winger. And recapping at Geelong, Tanner Bruin has been subbed out of the game.
27 minutes into the third, still 5.5 minutes remaining. 60% time in possession, Port Adelaide to 21 Geelong. And in the last 10 minutes, 38% to 14. They just have not been able to get their hands on the footy.
So another crucial centre bounce contest. And it's Blitz halves who had the better of it. Down to Holmes for Geelong, down towards half forward. Bonner stuck out of hand, got control of the ball off to Houston by hand. And then to Farrell, who went around on his left foot. Oh, that was a dangerous kick into the corridor, picked off by Blitzarves. Still inside the centre square with an opportunity to send Geelong inside forward 50. He elects to go sideways, diagonally to Stewart.
This is the sort of play just to take the sting out of the game from Geelong's perspective.
And as dominating it have they been. They're only 24 points down too. They get another one here.
Kick towards Hawkins from O'Connor. Elias spoils it down. Tui front and centre. Trying to thread the needle with a hand pass to Hawkins. Centering kick. Almost pulled in by Duncan. Both just got there at the last moment. Holmes onto it. Kicks it around his body into the pocket. Stengel tries to fly. Can't pull it in with one arm. Farrell with a hand pass to Bonner. His kick is smothered. Good pressure from Bowes. It comes off Jezza Cameron and spills out of play in the left forward pocket as Sam Powell-Pepper working in the defensive end.
I reckon you're right too, Jamo. For the dominance of Port Adelaide this quarter, the margin's only 4 goals. Geelong are able to manufacture or just scrape one through here. The margin's 3 goals game on still.
I reckon he got it right into the neck. Sam Powell-Pepper, that kick from Jeremy Cameron.
Just led with the head.
Which will sting a bit. From the throw in, it clears to the back. Houston's onto it. A spiralling ball out to the far wing. The foot races on. Blitzav should get there first. He gathers with a kind bounce. Sends it out wide for Duncan. It's all on the bounce and it rolls out of play. Just skidded off the dewy Adelaide Oval turf and across the boundary line for a throw in at right half forward for Geelong. Port Adelaide by 24 points with 7 goals to 2 so far in this third quarter. Having trailed by 20, they lead by 24.
Not a breath of wind out there. So momentum still with Port Adelaide. Ball comes off the ruck contest. Horn Francis trying to fight his way through. Still fighting on. Still fighting on. Still. And the umpire says, I've had enough. Holding the ball. So Holmes with a free kick immediately. Hand pass outside to Duncan. Into the forward pocket. Picked off by Williams coming across in front of the leading Cameron. Took the chest mark. And goes back just to settle things for Port Adelaide.
As Williams sends it as far as he can up the wing. Finlayson's the target. Spills past he and Dixon. Onto it is Travis Boak. He squeezes a kick forward, but the intercepting mark is taken by Zach Guthrie. Against Narkle, he turns and comes inboard, and Tom Stewart takes the mark. I told Josh Port Adelaide's pressure in this third term has been 254, which is anything above 200 is off the charts, isn't it?
That's next level, isn't it? Yeah.
So that gives you an indication. Geelong at 162, so we touched on the tackles Port Adelaide's way, 22-5. All around the ground the pressure as Duncan trying to control the tempo for Geelong. Puts it out to Blitzavs at right half forward. Chips it over the top to Myers, not 15. Inside 50. O'Connor takes the mark. And the Irishman in game 100. A chance to try and make it back-to-back goals for the Cats.
And just what Geelong needed, wasn't it? Just to get some possession of the footy, maintain it by foot, sort of kick mark, slow the tempo of the game, take the sting out of the tail of Port Adelaide. They've done that superbly in the last 4 or 5 minutes and got the game back on their terms, at least in the short term.
Larry Rowan had 5 touches in the first quarter, kicked 3 goals. He's got 8 to the game. You know, then you have a look at Tom Hawkins, Jeremy Cameron. They've only had 7 and 8 touches.
Just the 6th Irishman to reach the 100-game milestone. It's an important kick for his side right now, and he's up to the occasion. Back-to-back goals for Geelong to get within 18 points, heading towards three-quarter time. 12-9-81 the power to Geelong 10-3-63. When he came to the Cats, Mark O'Connor, back in 2016, he thought Jamo would be here for 6 months. Little did he know, some 7 years later, he'd be playing in a premiership. He's gone back and played some Gaelic footy, and here he is kicking a goal in his 100th game.
See some wonderful Irish players come to the game, haven't he, too? The Irish tend to struggle with the drop and how fluent they are, but on that occasion, certainly saw Mark O'Connor had no doubt in front of goal.
The man from County Kerry.
How cold would it be over there in the middle of winter running around playing?
Oh, they don't play in the winter, John. Ball down out of the middle.
That's a good point, Crossy.
And the ball sent forward for Port Adelaide. Inside 50, Horn Francis couldn't take it. O'Connor shares a hand pass to Stewart, and then Stewart goes wide and finds De Koning. So De Koning still inside the defensive 50, just holding things up. Goes short to Kolajasny.
What do they do in the winter?
They probably play soccer mostly, but yeah, the Gaelic football's mainly played in the summer months. Decidedly easier in the summer months. So Geelong's come from the eastern side down to the, over to this broadcast side. Guthrie with ball in hand has taken the mark, plays on from half back. Down the line he goes. Hawkins took it at the back through Alia's hands, and then he went long looking for Stengel. He's out the back. The ball's on the ground. He went to Soccer and picked it up instead. Steadies himself eventually. Snaps over the head. Brings it around too far for the minor score. There was an opportunity for the Cats late in the quarter, 33 and a half minutes down. On Grandstand AFL, it remains Port Adelaide's game by 17 points.
Yeah, Patrick Dangerfield didn't need to, but I think he was just pointing to the goals. He slipped over. He won the contest.
17 points as Port Adelaide's lead. Williams down the middle. Couldn't get it to Lysette, and Kolajasny takes the intercepting mark. Veers out to the right. There's time for one more for the Cats. Long towards Rowan. He's outnumbered, and Leah was set in front of he and Williams. He takes the intercepting mark for Port Adelaide. Kicks it out to Bonner. The sub into the action for Port Adelaide. In for Sims, up towards Powell Pepper. He lands awkwardly as Blitzouts came in from the side. Narkle tries to keep it alive. Eventually he's pushed out of play. And a boundary throw in front of the two benches as Sam Powell Pepper is slowly getting to his feet. I think the doctor will want him to come from the field.
I think that's a free every day, isn't it, too? He's impacted. Blitzards has come from the side, or if not in front. Powell Pepper was attempting to take the mark.
Port Adelaide by 17 points, thrown back in. Lysette double palms it towards Powell Pepper. Nowhere to hide in this game. Cameron gathers, sends it towards close at half forward. Spoiled down by Farrell. Charging through with pace was Dan Houston. He's locked up by Gary Rowan. With good support to make it a 2-on-1. Tyson Stengel involved as well. And a ball up just between wing and half forward for the Cats, who trail by 17.
20 seconds remaining.
Lysette off the ruck with the left foot. Goes down to half forward. Powell Pepper still in the game. Tried to smother it. Narkle gave him a hand pass now. Near the interchange gates. Comes around on the right foot. Inboard he goes. Turns it over. Still a chance there for Geelong as they go forward. Not the best kick from Bowes. And he missed his man and the chance went begging. And that's it. A 35-minute third quarter in which the Power put the foot down. There's no doubt about that. They managed to kick 7 goals to just 2 from Geelong. And at three-quarter time, Port Adelaide 12-9, 81. Geelong 10-4, 64. Massive list of goal kickers. Let's go through them for Port Adelaide. 3 each for Marshall and Finlayson. And then singles for Butters, Burton, Narkle, Powell Pepper, Byrne-Jones and Drew. And for Geelong, 3 for Gary Rowan, 2 for Hawkins, and then singles for Close, Cameron, Dangerfield, Ollie Henry and O'Connor with 1. So at three-quarter time, it's Port Adelaide by 17 points on Grandstand AFL.
What's the best thing in the world that's also on the ABC Listen app? The footy! This season, get your footy live and ad-free on the ABC Listen app. AFL, NRL, men's, women's. Whatever you fix, we've got you covered.
She's got it! Bye-bye! See you later!
Every goal, try, mark and tackle. Called by ABC Sports' expert commentary team.
Set, bingo!
AFL and NRL, live and ad-free. Get it on the ABC Listen app.
Grandstand AFL.
Now streaming every match on the ABC Listen app.
Look for the AFL button.
Ollie Wines trying to give it back to Powell Pepper. He dribbles it along the goal line and through. Marshalling, wrestling on the goal line, and Sam Powell Pepper from the tight angle. Volleyed in the air by Willem Drew. Inside 50. Duncan missed it. It spills the way. Inside Byrne-Jones. Steadies another one. 4 on the try. Now pass to Powell Pepper at left half forward. He cuts past Isaac Smith. Swings onto his right. Kicks inside 50. Drew! Willem Drew, having pushed forward, takes the mark. Looking for the 5th goal for Port Adelaide in this third term. Willem Drew comes in from 35 metres out, and they continue the power surge. Another chance for Port Adelaide. Sin inside 50. Finlayson one-on-one with Zach Guthrie. Zach Guthrie had a hold of the jumper. Jeremy Finlayson looking for his third from right on 50. Steers it straight through the middle. It's 7 unanswered goals for Port Adelaide. They've got the power and the passion at the moment. Chips it over the top to Myers, not 15. Inside 50, O'Connor takes the mark. And the Irishman in game 100. A chance to try and make it back-to-back goals for the Cats. Just the sixth Irishman to reach the 100-game milestone. It's an important kick for his side right now, and he's up to the occasion. Back-to-back goals for Geelong.
The 2023 AFL season.
On radio,
ABC Sport Digital.
and now streaming on the ABC Listen app.
The third quarter bookended by Geelong. They kicked the first and the last two, but Port Adelaide with 7 consecutive goals in the middle to open up a 17-point advantage at three-quarter time. The Power 12-9-81 to Geelong 10-4-64. After the Cats led by 20 points at quarter time and 7 points at half time. Matt Clinch and Neil Cross calling all the action. Jack Paquetta is down on the boundary. The thoughts of your experts, Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco.
Well, it was all Port Adelaide, wasn't it? They exploded out of the blocks to start that third quarter and were absolutely unbelievable in terms of their ability to apply pressure to Geelong, cause the turnover and then capitalise on the turnover. And I think at one stage it was 9-0 or something like that, inside 50s at about the 10-minute mark of that third quarter. And the beauty about Port Adelaide, they were able to hit the scoreboard and run away in terms of the scoreboard pressure. But what I will say, and once again, I've written a few notes down. I've written smart, mature, seasoned, the leader stood up and experience. I'm actually talking about Geelong. They were able to take the sting out of the game towards the back end of that third quarter. They were able to deny Port Adelaide access to the footy, just control the tempo of the game, able to kick two majors late in that quarter to reduce the margin to 17 points. And no doubt Chris Scott and the rest of that Geelong Footy Club will be sitting there saying we're within striking distance. I reckon they've thrown everything at us. They've thrown their best at us and we're still within striking distance.
The efficiency by foot was way better in that quarter by Port Adelaide too. And 14 inside 50s to get 7-goal-1. The return, tremendous, 56%. So it was always dangerous, and at one point it was 61% to 20% inside time in possession, and they were just all over it. But as we know, that Geelong, the mature team they are, the experienced team they are, they weathered the storm and then they got it back down to where it is now at 17 points going into the last quarter. Reload. I'm sure what I do like, as much as you said how calming Port Adelaide were and are, I think they're one of the more calming sides in the like Geelong. That doesn't things don't seem to faze them too much around when things get away. And I think as an opposition, you always know that you're going to have them. They're going to take control of the game, but Geelong are one of those sides that you just know they're always going to be around the mark and not let you going to get too far off the leash.
And I think if you look at any game throughout the course of the season, there's always going to be momentum swings, and that pendulum swings in your favour. Sometimes it's not. And again, from an older, mature, experienced group of players in Geelong, they would have sat back knowing, gee whiz, Port Adelaide are white hot at the moment. We can't do a lot here, but our turn will come. And when it did come, they were able to control the tempo of the game and just control, I guess, the intensity by maintaining possession by foot and kick mark a bit to be able to go inside forward 50. And they were able to scrounge a couple of goals late in that third quarter, as I said, to put the margin within 17 points. So they'd be absolutely no doubt confident they can close that gap and win this game. So it's game on.
I'll give you the case of Gary Rowan as an example as to how unique our game can be. 3 goals in the first quarter, did not touch the footy in the third quarter.
Yeah. And only had 8 for the game thus far. 3 goals, couple of screamers.
Couldn't be further out of the game.
But again, so he only needs 1 or 2 touches though, you know, and he'll kick 2 goals. And Hawkins has been quiet. Jeremy Cameron has been quiet. So again, you talk about, have they used the football well? They did in the first quarter, second and third. They've struggled inside 50. That is Geelong. So you go, the Port Adelaide defence has held up really well. But also the other way too, Geelong have been unable to, when they've had the football in their defence, they haven't been able to run. They haven't been able to overlap. They haven't been able to cut through the middle like they did. And they did on 1 or 2 occasions. And on one, they were able to score a goal.
Into the final term we go. Port Adelaide by 17 points. Blitzhouse wins down the tap and does the roving. Cuts past Ollie Wines. Hand pass to Bose. The sub drives it long towards Hawkins and Aaliyah. McKenzie in from the side. Punches it out of play. Peeled off Stengel at exactly the right moment. And a throw it in the left forward pocket for the Cats at the Riverbank stand end. Took just 20 seconds to get it inside 50. And that was an area of the centre bounce clearance where Port Adelaide was so dominant in that third term. Toss back into play. Last set against Hawkins. Hawkins takes front position. Knocked to the front. Aaliyah's onto it for Port Adelaide. Clearing kick up towards Pal Pepper. He wrestles with Zach Guthrie. Now becomes the tackler. And the ball is locked up at left half forward for Geelong.
Geelong's forward 50 ruck stoppage. We talked about Hawkins like to taking it out of the ruck. Lycett's been outstanding in that part of the game.
Rowan actually got it away in that ruck contest, but Lycett followed up with a tackle, ensured that they'd go again. Just outside Geelong's attacking 50. Up it goes. That time Lycett had the better of it, and Cameron came away, lost it. Houston took it, kicked it back into the centre square, battered on by Dixon. Inside half forward it goes. Marshall takes it, weaves around, and then hand passes out to Bonner. Forced to kick with his non-preferred right foot. Oh, he's dropped an easy mark for McEntee. Geelong will come away only briefly. Marshall picks it up back inside 50. This time it's Finlayson, and he does not drop an easy mark. And he will have a shot from about 45 out on a 45-degree angle.
And once again, Jammer, we spoke about Todd Marshall's composure early in the game. Once again on that occasion, just didn't blaze away. Had enough composure to lower his eyes and spot up Finlayson all free inside their forward 50. Really smart play from the big fella.
Kicked 2 goals, 2 of his 3 goals in that third quarter onslaught. Comes in, crosses 50. Finlayson is well away to the right, and the Geelong defenders, well, did they see it through? No, they didn't, and then it was off hands. De Koning fighting near the boundary line. Charlie Dixon's there, got it out to Boak somehow. He released it across for Burne-Jones with a snap from the left pocket across the goal face for the Miners. Score again. The Geelong defenders not taking it over the line when probably they should have initially. So it's an 18-point game in favour of Port Adelaide, 2 minutes down in the final quarter.
Stewart brings the Cats into play, out to left half back, finds Mitch Duncan.
Sam De Koning tried to take the mark. He punched it initially and then tried to claim the mark.
Duncan tries to send it in the direction of Ollie Henry. He's out number 2 on 1. Bonner spoils it out of play in front of Dan Houston. And a boundary throw in.
Huge game from Lycett, isn't it? He's had to carry majority of the workload up against Blitz, as we know, who's an absolute runner.
Thrown back in. Lycett held front position, trying to get the hand pass to Houston. Tackle by Cameron, but got the hand pass to Butters. He turns it over, straight to Rowan. Hand pass to Myers of Geelong. Kicks on the instep, out in front of Ollie Henry. Sliding in Bergman. Henry kept his feet. Hand pass to Atkins, to Isaac Smith. Swings onto the left. Just squeezed it in. Here come the Cats with the opening goal of the final term. Pulls the margin back to a 12-point game. Port Adelaide 12-10-82 to Geelong 11-4-70. And the Norm Smith medalist Isaac Smith, just where you needed him at the crucial moment.
Bergman so good, went to ground, ball kept alive, but Brian Myers, I thought he was fully entitled to have a shot on goal. I don't know why he did. He was running face on, the defence was coming at him, and then he...
It's just not his go. He's just a passer.
Is he what?
He's a team player.
So he had 24 assists, I think it is, coming into this game. 24 goal assists.
Didn't kick goal until round 8, I think, this season.
He's got a weird kicking style, hasn't he? Drops it so far outside on his right.
Across his body.
Yeah.
Well, here we go, back in the middle. And Lycett has the better of it, but Atkins gets first possession. Not quite. He doesn't have a possession. He just has the ball, and he's tackled immediately by Butters.
Since Jack Bowes has come on, he's either gone to Rosie or he's either gone to Butters. He's on Rosie right now.
Ball comes off the hands and straight to Wines. Quick hand pass to Butters inside 50 for the Power. Dixon pushes off his player. Stewart comes in and challenges him. Tui picks it up, has to kick it, tries to kick it. Umpire calls play on. Boak against the boundary line, goes to the goal face. Ball close to the goal square, and the Cats defenders managed to get it over the line in the left forward pocket for Port Adelaide. 5 minutes down in the final quarter. 12 the margin in favour of Port.
Dixon a bit wounded too, Crossy. Looked like he hurt his knee in that contest, that marking contest.
Geelong with the last 3 consecutive goals before three-quarter time. Dixon trying to take it out of the ruck under duress. Hand pass to Powell Pepper, who tries to fend off Zach Guthrie. He's still going. He won't be brought down. An inspirational goal. Sam Powell Pepper, the Port Adelaide wrecking ball. And he answers back after the Isaac Smith goal at the other end. Powell Pepper with a couple. How strong he was in the core. And the Power are back out by 18 points. 13-10-88 to Geelong 11-4-70.
Well, Zach had him, didn't he? He had his left hand.
He gave the don't argue and grabbed it.
did the right thing. In the event, you almost sort of want to squash it down, don't you, and then get your shoulder in to be able to take the tackle.
Yeah.
Easy to sit up here, Clinchy, and say that as well, by the way, when you've got a big cracker coming at you the other way.
There's a good argument for having the oil on your arms.
Good point. That's true. And even just looking behind play at Dixon, he doesn't look very comfortable at all. The doctor and physio went out and asked him. I think he pushed them away, but he doesn't look good at all. A little bit proppy on that right leg.
Out of the middle, Holmes had a shot at it. It was smothered. Butters gave it to Houston, then to Wines, and then a hand pass to Rosie, and inside forward 50 Port Adelaide, and Finlayson stands up and takes the mark. Just read it best. And he's 20 metres out, bang in front.
Tell you what, without setting like a broken record, the hands of Zach Butters in that centre bounce and that stoppage clearance were absolutely unbelievable. Just the quick reflex give, and a few of his teammates getting him around him, they saw it, they know how important it was. And again, Finlayson must finish this goal to increase the margin to 4 goals.
For his 4th of the game, and he's done it. Straight forward. And all of a sudden they're out by 24 points. Port Adelaide, they've steadied after an initial assault from the Cats. It's Port Adelaide 14-10-94, Geelong 11-4-70. And we've gone through 7.5 minutes in this final term.
Well, Jeremy Finlayson's had 8 disposals, 8 kicks, 6 marks, 4 goals. Been involved in 7 score involvements. And he's hitting the ball sweet.
Has he missed a couple short as well? Like that haven't scored, like one of the kicks as well. So he's had one as well. Yeah, having a huge influence on this game. But again, the hands of Zach Butters in that centre bounce clearance were unbelievable. That's stuff you can't teach. Naturally, just has that ability to give that quick reflex give.
The Melbourne game, Clinchy, was the one that really stood out how clean he was in the heavy conditions.
Yep.
Cats came out firing. Port Adelaide advanced it back. Can the Cats come again? Stengel gets the clearance. Hand pass to Bose. Kicks inside 50. Aaliyah hit it with speed. He bounces off Holmes, who then becomes the tackler. He's going to be penalised holding the ball. Tried to take on Max Holmes, and he made sure he wasn't getting past him. And the Cats will have it deep out to the left. 10 metres in from the boundary. Not even that, 5. From about 55 metres out, Holmes veers out to the right. He's a long kick. He gives it everything he's got. It's in the direction of Rowan. He can't get a leap at it. And Houston's the only one standing at the back. Everyone was looking for the high flyer, but Rowan was trapped underneath. And Dan Houston takes the mark. Just 10 metres out from his defensive goal. Port Adelaide by 24 points. Kicks towards Marshall, who takes the mark over Kolajasny. He wanted to turn and kick inboard on the 45. He'll now push back behind his mark. Options are plenty in the middle of the ground. He spots up Dan Houston.
At centre half back, Aaliyah's outside him. He can go there, and he does so. So he's at right half back now. Crowd calling on Port Adelaide to go. Aaliyah off the back foot, got away with a pass. It was a little bit dangerous. Diagonally, he goes to Williams, who picks off a kick through the corridor. Straight to Marshall. Marshall goes inside 50. Narkle. Marshall to Narkle. It's got a rhyme about it. And Narkle will have a shot at goal from 40 out. Virtually straight in front.
I haven't seen much of Dylan Williams, but he's been super impressive, hasn't he? And his disposal to be able to pick that. I was looking at how they were lining up. I swear he's going to come out to the grandstand side on the west side here at Adelaide Oval. Gone in the middle. Todd Marshall, great follow-up, and his disposal going inside 50 has been exemplary tonight.
41 games in a catch jumper. Quinton Narkle, his first game for Port Adelaide. He's got another goal. So 2 for Narkle. And it's back at that 30-point margin. The game-high margin of 30 points in favour of Port Adelaide. We've gone through 10 minutes of this final quarter. Port Adelaide 15-10-100 against Geelong's 11-4-70. Your experts on Grandstand AFL, Josh Franco and Rob Jamison.
And I think even if you look at the way the game's played these days, if you're a guy that can run and you can kick, you can play half-back and write your own ticket. For those guys that can actually hit, as you said, that Williams kick to Marshall, that 40-metre kick to pierce one between 3 or 4 defenders and hit it, Again, risk v reward. If you've got blokes that can hit it and you're one of those players, write your own ticket. They're worth their weight in gold, those halfbacks that can kick.
Port Adelaide 9-1 marks in this last quarter.
And all of a sudden, 3 goals in 4 minutes as they get separation. Back with the flight, Mark O'Connor takes the mark from the Finlayson clearing kick. O'Connor turns and comes inboard, finds Isaac Smith at the back edge of the centre square. Port Adelaide lead by 30 points, 15-10, 100 to Geelong 11-4-70. Hand pass to Isaac Smith, straight down the middle, unable to take the mark, Bergman. Farrell's hand pass back to Houston. Dealt with the pressure well, gets the hand pass away to Burne-Jones, around his body up to the wing, Narkles out, has Marshall further afield, hand passes in front of him, Dixon's on the lead, can he gather enough momentum? He can't, clearly hobbled through injury, and Kolajasny squeezes in front of him to take the mark. Charlie Dixon playing on one leg at the moment, he might have to stay in the goal square, although in today's game it's hard to do that. Duncan for the Cats, hand pass to Isaac Smith, rolls the dice through the middle of the ground, Horne-Francis gathers as Blitzaz slipped over, hand pass to Burne-Jones, chips it forward, Ollie Wines marks, he plays on, runs away from Tom Stewart, gets to 15 out, misses. Only the desperation of Tom Stewart denied him as the kick flared out to the right. It was probably a tad arrogant to play on from 35-40 metres out. Port Adelaide by 31.
Agreed. You take the set shot, don't you? Waste 30 seconds on the clock, milk the clock a little bit, run the time down, but yeah, I think Ollie would like his time again with that play.
And he doesn't lift his knees all that high either, does he, Ollie? Yeah. Big screw punt here.
Tui with the punt, and he goes all the way, well, close to halfway, and McKenzie marks for Port Adelaide. He could probably send it all the way back to the goal square. He's a booming kick himself.
Or a torpedo if you're in Victoria, Clinchy, is that right?
Yep.
So, doing the right thing was McKenzie, who dropped it wide for Williams. So near the interchange gates, he's got the ball, just sends it down the line, and the ball comes off hands. Hughes with a hand pass to Smith. He's run down. He just took too long. Well done by McEntee. And McEntee's earned a free kick. Straight out in front, 40 metres.
Well, I reckon that's a classic example of any young player out there that's playing as a small forward, whichever team they're playing in. If you're not influencing in terms of getting hold of the footy, McEntee's, I think he's only had 2 disposals for the game. You can still influence the game with pressure and speed and ability to close the opposition. And once again, that was outstanding. Absolutely outstanding. You could see him coming from about 20, 25 metres away. Unbelievable. 6 tackles for the game as well.
Jed McEntee comes in.
And
finishes the job. Port Adelaide heading for their 11th straight win, extending that club record. 16-11-107. Geelong 11-4-70. And 14 minutes down in the final quarter at the Adelaide Oval.
You see sometimes just that ball when you want to transfer from one side to the other, you have that run on the 45 to come through. And if you anticipate or someone comes off the back and you don't see him with that peripheral vision, they'll pick you off. And in the days of the 80s and 90s, which you cannot do anymore, Clinchy, is hip and shoulder, and you probably won't remember too much of the game, but just the speed and the defence of the smaller brigade. You highlighted there, Josh, too, just his ability to be able to tackle. And as class as Jeremy Cameron was, he did not even see him or feel him coming.
The last 4 goals of the match, the way of Port Adelaide, and the locals are starting to enjoy it. Willem Drew gets the clearance, hand pass to Horne-Francis, trying to send it out to the outer wing, and Bonner's beaten to it by Isaac Smith, who slides in and takes intercepting mark for Geelong. Port Adelaide by 37 points, the biggest lead of the match so far. Smith sends it towards Hawkins. Alir dropped the mark. Hawkins back onto it. Hand pass to Tom Atkins. Kicks a wobbler towards Jeremy Cameron. And cutting in front, Travis Pope takes the mark. 25 metres out from his defensive goal. The Riverbank stand in. He works it into the pocket and Williams takes the mark. And Henry's going to be given 50. That's Ollie for overstepping the mark. So Dylan Williams will be taken from the left back pocket to centre half back. And he's got options out on the far side, the eastern side of the ground, as Alir takes the mark, and he's got Riley Bonner all on his own. He can mark between wing and half forward. They're just picking gaps now. in the Geelong defence as Bonner with a centering kick towards Horn Francis. It won't clear Jeremy Cameron, who takes the intercepting mark for Geelong.
Straight down the corridor to Grind Myers. Myers chips it over the top. Interesting kick, finds Atkins. Quick hand pass as he took the mark to Tui. Forward hand pass to Ollie Henry. Approaches goal from 15 out and sprays it to the right for the Miners score. As if you couldn't tell. You reckon the Port fans are up and about now. 36 the margin in favour of the Power. 16 down now in the final quarter.
He had a number of metres that he could have run in, albeit the pressure was coming, but terrible miss.
Burton quickly into Butters, back to Burton, up to the wing, over the head of Powell Pepper and Tom Stewart, and it rolls out of play in front of Travis Boak, in front of the two benches. Port Adelaide by 36 points. 36 is the magic number, 36,316 in for this round 14 Thursday night blockbuster. The Power 16-11, 107 to Geelong 11-5-71 from the throw-in. Blitzhouse tries to work it to the back. Burton for Port Adelaide. Out pass to Horn Francis, but Burton was taken high. He wheels onto his right, into the corridor, over the head of Mitch Duncan, and the mark's taken by Bonner. He's got Drew running hard to space. Narkle leads up to him. He looks out to the pocket, pushing forward. Farrell takes the mark. Kane Farrell, who started his career as a forward, he's become a defender now. And such has been the nature of the game. Either the defenders are pushing forward at this stage of the night.
Well, I was just about to say, when you're running hot, everyone starts to run and wants to lick at the ice cream. And on that occasion, he had about 4 or 5 options he could have kicked to, and eventually found Kane Farrell inside 50.
1 goal, 2 for the year. Oh, back him in. Left foot, dead eye.
Got that beautiful left foot from Castlemaine. Farrell comes in, crosses through 50. It's across the face of Jamo's weight on him. Dixon got hands to it, can't take the mark, and it's through for a minor score.
You're better than that, Kane.
Port Adelaide by 37 points at the 18-minute mark of the final term.
It's got a beautiful kicking action.
So Guthrie plays on from the square, sends it long, straight down the throat of Finlayson. Trouble is, of course, he's playing for Port Adelaide, so Finlayson comes out this broadcast side to near the boundary. He's got Butters, who dinks a kick inside, Batman to Robin, taken by Rosie. So Rosie at left half forward, content just to take up some time. Chips it for Williams. He backs up within a couple of metres of the boundary line, still 60 from goal. Now kicks it 25 from goal. Sends it and through a couple of hands eventually to Stengel. He's back in defence for the Cats. He gave it to Tui and he cleared the area, bounces over a couple of heads to Brian Myers. Myers looks inboard straight away for the kick, turns it over straight away. Farrell's got it, goes into the pocket, and Butters goes back and takes the mark. And just waiting on the umpires to say it was touched off hands. And so in fact it'll be throw in. 40 around from the goal face in the left forward pocket. Or did he double grab it?
Yeah, I think he's put it down and like a Pakistani second slipper.
Thank you, Jamo. Clears Dixon. Gary Rowan's hand pass in the defensive half. His first touch in a half, and it is a free kick for Mark O'Connor, who was taken high. He'll take it at right half back. Port Adelaide leading by 37 points. And O'Connor looking for options around the boundary line. Nothing really presenting, so he tries to hug the line. It's too close and over.
Yeah.
Out of bounds on the full, and Aaliyah will take the free kick.
It's been a bit ugly this quarter, both teams, haven't they? Tried to go through the middle or transfer, go hard. The longer kick or the harder kick, or even the simple one has missed its target.
Aaliyah dances around close, puts it in the pocket, looking for Dixon, who's doing the body work against de Koning. Spills off hands, hard against the boundary. Burne-Jones tried to keep it in. Umpire said he didn't successfully. And a boundary throw in as Horn Francis is trying to gather it at the top of the goal square. The crowd didn't hear the umpire's whistle. A throw in the left forward pocket for Port Adelaide. They lead by 37 points.
I don't think the crowd cares at this stage. As long as
no, you're probably right.
As long as they can cheer. Waiting for an explosion when the siren goes. So off the ruck contest, Burne-Jones sends it 15 from the goals, and Tui comes through for Geelong. Releases a hand pass for Brian Myers. It rolls away from him. He tackles Burton. Burton was said to be holding or being held without the ball. So it'll be a free kick to Burton. Just outside 50.
What Kenny Hinkley does down on the boundary, he's jumped up many a time after a win recently. Crossy, hasn't he? You could almost put a DVD together and put something behind. He dances around and...
Yeah, winning does funny things. And there's been plenty of funny things happening for Port Adelaide. There's no doubt about that.
Coaching does funny things too, doesn't Josh?
It certainly does.
Burton opts not to go for the goal. Instead, pops the ball into the forward 50. Geelong bring it away. Eventually, Bowes gets it outside 50 with his kick. Ball on the ground. Aaliyah picks it up, tackled straight away. Holding on was Patrick Dangerfield. Forces a ball up at right half back for the Cats on this broadcast side.
It's fair to say it's actually been harder in this last quarter. It's very dewy. Both sides aren't holding their feet. Ball is slippery.
I think that's a fair call. Willem Drew trying to get it to Bergman. Half pass back to Connor Rosie. It might have been a throw. McKenzie with a half pass forward to Finlayson. And offhands, it goes out of play for a throw in. Port Adelaide by 37 points. Now, I know you're excited about the Ashes getting underway tomorrow night, Jamo. 7:25 Eastern on the ABC Listen app. The Socceroos under Graham Arnold in action against Argentina tonight. 2 minutes in, Lionel Messi's just scored.
Oh, he's a superstar, isn't he?
1-0. Port Adelaide through. Riley Bonner kicks inside 50. No one there for Port Adelaide. Sliding in, Jack Henry takes the mark. He looks to switch it to the back pocket where Zach Guthrie had to get past Horn Francis to take the mark. He's 35 metres out from his defensive goal, but there's not a lot of run, so he has to chip it over the top to Sam De Koning, who's kept running. He has it at left half back without the Phantom of the Opera mask. Recovering from the facial fracture, which would be far more comfortable playing without that as he kicks up towards the wing. Rowan and Burton, it clears them. Brian Myers is onto it, but a free kick. And it's going Port Adelaide's way for a push out in the marking contest. And Aaliyah will take the free kick.
Hawkins penalised. He's not used to being penalised for pushing in a marking contest.
He's had a bit of a dirty night, Skipper, hasn't he?
So Port Adelaide again chipping the ball around. It's in the hands of Rosie, received from Aaliyah out on the eastern boundary basically, about 5 metres in. Rosie just taking his time. Port Adelaide now toying, really.
Round 19, Crossy it was, where Geelong got over the top of Port Adelaide last year by 12 points. Hawkins kicked 4 goals. He only has the one tonight.
Long time ago now.
2, sorry.
They're forced to go down the line. Rowan has the ball now, sends it back to centre half forward, and Bono gets around Holmes to take the mark for Port Adelaide. Back into the centre square, drops it in short again to Houston. And then out to Rosie, who's standing by himself, calmly takes it down to half forward, pierces the kick, eventually finds Narkle. Running outside for him was Boak, sends it long inside forward 50. Lysett was up, couldn't take it. The tackle might have been Rosie who was tackled. It's come to Wines, then off to Drew, then the snap for goal. Oh, the bounce! Unbelievable! It was over the top of Stewart, who was on the line, but it was through for the minor score. Wrong side of the post if you're a Port fan. Let's go down to the boundary. Jack Paquetta, haven't heard from you for a while.
No, it's been pretty quiet down here, but Charlie Dixon has just made his way to the bench. It looks as though Port Adelaide's going to put him on ice for the rest of the night.
Thanks, Jack, through the middle of the ground. Rowan with the hand pass over the top to Hughes, to Jeremy Cameron. They finally transition far easier now with the sting out of the game, and Hawkins leads up and takes the mark in front of Aaliyah.
One of the few occasions I can remember where Hawkins has been able to get separation from Aaliyah, get no pressure on the ball carry and really connect inside forward 50.
In the first quarter they did so well. Second and third haven't been able to. Just that run through the middle, that dangerous kick in the back half to centre half back for Geelong, and then just that handball short kick. It's been missing for 2.5 quarters.
2 goals to Tom Hawkins. They both came in the first half. Directly in front, 45 metres out from goal. He misses to the left-hand side. And a minor score for the Cats. Port Adelaide leading by 37 points. He's played 84 consecutive games, Tom Hawkins, at 34 years of age. It's been a phenomenal career.
Was it Jack Crisp? 201?
201.
That's amazing.
It's a lot of footy without an injury, Gemmo.
What
Be
about
nice, wouldn't it?
How many games do you call Clinchy without missing?
Enough.
You'd be past Jack Crisp.
I'm up to 2. Had COVID a couple of weeks ago. Never mind. Port Adelaide free kick.
Back to the start.
They keep on chanting.
Last time I tried to miss one, I lived here in Adelaide, and Quentin Hull missed his flight, so I had to come off the bench and call for him.
Winds down the line, big mark. Nice from Jack Henry. Coming high and taking it, goes inboard with a kick, turns it over. Burne-Jones got a hand on it. Support from Williams, back to Burne-Jones. Showed the ball around his opponent, took a bounce, inside 50, that easy. Poke with a mark. The veteran will go back and have a look at the goal face.
Darcy Burne-Jones predominantly plays back. He then played forward, and then form forced him out too. He missed a game earlier this year. At times he can be frustrating because he can just get it on his boot and not use it as efficiently as we know he can. But on that occasion, read it well, through the middle of the ground, evaded, and a tremendous kick out wide.
Boak in game 338 in a decorated career. Across the goals with the shot, and it was thumped through by De Koning, so just a minor score. 27 minutes down in the final quarter, and it's Port Adelaide by 38 points.
As the Cats through Isaac Smith try and find an avenue, having received the kick from Zach Tui, sends it out to left half back, and Kolajasny comes back into Smith. Out pass to Tom Stewart, takes a bounce as he runs the outer wing, sends it up towards Tom Hawkins, and Aaliyah charging in. Trent McKenzie takes the mark. Port Adelaide's defence has grown in confidence. Must be said that Stingers well and truly been out of the game for the last 5 minutes or so. As Aaliyah goes short to Dan Houston, who takes the mark. Houston all the way back to Aaliyah, 25 metres out from his defensive goal. Port Adelaide will head to the bye at 12-2. 11 consecutive wins. As the noise just gets louder as they wait for the final bell. Aaliyah's kick almost marked by Ollie Henry. He can't take the mark. Travis Boak over the top. He's going to be penalised holding the footy. And Ollie Henry really showed no intent to try and knock it out. And Travis Boak will take the free kick at right half back. 28 minutes gone, final term. Back to McKenzie. The all-conquering Port Adelaide, the hottest team in the AFL at the moment. They make it an 11th win on the trot. They down the reigning premiers by 38 points in a dominant display in front of 36,316 fans. Port Adelaide move to top of the AFL ladder, their 12th win of the season.
We got the power to win, power to roll, come on. Port Adelaide aggression, we are the power from Port. It's more than a sport, it's a true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop, 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 till we're top, top, top. There's history here in the making. We got the power to win, we'll never give in, till the flag is ours for the taking.
Port Adelaide 16-14, 110 to Geelong 11-6-72. The Cats led by 20 points at quarter time, by 7 points at half time, and Port Adelaide took control in the second half, 11 goals to 4. They led by 17 points at three-quarter time, 7 goals to 1 in the third term, and then finished in the final term, 4 goals to 1. The Power 16-14, 110 to Geelong 11-6-72, in which Jeremy Finlayson booted 4, Todd Marshall booted 3, 2 to Powell-Pepper, 2 to Narkle, individuals to Burton, Butters, Drew, Burne-Jones and McAdee, while for the Cats 3 to Rowan, 2 to Hawkins, individuals to Cameron, Smith, Dangerfield, Henry, O'Connor and Close. The Power winners by 38 points.
It's a true Port Adelaide tradition. We'll never stop, 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 till we're top, top, top. There's history here in the making. We got the power to win. We'll never give in, till the flag is ours for the taking.
11 straight for Kenny's men and on top of the AFL ladder. I wonder if Koshy will seek him out during the bye. It's food for thought anyway. Port Adelaide winners by 38 points, 16-14, 110 to Geelong 11-6-72. The thoughts of Rod Jamieson and Josh Franco with you on ABC Sport.
Well, I was going to say, if 10 in a row wasn't a statement, I reckon tonight was. Coming into the game off 2 6-day breaks, Geelong having the bye the week before, so coming in with fresh legs against the reigning premiers, admittedly on your home deck in front of a parochial home crowd, but to put on a performance like that from Port Adelaide's perspective after quarter time, or up until quarter time, they didn't look like they were really involved in the game, but I thought that was just a really good, solid, mature performance. And one of the things that probably highlights it was when Travis Boak had his shot at goal late in that last quarter. When he actually took them up, I was like, oh, wow, that's right, Travis Boak's out there. And it just shows the maturity of Port Adelaide, how far they've come in the last couple of years, because they were relying on that bloke to get them over the line week in, week out. Now he's playing his role. He's not having the influence that he has had previously. And tonight he still was okay. He still had 13 disposals, but the maturity of the side that they can get it done without, I guess, the older heads having to carry the workload, I thought was a really top-notch performance from the Power.
6-2 first quarter to Geelong. Then second, third and fourth, Port Adelaide 14-8 to Geelong 5-4. That quarter in the third was just blistering when Port Adelaide came out and kicked 7-1 and just in total control.
It was in matching their first half against Hawthorn, really. It was showing what they're capable of if they can get the game on their terms.
Yeah.
And I think the pleasing thing from Ken Hinkley and the Port Adelaide coaching staff and the supporters' perspective is that they've done it against a quality side. Hawthorn, you probably put it down. Oh, they're not that flash. They're still rebuilding. They're a fair way down in terms of talent v talent from Port Adelaide and Hawthorn. But to do it against the reigning premiers, an absolute, I think you said blistering just then. That's probably the best word I reckon to describe it. It was a blistering third quarter.
As Luke Kelly said, this will be our biggest test, and we'll put it at the best testing team, and we'll play with a bit of freedom. After quarter time, they certainly did that. I think they tried to do it in the early part of that first quarter, and Geelong were just as good the other way, and they weren't able to maintain it. And they go in at quarter time, 20 points down, but they just really turned things around. And 11 in a row, wow. And they have got Essendon to the bye, you're right. Then they've got Essendon away, Gold Coast home, Carlton away. You know, they've certainly got 2, if not all 3, winnable there. And then they get, how big's this game going to be? Port Adelaide and Collingwood here, in round 19. So, and then the showdown the week after.
Couple to circle on the calendar to look forward to.
Yes.
But just even in terms of the belief that builds within Port Adelaide, I think it's huge. And no doubt we'll get one of the boys to have a chat with us post-game. But the belief and their ability just to keep persisting at what they've done over the last 10 weeks, even though they were under siege isn't quite the words that I would describe that first quarter, but they were under the pump. They were under the pump throughout that first quarter. Geelong thought they were really back in terms of what they're known for, but as I said, to Port Adelaide's credit, they regrouped at quarter time. They were able to hold sway in that second quarter and then just blew them out of the water at the start of that third.
Just to note that they've had 12 wins now, 6 times they've kicked 100 plus in this day and age. The other side of the coin, Geelong's now conceded 100 plus 5 times and losing 7 matches. So
that's a concern.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's a big tick for Port Adelaide. It's a big X.
Well, just again, they've had 6 wins out of this 11 on the trot that have been under 14 points too. So they've not only been able to touch up sides really well when they've had to, they've also actually won the tight ones when things have got tight. There's a real balance in the way that they have won their games.
Yeah, and I think one of the other positives to come out of it for Port Adelaide is that Junior Rioli pulls out with the flu, and they bring in a Narkle who they drafted in the mid-season draft a couple of weeks ago, and he had a really impactful game. He kicked 2 goals, had a slow start, looked like he was just struggling to pick up the speed of the game in that first quarter, but then found his feet and again was able to influence players' role and get the job done. And full credit to the Port Adelaide recruiting staff and getting him there. And I even look at guys like McEntee. We mentioned him, and looking at his numbers, only 4 touches for the game, but he's one of those exciting small forwards that creates pressure, actual physical pressure, but also perceived pressure in the opposition because he closes so quickly and is able to turn the footy over. And we saw that great tackle on Jeremy Cameron in that last quarter.
Tom Jonas is the one where to actually, just looking at the injury list at the moment. So Tom Cleary's 3 to 5 weeks away, potentially back. Xavier Dersma out for another 4 weeks with a knee. Mitch Georgiades' knee for the season, Lockie Jones' jaw 4 weeks, and then Brian Tickle's 8 to 10. So they've pretty much got the list to it. Junior Rioli to come back in, and or Tom Jonas is the other one that are fit and available to come back in the side. So that is going to be a challenge to fit Tom into that back half after they were tremendous tonight.
It's going to be a fight to get into the best 22. Port Adelaide winners by 38 points. Let's join Jack Paqueta.
Very happy Port Adelaide rooms, as you can imagine. All the players starting to get around Quinton Narkle, who made his club debut today. Good news, his family were able to make the dash over and see him play tonight. And Sam Powell-Pepper, his good mate at the club, presented him with his Port Adelaide Guernsey in his club debut after 41 games with Geelong over 5 seasons. Port Adelaide, he's getting the Gatorade shower. I might just stand a little bit back. And here we go. I think we're going to start with the song now. So there we have it. Port Adelaide beating Geelong by 38 points. Shortly, we hope to have a chat with Connor Rosie.
Thanks very much, Jack. We look forward to that. An 11th straight victory for Port Adelaide. Winners by 38 points, and they're now on top of the AFL ladder as Collingwood has the bye. So the Power take their spot at the very top. And the broader question will be, where do they sort of sit amongst those top 4? Port Adelaide, Collingwood, Melbourne, Brisbane. Return of the Gabba to take on Sydney. Did you classify them as the real deal, this Port Adelaide side, Josh?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. When you wind the clock back to round 2 when they got absolutely torched by Collingwood, it was almost, panic stations. As I said, we called the showdown here where they got beaten by 4 goals in a blistering last quarter from the Adelaide Footy Club. And it's interesting, I think we're talking to Connor Rosie soon, but we spoke to him post the Adelaide game, and it was the tone of his voice, it was quite alarming.
Oh, he was flat.
Flat as. Absolutely flat as. And I remember even asking him the question around how do you turn this around. He talked about we've got to get back to basics, contested ball, tackle, and get some intensity and I guess some zip in our game, which was lacking. And whatever Ken Hinkley's done and the playing group's done, they've been able to find that spark. And you talk about, are they the real deal? Absolutely they are. I wouldn't back against them if the grand final was tomorrow.
And they went up to Sydney, and that was the 2-point win that they had, and that was the one you saw the relief out of Ken Hinkley on the boundary line, wasn't it, too? Just that big win.
And that was you talk about key moments in games. That was Ollie Florent that kicked it, landed a metre short.
Yep.
So you talk about the
reverse camera angle. Yep.
Unbelievable.
Aaliyah knocked it away.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, so they never actually scored.
No.
Yeah.
No. So you think if you had to kick that, what would this season look like currently? Who knows? But just those little key moments where things go your way, or you get the rub of the green. But look, as I said, Port Adelaide, talk about premiership favourite. I've already got blokes texting me saying, can I get them grand final ticket? I'm probably not that confident just yet.
That's
but
optimistic.
They're very optimistic, but they're tracking in the right direction.
Well, has it got the feeling that you had in the early 2000s when, not last year obviously, but there had been a build, you're knocking on the door without actually the Power getting there, and then this season, they've gone all the way to the top, which they did a couple of times in the early 2000s without being able to take it that extra step and making a grand final before 2004.
Yeah, that's probably a fair comment there, Crossy. And I think if you look back at 2001, 2, 3 and 4, it does sort of have similarities with that in terms of the early 2000s, 01, 02, 03 were knocking on the door, finally broke through in 04, but and a similar sort of feel and smell to this group that they have been knocking on the door. And as I said, the thing I really like about Port Adelaide at the moment is that they're not relying on Boak, they're not relying on Ollie Wines to get the job done, or even a Dixon now. But you got Marshall, you got Butters, you got Rosie, you got Horn Francis. Those guys are stepping up and carrying the workload, and they're the ones that are actually getting the job done. The Wines and the Blokes are just complementing what they've currently got.
And the knock-on has been, can they beat a top 4? Can they beat the top 8? They've beaten everyone in front of them at the moment except Collingwood.
Yep.
So one side, but everyone else up there at the moment, they've been able to go toe-to-toe.
Yeah. There's a perfect 6-0 against sides outside the 8. Geelong, of course, 9th at the moment, so they count towards that as well.
So they're 12 wins from 14 rounds. Top 4 was 18 wins and 16 wins last year. So, we sort of looked and thought Melbourne, potentially Brisbane, that would be the leap Brisbane would be hoping to make, would be to get a home final. if Port Adelaide could get a home final, finish in the top 4, potentially top 2, knowing what Port Adelaide was tonight and the atmosphere it was, that would be an imposing challenge if they were able to win enough games to secure a top 2 finish.
Well, I was going to say, you thought, I went a bit early with the predictor, but you try and, I wish I could.
You weren't looking for Port Adelaide, Jamo, but we all understand.
No, but I've done it, and I've got Melbourne, Collingwood and Port Adelaide all finishing with 18 wins.
Right.
And
What
I
percentage?
think, in form at the moment, I think Adelaide can make the top 8. And they are 15 wins with Brisbane and Western Bulldogs. Then I had Geelong with 14 wins, St Kilda 14 wins. I actually had the Gold Coast with 14 wins. So one of those 3 sides potentially miss out.
Hang on. Where's Adelaide on this list?
Here. 4th.
Oh, Jamo.
This is an optimistic.
I was with his ladder predictor until I looked where he had the Crows. And I thought, hang on.
No, but I'm just going on their form at the moment. I'm just going.
But Gemma, on this, there's a lot of sides now down in that bottom 4 who haven't won any games at all. Is that what you're saying? Because on your predictor, because
Totally.
18 wins for, I think you said 3 sides with 18 wins. That's a lot of
I
wins.
can't see the Hawks winning more than 5. I can't see the Kangas winning more than 3. And West Coast are on 1 at the moment.
Yeah.
Sydney, I think they're struggling. So I've got them at 7 wins. GWS, don't know. Carlton, I don't think are going to win too many more. Anyway, I should
So
do it
I've
each
given you
week.
a few.
But here, just right at this week, I've got Collingwood playing Port in the first round of the finals.
Good luck trying to wheel Jamo back. He has gone so far down the road.
Well, I am going to just, put a little sticky note on that one.
Before the broadcast out, we'll give Jamo's top 8, which is done at round 14. I know people who do their tips at the start of the season. The ladder predictor at round 14 is as early as I've heard of it being done. But, hey, I'm all credit to you. I'm with you, Jamo.
Hey, there was an email that came out on
Yes.
the 15th of June at 2:26.
That's today. Yep.
Matt Clinch.
Yes.
Yes.
Where does it say I ask for your ladder predictor?
Well, I was actually going to say Port Adelaide's winning streak. Can they sustain it? So that's
You've
what I
done the
thought.
work.
I'll go and do some work on it.
Yeah. Can't fault you. You're nothing but an ultimate professional. We'll get to the Cats in a little bit because I want to join Connor Rosie when he's ready to go and just salvage what Port Adelaide have been.
And can Geelong make the finals at 6 and 6?
All the questions were posed there, so it was. We're trying to work our way through where we might end up. Ken Hinkley. We joke about it at the start of the broadcast, Josh, but other than sticking to what you originally said, what more would they need to see?
Well, I don't think anything, but again, if I was Ken Hinkley, after what's sort of transpired with Koshy and all the rest of it, I would be very hesitant. That's just my opinion, obviously.
Yep.
I'd be very loath to... Sorry?
Add another 0.
Well, I'd be loath to put pen to paper right now, even if they came to me and said it, only because I know that I've got currency based on what's happening with Port Adelaide at the moment. And now that's not to say that I don't think Ken Hinkley should be coaching Port Adelaide next year. I think they should, if they can, sign him up, get him done and dusted right now. Bit of, I guess, stability within the playing group. But again, if I'm Ken Hinkley, I'll be saying, no, let's just hold off, knowing that there's other jobs coming up and he would walk into any other job that he wanted to.
They've only got themselves to blame on how they've behaved around this. All they needed to say was, we'll let you know. And look, the same question. You and I have had this discussion.
Yeah.
You asked the same question. Ask the same question because you want a different answer at some
Ask
point.
Carlton how they're handling the adversity they're dealing with at the moment. So, I guess one way is you ask the same question over and over again.
We'll
the other
let you
option
know.
is you stick to the same line of we'll decide in August.
But it might be that in a week and a half's time they come out off the back of the bye and go, we've signed Ken for 2 years or 3 years. Who knows? But look, I have no doubt the question's going to be asked again tonight, isn't it?
What I would be saying, though, if I'm West Coast Eagles, I'd be getting straight on the phone to Ken Hinkley right now.
Brandon Simpson's still got a year to go.
It's right on time just to break that conversation. Port Adelaide winners by 38 points. We can head down. I think it's 6 of the last 7 weeks. Connor Rosie's had over 25 disposals. He's with Jack Paquetta.
Well, Clinchy is in a rich vein of form. Connor Rosie, the song was sung with a bit of gusto then. Does that one mean a bit more, betting Geelong?
Yeah, definitely. They've obviously been a great side for a few years now, and we probably haven't played our best footy against them previously, and especially being a younger side, I feel like they've probably had the edge over us. So we definitely had a point to prove tonight, and coming into the break as well. It's always nice to go into a week and a half off now after a good win.
11 in a row. What does that mean to the group?
Heaps. I mean, Kenny said before the game, there's no rules on when you got to lose, so we might as well keep winning while we're in form, and we feel like we've found the formula of what makes us a good football side. It's not what our offensive game brings, it's our defensive stuff and our effort and our pressure, and we've come back to that every single week, and it's been working. It's just a great group, really selfless group, and I love playing with these boys.
Looked like there was a bit of extra chat and a bit of extra niggle out there tonight. Can you shed any light on it?
Yeah, I guess they probably got into Zach and I, especially the last couple of times we played them a little bit, and we probably knew that they were going to give us a little bit of attention early, but I feel like we played to our strengths, got them away from the contest a bit. It's always easy when you're winning to chirp a bit back, but I think we were really up for the contest tonight, and a great win.
On that, just how much do you enjoy playing with Zach? It seems like you guys seem to find each other pretty regularly.
Yeah, I love it. He's my favourite teammate. We've obviously got drafted together and been playing with each other for 5 years. We used to live around the corner from each other, so we spent a lot of time together inside and outside the football club, and I just love having him at the football club so far. I hope he sticks around for his whole career, because he's been massive for us, and he's in some unbelievable form, and I love him as a mate and as a footballer. He's a great role model for everyone coming through.
Let's head upstairs. Some questions from our experts.
Connor, Josh Franco here. Well done tonight. Another terrific performance, both as a team but also individually. Just want to wind the clock back to, I think it was round 3 when we played the Crows here in the showdown. And I remember, and you may not, but remember having an interview with you post-game, and we could just sense the despair in your voice and the absolute deflated tone of your voice around where to from here. And I remember asking you the question around where do you go from here, and you talked about bringing it back to the contest, intensity, tackling and the defensive side of your game, and it's interesting to hear you talk about that then in terms of what the message has been week in, week out, and keep it consistent within the playing group. So I guess the question I've asked is, that's obviously one of the key components of Ken Hinkley and the way that he's getting you guys to play, to focus on that defensive aspect of your game. Yeah, 100%. We've got a pretty young side, so I guess keeping the messaging simple has made it easier for us to just go out there, and when we get the footy, we know how to play, and we know how to play naturally and take the game on and use our legs, and I guess score pretty easily. So Kenny's been big on focusing on our defensive roles. If we're going to be a good side in the long run, we've got to be two-way players. So it's definitely something that Kenny's been massive on us for, especially as midfielders. Jason and Zach and I are all pretty young still, and I feel like if we can develop as two-way midfielders, it'll help the team for sure.
Connor, it's Matt Clinch here. When it all clicks in that third quarter, can you tell us what you feel like the key catalyst is? Because you all of a sudden get on a run where you're dominating centre clearances, and then you're finally able to put it on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we're a good running side, so I feel like our second halves of games have been really good this year so far, and that's given us a lot of confidence that after half time we can run over sides. So we come out after half time, and I feel like once we get a little bit of a run on, especially with our contest game, and winning the contested ball, especially in the midfield, has been big for us. And when things are going your way, I guess it's easy to keep it going with the crowd. They've been unbelievable, and I've said a lot so far, but the guys are really selfless, and we've just been focusing on contest and pressure.
But it was interesting in that third quarter, you kicked, I think, 4 goals in 5 minutes, and then you had something similar in the last quarter where you sort of kicked 3 goals in 4 minutes. So against a side with the calibre of Geelong, to be able to get consistent goals consecutively, it must have been a real reflection to the high level and the pressure in which you're bringing. Yeah, definitely. Like I said before, they've been a great side, so when you do get that momentum, you've really got to make it worthwhile, and fortunately we did. We probably didn't do that in the first quarter, and that showed on the scoreboard. They hurt us going back the other way with their transition game. So, I guess there's some great sides in this competition. If you don't kick straight or you don't score when you do have that momentum, they can really come back to bite you. So, I guess I've said a lot of times now, but we haven't really focused on our offensive game as much. It comes naturally.
Connor, Rod Jamieson, the two players that have really impressed me, and you would see this more so inside the walls of the football club. Todd Marshall, the adversity that he's had to overcome and the way he's playing, and then Jeremy Finlayson with 4 goals again tonight and the way he's gone about it and the challenge that his family's also having. Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. They're outstanding people away from the club, and
I guess the club as a whole has wrapped our arms around them the last couple of years. There's been some unfortunate circumstances that no one wants to go through, and the great thing about a football club is you've got 30, 40 of your best mates, luckily every day to support you and wrap your arms around them, and we've certainly done that, and I think that's showed in the way they've bounced back so quickly and just focus on their role for the team, and that's been massive for us. So they're important roles as our team as a whole, and they'll be big for us going forward for sure.
And Connor, one other play, if you could give the supporters a little bit of an insight into what this guy's like. You picked up Narkle in the mid-season draft, and he seems to have slotted into the 22 beautifully.
Yeah, definitely. He didn't know he was playing until yesterday, but he had a great game in the sample last week. He's pretty quiet and has fitted in really well so far. Sam Pepper has taken him under his wing a little bit, and he showed tonight. He slotted in really well. He kicked a couple of goals, and I think he's going to be an important player for us going forward as well. It's nice to have competition for spots. I guess that puts the pressure on everyone coming into the side now to keep that level up.
Connor, it's Neil Cross here. I think you've got 4 days off. Any plans in terms of a holiday destination while you've got this little mini break? And is Zach Butters going with you?
We were thinking about doing a little tandem trip, but I think he's heading up to Gold Coast to play some golf. I'll be sticking around Adelaide to catch up with a few friends and family, but a lot of the boys are trying to get up to Sunshine Coast to get a bit of sun away from cold Adelaide, but it'd be nice to put the feet up. Everyone's pretty sore this time of year, so it'd be nice to freshen up.
Yeah, it is a relief. That's what you're saying. You do need the break.
Who's the best golfer, Connor, in the team?
Me? No. I think Ryan Burton plays off about 1 or 2, and he'll tell you that as well. So,
what are you off?
He's pretty good. I'm about 11 or 12 at the moment. So
it's good golf, though.
Yeah, not too bad. We've got a lot of boys that get out, probably 20 odd that get out once a week. About.
Yeah, well done.
Now the club's been consistent, Connor, that they won't make any decisions on Ken Hinkley's future until August. Koshy's not floating around there in the rooms, is he, by chance?
I haven't seen him as of yet, and I'll try and keep it that way. I'll try and avoid him, but I think the club's been pretty forefront with how they're going to handle Kenny's situation, and that'll get dealt with at the end of the year. We've just got to keep this form going and attack finals.
Absolutely. You're a great watch tonight. Put the feet up, enjoy a week off. Thanks so much for your time on ABC Radio around the country.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
Connor Rosie joining us from the Port Adelaide Rooms, winners by 38 points, 16-14, 110 to the Cats, 11-6, 72. He's a key contributor in everything they've achieved over the last 11 weeks alongside Zach Butters, and Dan Houston finished with 31 disposals. So Houston with 31, Ollie Wines with 28, Rosie with 25, Butters with 23, and Williams with 19.
Can I revisit what I said at the beginning about Ken Hinkley? He still, by the way, hasn't had a draw in his 237 games. So there's one other coach who's coached 250 games of AFL, VFL football, and he holds the record for most games without a draw.
And he's not coaching at the moment.
He's not coaching at the moment. Now, I can tell you, in no particular order, he coached... So Ken Hinkley holds the record for only coaching at one club and having no draws. But the man who holds the record for no draws in the most games as a coach coached at 4 different clubs in no particular order: St Kilda, Geelong. Any guesses?
Not with Snow.
North Melbourne.
No idea.
St Kilda, Geelong, North Melbourne. The last one's a giveaway. Adelaide.
Malcolm Blight.
Yes.
There you go.
250 game record without a draw.
Did Blighty tell you that stat?
No, actually, I just happened to be looking at it. I just happened to be looking at the records of the coaches, and I thought, how many games do you go without? How many? Yeah, so Ken Hinkley's second on the list. So Blighty coached for 250 games.
There you go.
Without a draw.
So
Malcolm's wife, Patsy, worked at my school, and he was very happy to have a joke when we'd talk about his football achievements, and he would be honoured to know that he's on that list.
He would like to talk about his achievements. I'm thinking we drew with St Kilda It must have been under Robert Shaw then.
Oh, hang on. There's a dispute.
At Waverley?
Oh, no.
Oh, I'll look it up again. But on the tables.
Back through the AFL tables. Port Adelaide winners by 38 points. So we've touched on everything the Power were able to achieve tonight. What about the Cats? How do they reset? How do you view them as they try and charge towards September? All of a sudden, Thursday night comes around pretty quick. They've got Melbourne at Kardinia Park, so they don't have too long to lick their wounds and try and work out where it went wrong and how they can try and start this charge towards September.
Yeah, look, you look at, and just looking at the computer screen in front of us with those names, they're still an absolute Rolls Royce in terms of talent in every single line. They're just not quite putting it together. So whether it's they're not sort of quite there in terms of playing, consistent footy for the full 4 quarters. We're seeing bits of it. We saw they started the game really well tonight. They've just been coughing and spluttering their way through to this point in the season. So things aren't quite working swimmingly at the moment for them. But again, they're still within striking distance of the finals, and they can turn it around relatively quickly, I would imagine, once they start to build a bit of confidence. But at the moment, it's just not quite happening.
I think they're almost unbeatable down at Kardinia Park, albeit the Giants beat them this year, but it's few and far between. And when you have a look at, I went in a little bit further and did some more homework, Clinchy, after I got your email too.
Preparation, so impressive.
The greatest winning streak is held by Geelong at Kardinia Park, where they won 29 games in a row. So with that, again, they've got 6 remaining down there, the MCG, and then they go to Docklands, and there's 1 interstate game at Brisbane. I picked Port Adelaide to win tonight. I think they win their next 4 in a row, and that's Melbourne, Sydney, Kangaroos and Essendon. 3 of those are at Kardinia Park. There's 2 interstate, and Sydney is in Sydney, and they perform pretty well up there. So I think...
So you've got them losing 2 from here onwards?
3. 3, yep. Lost to Port Adelaide. They lose to Brisbane.
And Collingwood in your ladder predictor.
Yep.
And where's the Melbourne at the
Kardinia Park?
Oh, that's a Kardinia.
Next Thursday night.
Right.
Start around 15.
That probably changes my prediction too. Because Melbourne are starting to go okay.
Based on the way they played against Collingwood last Monday.
Yeah.
I don't want to...
But down there, yeah.
I don't want to scratch one on your list, Jan.
That's all right.
That's the 50-50 for me. But I agree with you around Sydney, North Melbourne. Bombers, that's at Kardinia Park. That'd be interesting.
Yep.
But it just means their wiggle room starts to evaporate. So they've got no room now for form lapses, do they?
They don't. No, that's perfect. Yeah, you're absolutely spot on.
Well, on the predictor, I've only got them in. Geelong, St Kilda, Gold Coast
from the AFL predictor here
are on the 14. They're on 14 wins, so they could miss out still too.
Yeah.
So percentage will become pretty important, and it is difficult for the opposition to win down there. And I picked Melbourne against Collingwood. That was prior to. I like him. I'm on him.
Yep.
But I thought Oliver would be coming back, but he didn't play.
No.
So he's due to come back in probably next week. And look, I think they're up and about. What's happened?
Now, Crossy's gone back to the stats.
Yep.
He says there's no draws.
All right, I've got the Bible here in front of me.
It says Malcolm Blight. North Melbourne, Geelong, Adelaide, St Kilda. Coached 250 games for 139 wins, 111 losses, and no draws.
Yeah, it must have been under Robert Shaw. That's all right. It's a long time ago.
Let's head down to the Geelong rooms to Jack Paquetta.
Thanks, Clinchy. I've made my way into the Geelong rooms trying to get someone to have a chat with us, but there is a bit of a concern down here. Patrick Dangerfield has been taken out on a stretcher and looks as though he is heading to hospital. We know he had that big collision in the second quarter with Dan Houston, and there was some concerns around his back and his kidney area. Don't have too much more information at this stage, but once I get some more, I'll let you know.
Thanks, Jack. So what's been a pretty dirty day for Geelong from the second half. Thoughts, obviously, with Patrick Dangerfield and to his family as he's taken to hospital to get checked out, but he was involved in that collision in the second quarter and looked like he struggled for a lot of the match.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, Crossy, you called it just in front of the coach's box down on the boundary line. He just looked a little bit proppy, didn't he?
Yeah.
Didn't really attack the footy, so he's obviously sore.
And that's his first game since round 8.
Yeah, wow.
So, yeah.
So that just makes it a little bit more tougher for Geelong. Their midfield would probably be the concern. When they look their best, they're able to get Tom Stewart and Sam DeConey and their back line really setting up a lot of their ball movement. The question would probably be just around that midfield that hasn't quite clicked in the way. Well, Mitch Duncan's obviously pivotal for them off half back, but it puts a lot of pressure on Patrick Dangerfield alongside a younger midfield with no Joel Selwood.
Well, I think one of the problems with Geelong at the moment, we talked about, they are easily scored against this year, and Crossy rattled off some of those statistics, but going into the game, they were 15th for defending marks inside their D50, so inside the opposition's forward 50, and they were also 15th for scores or shots per inside 50, so that would be a real concern. So I guess in terms of your, Clinchy, you talk about the midfield battle. If they're not winning the midfield battle and there's some unpressured ball movement going inside your defensive 50, then it makes it difficult, and that probably a couple of those stats highlights that. So there would be concerns down at Catlan in terms of how their midfield's functioning.
Well, Cam Guthrie needs to come back in.
Yep.
And he is quality.
Yep.
Reece Stanley, where will he play in the mid somewhere to go back and or go forward with his flexibility? Radigalia, he'll come back shortly. And Sam Menegola, it says medium term for a knee. I don't know what they mean in terms of length of time, but
he's had a horrible run, unfortunately.
Yeah. But Cam Guthrie's the one that they need to get back into that side to get going. So that add to the midfield. But it's a bit of an ageing team, isn't it?
That's the worry, I think.
Yeah.
Which makes it the
that was the ageing
ultimate
thing last
challenge.
season, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And they still do it.
Support Adelaide winners by 38 points. The votes for the ABC Footballer of the Year. Who's got the job?
Apparently I've got a he's just
with a hand pass.
Handled the hand grenade. So I haven't actually consulted anyone with these, but
don't worry.
I'm probably going to break a bit of tradition, and none of the midfielders actually get any of the votes tonight. So I've actually given one vote to Jeremy Finlayson. He ended up with 10 disposals. He had 5 marks inside the forward 50. He kicked 4 goals. And I thought was quite influential in terms of his output for the game. 2 votes I've actually given to Dan Houston. Houston had 31 disposals, pretty good and quite impressive statistics. 12 handballs, 19 kicks. He had a couple of tackles, 9 contested possessions and 6 clearances. So he gets 2 votes, and 3 votes I've actually given to Todd Marshall. I thought his game was outstanding. 15 disposals. Again, 5 marks inside their forward 50 along with Finlayson. He kicked 3 goals too. And had 6 inside 50s themselves. And throughout the course of the night, every time he got the ball, something happened in terms of his composure with the footy and ability to hit targets ahead of the ball. So that's been a real standout feature of his game. So he gets the 3 votes tonight, Clinchy.
3 to Marshall, 2 to Houston, 1 to Finlayson in Josh Franco's votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year. Port Adelaide winners by 38 points. So I guess if we cast an eye forward to tomorrow night, all of a sudden it rolls around round 14 with Brisbane hosting Sydney. The Swans keen to get back to their winning ways. Callum Mills returns for the Sydney Swans and the Brisbane Lions. In fact, Callum Mills doesn't. I was assuming he came back in. Luke Parker comes in. They lose Heaney and Franklin. The Lions would be keen to put last week's loss at the MCG against the Hawks as clearly behind them as they possibly can.
It's interesting too, Clinchy. I've spent 4 years at Sydney, obviously under John Longmire, absolutely outstanding coach. And this is probably the first time since being at Sydney, and probably the first time in about 12 years with Longmire at the helm, that I actually feel like they're gone. I don't know, they just have that look about them, the way they're playing. They're devoid of confidence, and they're just not playing a brand of footy that's recognisable as the Sydney Swans. So I have real concerns for them moving forward.
Brisbane at home. For me,
I
think Sydney are really struggling, and they're only on the 5 wins thus far for the season. So they're limping.
Yep.
The big talking point of the week has been the dangerous tackle and the players who have been suspended for tackling in 2023. The numbers continue to climb. The interesting part was a lot of the coaches said they actually didn't show the AFL memo that came out, partly because they feel like the message is starting to be confused and they want to make it really clear to their players as to what is an acceptable action and what isn't. Are we starting to ask too much of our players to try and make these decisions in split-second occurrences?
Yes.
Yeah, I agree with that. It is, and I mean, the Sicily one's an interesting one. At the time, we were watching it here, and I guess through momentum, there was another Hawthorn player that came over the top, wasn't it, too, that added to that, and he didn't really sling him, but I think it was how Hugh McCluggage landed, which then... Again, the outcome. So go to the outcome. They're trying to stop the action, and the action then what is the outcome would be a greater penalty. And I didn't think Sicily really did that. I thought the one on, was it Butler?
Yep, the chase down tackle on Blakey.
I was just staggered
which he got
that even got
overturned.
cited. Just really. But I think what you're seeing is some players now sort of throwing their head down a little bit and acting for that free, and that concerns me. But it's clearly for people that are in the industry and are in it for 24/7, and the coaches are the ones that have the biggest influence and the biggest impact. I've seen part of the footage that the AFL wants to show them or show the players, and those tackles in there are like they're under 12 stuff, really. So that's not the concern. And then the other way, I heard a percentage number, like out of the amount of tackles that have happened to date in the it's less than 1%, and there's 23 or 28 players that have been cited. So overall, the numbers, you would say it's actually not that bad.
Look, I can understand when, and I think we all know, having been involved in footy a long time, the real aggressive intent to pin arms and drive into the ground, which results in a concussion. I totally get them. Probably the one that I must admit I scratched my head at was the Tom Jonas one. He gets paid holding the ball on the night, gets a free kick for it, and then even on replay, they're the ones which I scratch my head over.
Yeah. Yep.
And I must admit, even the Sicily one, I sort of scratched my head a little bit with the Sicily one, having watched that. But yeah, I think that if we're confused, I think the players would clearly be confused as well.
And Saturday night, the annual Spuds match in memory of Danny Frawley. Richmond taking on St Kilda. Trent Cotchin reaches the great milestone in our game, 300 games for a 3-time premiership captain and a man which has changed so much of the recent history for the Tigers.
What a superstar he's been. Yeah. Was he was taken at number 1?
2, I think.
Was it? Yeah. I think a number of the
Blues took Matthew Cruiser, I think, at pick 1.
Oh, was it?
I think that's right. I'll have to check.
No, I don't
Go
doubt
to the
you.
list.
Absolutely right.
Another list.
Yeah, look, I like Richmond. I like where they're at.
Can they get there? That loss, the win against Fremantle was a big win. They've got the challenge around Marlon Pickett at the moment.
Well, where'd you have them? Come on. Where's the predictor? Yeah.
Where's your predictor? Where are Richmond?
I had them 10th. I had them 11th, 10 wins.
Okay. Sorry, Tigers fans. What are your
Would you
top?
say you need 14 to get in, according to your predictor?
Yep.
Yeah.
What's your top 8, Jamo?
Melbourne, Collingwood, Port, Adelaide, Brisbane, Western Bulldogs, and then the caveat is Geelong, St Kilda, Gold Coast, all on the same. So there's 9.
So there's a bit of percentage to play out.
There is some percentage to play.
I feel like, okay, righto. Hey,
you either call your shot or you don't.
Hey, I'm never questioning your preparation. You go above and beyond, and we're always thankful for that. Thank you, Jamo.
Man,
always a pleasure to work with you. Thanks to Josh Franco. Thanks to Neil Cross, to Jack Paquetta. Down in the room, still Cash back at the studio, and the always reliable Andrea Williamson, who steers us so well, not only here at the Adelaide Oval, but across our AFL coverage. Don't forget, cricket is on your ABC Listen app tomorrow night, 7:25 Eastern Time, with Jim Maxwell, Jonathan Agnew, Jason Gillespie, ABC's own and South Australia's own, will be joining the commentary team. So the first test from Edgbaston, we can't wait. Australia taking on England. It's going to be exciting. The Socceroos got to half-time, Jamo. It's 1-0 against Argentina after Lionel Messi scored in 2 minutes. Fingers crossed for Graham Arnold's men in the second half. And don't forget, State of Origin, the NRL Game 2 next Wednesday night, and the AFL coverage to continue tomorrow night with Brisbane taking on the Sydney Swans. From the City of Churches, thanks so much for your company. Port Adelaide on top of the ladder. Winners by 38 points.